It's a 60-yard attempt. And again, in pregame warm-ups at this end, his longest was 59. Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good! Denver's gonna win! Denver's gonna win!
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh my goodness.
They must have touched the center because the center, let's see. Rhodes is saying that he was hit. At least that's what he's signaling to the sideline.
It's against Denver. It is against Denver.
Personal foul, leverage, defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
That's a huge.
Oh my goodness.
That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Look, have I heard of the leverage penalty or some version of it? I've heard of it. It's a rare call. And, of course, it had to happen to you. I want to be clear about something, though. You know, I'm the kind of guy where you're going to have a... If you're tuning into this show on a Monday and you want me to be the guy that says, hey, you guys got screwed by the refs, it's going to take something egregious. And is that the right call at the end of the game? I don't know. Shouldn't be touching the long snapper. Like, shouldn't be. Especially when it's a 60-yarder. What do you need leverage for to start with? The guy's probably going to miss. I ain't putting this game on the refs. I ain't putting it on that. I ain't putting it on anything. I'm putting it at the inability for you to do the right things down the stretch. That's where I'm at. Again, you want to text in, you want to voice of the people to Nelly and start talking about refs, go ahead. I'm not entertaining that at this point because of what you did at the end of the game to have it lead to it. Some things are in your control. Refs aren't. So what did you do that led to the opportunity for a ref to make a call that hurt you? And I'll tell you, there's a bunch. And I'll go through the list in a second. But what I want to say is last year, I have a certain set of standards that to be a good team in this league, you need to beat teams you're supposed to beat. To be a great team, you do that and then some. You steal some games that you aren't supposed to. But more than anything else, the Chiefs didn't look great last year, and they won 15 games and went to the Super Bowl again. Why? Because when the game's on the line, you got to make the right play. And the Broncos had about 4 or 5 different opportunities to make the right play and made the absolute worst one. That's why we're sitting here this morning 1-1. That's what's going on. I mean, I'll take it just from the top. From an overarching standpoint, I'm sure Nelly's going to have this one queued up for sometime in late December, early January for the Mosies. I was dead wrong about Daniel Jones because he lit you up. And not just him, Jonathan Taylor did too on the ground. It was such a foreign thing to witness. The Broncos offense being effective and the Broncos defense not doing anything. Like, it was bizarre. Couldn't get a stop on the ground. Couldn't get pressure on Daniel Jones. Big, deep bombs downfield that were connecting. Like, that's number one. Your bread and butter is built around a great defense. And they were not great yesterday. They were straight up bad. I don't know how many times I've gotten on the air over the last few years since I've been here in 2019. January of 2019. We're coming up on 7 years. How many times I've done this segment at the beginning of a Monday and said, gosh, defense played its ass off. It's a bummer the offense didn't pick him up. I don't know how many times I've done the opposite, which is what we're doing today, which is thought the offense was pretty good. Good game plan. Got a lot of different people involved. Ran the football effectively. Committed to the run. Had a nice run-pass ratio. Bo Nix, outside of one bad play, which was a killer, that we'll get to, outside of one bad play, was really, really solid. And the defense, of all things, lets you down. Not at the end of a game. We've had that discussion before. Oh, if the defense is so good, why don't they get a stop at the end of the game for like a game that ends 12-9? And I'm like, you know what? I'm not putting that on the defense. This is 100% squarely on the shoulders of everybody back there. Even the guy that you most trust in, PS2, got beat a lot in that game. And on third downs, crucial ones. There was nobody you could really point to on defense outside of maybe Jonah Ellis that I think had a really good day. So that's number one. The thing that you rely on most is your defense. They got torched. Pat Surtain beat a lot. The most reliable player on your team got beat. The Bo Nix interception. Okay, it's tipped at the line. Maybe it's unlucky, but you want to come up with ways and reasons as to how you got to the point that you did. I mean, you started a drive at the 50. You got a roughing the passer, which puts you at the 35. You're down to the 28. It's 3rd and 3. At worst, that should be chip shot field goal and you're back within a touchdown. Or you're forcing Indy to score a touchdown. And instead, pick, turn the ball over. Indy goes down the field. To the defense's credit, they get a stop at the 10-yard line, but still they get a field goal, makes it 28-26. And then it's a chip shot. You're at the 24-yard line. Will Lutz is not the highest paid quarterback in the league, but he's paid pretty well. And he was brought over, he was traded for a specific reason. Is that guy is a veteran that in that moment will not miss that kick. And it looked like, for anybody who plays golf out there, you just sliced one off the tee. You saw that ball start center and then went to the right side off the upright, doink. All of those things, if you executed any one of those better, you'd be fine. But you didn't. Indy drives down the field, and in the span of 2 minutes, they at least put themselves in position for a field goal. Now, this is the one that I think I'm going to argue with people on today. I thought when Sean Payton used the timeouts was weird. And let me tell you why. When you're at the opposite 45, the -5 yard line, which is where the Colts were, and you're burning timeouts with 2 minutes left, it kind of feels like you're doing them a favor. And here's what I mean. They aren't in position to rip a 71-yard field goal. They aren't going to do it. And by calling timeouts, it's like, I understand the point that he's trying to save time for his team to get back on offense, but you're basically making that the game. Like, why not have Indy do a little bit of panic instead of knowing they're getting free timeouts? You don't get the stop, the game's over. Now, I guess, I don't know. It's a sort of a catch-22. Again, when I see the purpose of taking the timeouts, and you do want to save time, but I think there becomes like, you don't need a full 2 minutes. And if you don't call the timeouts, I think it puts the Colts a little bit more in a panic, and it gives you leeway for if you give up a first down. And so I didn't think the timing was right. I thought maybe you let them run a couple of plays. They weren't going to bleed out the clock from their own 45. They weren't going to do that. They were going to be in hurry up because they had to get in field goal range. So it's like if you're allowed to give them one more first down, and then you could start ripping timeouts off if they get one. But I guess that's a smaller nitpick. At the end of the day, it felt like everything you could do incorrectly at the end of that game to lose, you did. I honestly, Nelly, it was one of those games in which it didn't feel like the Broncos were going to lose that game until they lost. Like, until they got even the 60-yarder, I'm like, I don't think this guy's going to bury this one. And he did. Like, missed right. Really right. Right off the foot, you knew it was off. The second they got the penalty, it's like the first time all game I thought they were going to lose. Because, the Colts were hanging in there and they were doing this and that, but I was like, defense will get a stop. Offense is operating at a super high level, blah, blah, blah. And then it's just whatever you could do at the end of the game to lose, you did. So 303-504-0925, Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Texter says, and I deserve all this. Go ahead. The end of Danny Dimes, Brett. Yeah. He was fantastic.
Take that L on the way out.
Perhaps this is Danny Dimes' Minnesota Sam Darnold reclamation. Maybe it is. I was blown away that the Broncos couldn't get pressure on him. For a team that led the NFL in pressures all of last season, I don't know if they led in sacks. They led in pressures for sure. I think sacks too. All of last season. They head into this game, and you sack Daniel Jones once. You allow 165 yards on the ground. You couldn't get a third down stop. Tyler Warren looked like, the sort of Bronco defenses of old, that there's just a wide open tight end somewhere making a play. And he did it on everybody. I got some good, bad, and uglies that we're going to get to in just a few minutes. But Tyler Warren forced the ugly on a few guys on this team. It was just a very, very odd game in which you felt like, I could have seen a low-scoring game between these two. I could have seen a game in which the Broncos won by a couple of touchdowns. I didn't see that. The high-scoring shootout that the Broncos lose never was even a possibility in my head. So there is a lot of cleaning up to do, because here's what you did. You put yourself in a hole now. This first couple of game stretch was supposed to be your on-ramp into nice and easy, settle in, 2-0 start, and then you got the tough ones coming up. Well, guess what, guys? It's now at the Chargers, and then you have Cincy at home, and then you go to Philadelphia. Like, the next 3 weeks are very, very difficult, where feasibly you might still have one win by the end of it. Maybe. Now, the Joe Burrow injury throws a wrench in that Cincy stuff, so that makes it a little bit easier for you. But still, a 2-3 record potentially out of the gates is not what anybody really wanted on the bingo card. And then after that, this is what I was warning you guys about. The Jets have problems of their own, but London games are weird. And then all of a sudden, if Russell Wilson's going to be throwing for like 500 yards passing like he did yesterday, who knows what that game looks like, especially with how your defense played against Daniel Jones. So there's a whole bunch that's just kind of up in the air now that all kind of runs downhill from this loss that shouldn't have been. So a lot more to get into this game. We got the good, the bad, and the ugly next. If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mojis for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell, record it.
Write it down, hell, record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2.
You can write this down, hell, record this.
After what Schefter told you on Monday, that's a heck of a statement, buddy.
Okay. Look,
heck of a statement.
Moj, because the New Orleans Saints were sniffing around the Daniel Jones bargain bin doesn't convince me that teams believe he's good.
They didn't punt.
Hand up. I was wrong. Daniel Jones played great in a shocking development that I never expected. He did. Couldn't get pressure on him. He was hitting shots downfield. He had a good running game to kind of operate with, all of that. Credit to him. Played a hell of a game. The Colts played a hell of a game. And they still should have lost. They should have. The Colts are leaving that game knowing they stole one. And you're leaving that game, I was going to say, knowing you got robbed, but I guess more accurately, you didn't have it stolen from you. You kind of gave it to them. And here's what's troubling about that. You tried to do that 2 weeks ago, but Tennessee stunk, and so it didn't matter. But you were doing everything in your power to try and hand that game on a silver platter to Tennessee. But Tennessee is terrible, and they couldn't take advantage. The Colts are not terrible. I don't know if they're good still, but they're not terrible. They did take advantage. Sort of good, bad, and ugly from the game. There was good in this game, and I think quite a bit of it. I thought the offense overall was good. I loved the game plan, the call from Sean Payton during that run-pass ratio that they had that came out of the gates, 3 straight runs. They finished the game with 30 passing attempts and 24 rushing attempts, which I think is a beautiful split. But you just didn't have that many opportunities. You know, the Colts beat you by about a whole 5 minutes in time of possession. Their split was 34-32. But Dobbins, I think, it's one of those guys I said, I know we're all excited about R.J. Harvey. J.K. Dobbins has one of the highest rushing averages per attempt in the NFL since he joined the league 5 years ago. He's one of the top guys in explosive run rate, and I think we saw that a few times yesterday. J.K. Dobbins is a very, very capable and good back when he's healthy. So both of those were good. I thought Bo Nix was great. And I think that running game really helped him. It gave him the ability that off play action, it softened up a defense and maybe got them a little bit more confused as to whether you were going to run or pass. But I thought Bo Nix was awesome. The one mistake that he made that was a killer is, okay, it's a tipped pass, but you know what? That falls on the QB. Just kind of sailing one. I thought Troy Franklin was widely featured in this game and capitalized on every opportunity he got, whether it was one of his 8 catches or the jet sweep that he took for a first down. I thought he was really good. On defense, I don't think there was a lot to speak of, but I do think that Joe Nallis looked good. Joe Nallis has looked good basically since he's gotten here. A very exciting young player. And then just to throw one in here, I guess, as far as a special teams thing, because there are a lot of bad special teams, but Devon Key was making a whole bunch of tackles on special teams. That, to me, is the good. The bad, Surtain. Not used to saying that, but Surtain was bad in that game. And it's even more highlighted and emphasized for a guy that you're usually like, he's not even involved in the game because they don't throw at him. They threw at him a lot, and even on plays where he had tight coverage, where maybe it's just sort of a tip of the cap to the opposing team. But tight coverage Still made the catch, still got the first down, got beat a few times. As a corner, it's going to happen, but it was rare to see. Another bad. So Evan Ingram, despite the calf injury, works all his way up to being active in this game. And he's still kind of like unfeatured in the offense. You know, I was kind of told that this was a joker, that this is a guy that they're going to do this and that and everything else with. And
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Through 2 games, he's been really quiet. Incredibly. Only had 2 targets, had 1 catch for 12 yards in that game. Adam Troutman had 3. I don't know. That's a little bit weird. Also, Cortland Sutton, not really being a feature in this game, had 1 catch for 6 yards. He's your best player offensively. I think you got to find a way to get him more involved. But again, overall, I don't want to complain too much about the offense because the offense looked good. And then you get to the ugly. And there's a bunch of this. Late game execution was terrible. Like, make a play to end the game. That's what great teams do. That maybe that's hitting Sutton on that 3rd down instead of sailing one off a tip and having it get picked off. Maybe that's getting a stop on defense. Maybe that's making a chip shot field goal as a veteran kicker. Maybe that's not having the stupid penalty on a 60-yard field goal. You don't need leverage. You're 60 yards away. I would have accepted a lot more a leverage call on a 45-yarder than a 60-yarder. But all that different stuff added up to an L. So that was the worst to me, was late game execution. I would say the defense overall was ugly, but especially the run defense. I am very aware at how good Jonathan Taylor is. I'm very aware at how good guys like Quentin Nelson are on the offensive line. I am highly unaware of the Broncos' ability to be that bad at negating it. Jonathan Taylor, he averaged 6.6 yards a carry on 25 carries, and it felt like it. Yes, he busted off a big run for almost 70 yards. But it felt like all day was just a steady diet over and over again of Jonathan Taylor punching you in the mouth. Special teams, incredibly ugly. Missed field goal at the end. The block team having the penalty late in the game, like those are just like, that cannot happen. And Will Lutz, who was very, very reliable last year, to see him miss a kick like that was kind of jarring. I mean, somebody had 31 of 34 kicks last season. He was 5 of 7 beyond 50 yards. Seeing him miss a kick was totally out of character, but happens at the absolute worst moment. And then finally, the last ugly we have on here. Alex Singleton was just atrociously bad in that game. Like, he was beaten over and over and over again in the pass game. Like, you want to hear a stat that's mind-blowing? So, Pat Surtain, I don't think was listed on the stat sheet last week. Like, I don't think he had anything. He didn't have a tackle. He had 1 pass defended. That was it. Do you know who led the Broncos in tackles this last game? Take a guess off the top of your head. Pat Surtain. He had 11. The only way a corner has 11 tackles is if he's giving up catches and making the tackle afterwards. It's the only way that happens. There's no corner that's coming into run fit and making a tackle in between the interior defensive line. Like, that, they aren't coming from there. But Alex Singleton, over and over again, got beaten in the pass game. And, like, I think this is the first sort of wake-up call of, like, hey, Greenlaw, get your bleeping quad ready because we need you. It was just a whole bunch of things that felt super out of character. It was like watching a different football game, or a different football team, I should say. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Texter says, not only was Singleton bad, he had horrible play recognition. When Taylor motioned out, he was late to see it, and it turned into a huge catch and run because he didn't watch his man. Yeah, talking about that screen pass, or the swing pass. I mean, there's a couple of plays, well, more than a couple. If you just talk about pure explosives, Tyler Warren had a 41-yard catch. Alec Pierce had a 44-yard catch. Jonathan Taylor had a 43-yard catch. Jonathan Taylor had a 68-yard run. Like, it was over and over and over again. They were hitting you with big plays. Which, again, didn't have it on my bingo card. Another text coming through. Will Lutz costs us another game. Reliable last year. Remember KC? He has cost the Broncos at least one game in each of his 3 years here. I do recall Kansas City last year. I think we would all kind of acknowledge that kick in particular. Nelly, do you remember who was the guy who was on the line that did the fall over thing last year? And it got super highlighted when that kick got blocked in KC. Because I don't think we were talking about Will Lutz needs to do something different. It was that offensive lineman that just kind of like, his strategy was to fall over and take people with him. And I can't remember who that guy was. We all kind of put it on that, not Lutz. Now, Lutz, I think in his first year, you're right. He missed an extra point or something like that in that first week. I do remember something like that. But I'm not putting the KC kick last year on him. Forsyth. Was it Forsyth? Wait.
Yeah,
Was it
Alex Forsyth. That's
yes.
right.
So, I'm not putting that on him, but yes, I mean, Will Lutz should not be missing kicks from the 24-yard line. Those should be automatic for a guy like him, especially when it's like it felt like it could close the game. But there's a lot that you got to break down with these guys. We'll get to some audio later from Sean Payton and Bo Nix postgame. But the defense had to step up at the end of the game, and they did. They had to step up at any point in the game. You know, did they get a couple of stops here and there? Yeah, I guess. But the first 3 possessions from the Colts all resulted in scores. You got a turnover on downs, which, to their credit, huge plays. Did that twice. But for the most part, it was kind of a repeat from last week. Give the Colts credit. When they stepped foot on the field, they were likely coming away with some sort of score, whether that was field goals or a touchdown or whatever. You know what the Colts didn't do again for the second straight week? Punt. Their punter currently has the same amount of punts this season as I do through 2 weeks, which is really impressive. Like, the only drives that didn't result in scores were 2 turnover on downs and a kneel down at the end of the half. So, that's one that you got to start to figure out now, because you need to have something that you can rely upon as this year progresses. And in the AFC West division, Sean Payton expended a whole bunch of resources this offseason when we all thought that the offense needed to get better. Go out and find yourself a wide receiver. Get yourself a running back. Find a tight end. Do this, do that. The first 3 moves that he made, major moves, were getting a safety, a linebacker, and a corner. He doubled down on what was already your strength from last year. And to have that performance against this team is really disappointing. Because now you look ahead, you got the Chargers coming up, and you say, well, can we rely on the defense to keep Justin Herbert in check or not? Talk a lot more about this with Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning, as you'll break down everything that's happening around the NFL along with the Broncos game. Joe Burrow goes down with an injury yesterday. He's got turf toe and might need surgery, which will turn that into what Schefter is reporting as a 3-month injury minimum. Turf toe is absolutely the wrong injury to call something that's as serious as that. It makes you sound like a baby. What does he have? Turf toe. There's got to be a worse word. Has to be. But he'll break down a whole bunch of that with us at 9 o'clock this morning. It is a Rally House Football Monday. So a whole bunch to get to. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So get back to the Broncos in a little bit. I got some stuff from around the NFL I want to get to. I also want to talk about Friday in the Buffs game. And there's a real issue in Boulder. And the issue is this. I'm gonna give you guys a challenge heading into break. What do the Buffs do well? This is year 3 for your head coach. Yes, there's roster turnover. There's that everywhere. What do they do well? We'll get to it next. All right, so I asked you a question. What does CU do well? And the reason why I asked that is because I feel like I'm fighting this it's not an actual argument. It's like I'm fighting this narrative that some people think still exists in college football, and I don't buy it anymore. I don't. Change is tough. You lose good players, it's difficult to replace them. That is acknowledged. It is for every team. Now, especially harder for teams like CU because they aren't Alabama or Georgia or Ohio State or any of these teams. They can lose a starting quarterback that wins a national title and then bring somebody else in who's just as good. And it's a lot harder for teams that are sort of a few tiers down from that to replace Travis Hunter or replace Shadur Sanders. That part I fully acknowledge. But you need to expect something. You know, and I got this at the end of the show on Friday, and this is the one that really drives me nuts. When I bring up Deion Sanders and the money that he makes, I have this faction of people that tell me, stop worrying about the cash. Do you know how much money he brings in for the university? My answer is yes. I am well aware. Here's my follow-up question to you, though. Why do you care about that? I don't see money. I don't get any of the money that CU's bringing in with Deion there. I just want results. I want wins. I want to be competitive. I want college football in this town, in this state, to be something that you're proud of. Because there's few things better than a really good college football team from a community sense. And we're in year 3 of Deion, and 3 games into the season, they're 1-2, haven't looked good in any of the 3 games, and just got their doors blown off by what feels like a mediocre to bad Big 12 team. So what do I do with that? What do I do? Because I'll tell you what the problem is. You want to say it's a transition year or something, fine. It looked a lot like Carl Durrell from a few years ago. Even Deion couldn't believe it. Listen to him in the postgame.
Wasn't good. I'm lost for words. I just spoke to the team on several thoughts that came to mind. As no one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had, with the meetings that we had, for the film study and the preparation that we had. No one could have told me that it was going to turn out like this. But, oh, Lord, thank you. Thanking God for not allowing me to say what I wanted to say.
I'm just going to be honest here. Is anybody truly shocked by the result? It's been 3 straight years of you have been dominated up front on both sides of the football every week. Now, you've had guys like Shadur and Travis Hunter that can make insane plays, that can sort of bail you out and mask the issues. But why did you lose? You were dominated physically. Is that a surprise? And here's, I guess, sort of my beef. I've just kind of accepted the fact that maybe the style of football that they're trying to run, first of all, it feels incompatible with the conference they play in. The best teams in this conference typically, no, it's not a guarantee this year with some teams being really bad and some other teams being better than maybe you expect. But the teams that are competitive for the Big 12, your Iowa States, your Utahs, your, most of the time, Kansas State, certainly not this year, Kansas States, Arizona State. What do they do with their core? When you play that team, you're in for what? You're in for kind of a slugfest, man. Didn't used to be that way in the Big 12. Big 12 for a few years had that, everybody spread them out, 5 wide, Final score is 57-48, sort of, and it's just the best teams in this conference don't play that way. And when you're trying to do the opposite of that, and you're basically acknowledging before the game starts that they're more physical than you, you're probably going to lose. And so I think philosophically, it's a bad matchup. But more than that, and here's my main problem. I don't think anybody would confuse Deion or this coaching staff as, elite X's and O's group. Like, there are a lot of, former players, super motivational, they have assets, don't get me wrong. But if you're going to get into a mad scientist battle where who can draw up the best plays and the best scheme, I don't think that that's what CU has. Certainly not on offense. Under Shermer, that hasn't been the case. So what do you need more than anything else? And what is the greatest asset that Deion has? Go ahead, class. Anybody throw out the answer. What's the greatest asset of Deion?
His magnetic personality.
Which in turn brings what?
All the milkshakes to the yard, as Vic Lombardi would say. He brings
talent, right?
He brings eyeballs and exposure and talent and rappers and
but I
anybody.
Think all of that boils down to it helps your recruiting efforts, and recruiting is what Deion does best. Let me ask you a question. Who do you consider through 3 games an all Big 12 player? That's the problem I have. If the scheme and all that stuff is it's subpar to what the rest of the conference is, fine. But if that's the case, you need to be able to have the talent to overcome it. The talented players that have been on this roster, and there's been a few, there's been Xavier Weavers and guys like that. I know, I'm well aware. But difference-making talented players were the guys that have been with Deion his entire coaching career. It was his son, and it was Travis Hunter. Those are the two. Now, I was sold that Deion is an expert at this. I need to see some. I need it. If this is what you're hanging your hat on, it's the same sort of discussion with the Broncos. If the identity of your team is built around we are a very, very effective defense that is going to suffocate you and just hope our offense does enough. If that's the case, then you need to be great at the thing you're selling people on. We were not excited when Deion came here because Deion is a schematic genius in football. We were sold that Deion is a, pardon the pun, prime recruiter.
Schematically.
And I'm down with it. The problem is I don't see a lot of it. And that's what's scaring me right now is the most talented players you've had, the guys you get excited about, were the guys that were just kind of linked arm in arm with him when he got here. And he was, to his credit, very much ahead of the curve about the transfer portal. Very much ahead of it. But now all the other teams are doing it. And has that taken away the one sort of loophole you found into really swinging talent your way? I'm nervous right now. Again, I'm one of these freaks that think if you're a year 3 coach that you should have some standards that you need to adhere to. That there isn't just if they win 3 games, it doesn't really matter because they lost Shadur and Travis Hunter. I don't buy into that. I still need results because this is going to be every year of college football. You're going to be cycling through different guys. It's going to happen.
By the way, something that caught my attention, Chris on the text line noticed it as well. So here was a cut from a snippet of that answer we just played from Deion.
No one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had.
Does that verbiage remind you of someone from this town's past?
Yes.
It's puzzling because, we're having great weeks of work.
Well, it's not really a past. He's back.
Yeah, but back then he was, that part of Vance Joseph's past needs to stay in the past. His present can stay.
Hey, to be fair, no one could have told me that the Broncos defense was going to look the way it was yesterday.
Paxton's Paxton.
So I think that if anybody, maybe Vance Joseph could have dusted that one off when had no idea that was coming. Like, he could have done that.
We had a great week of work. We had our best Wednesday of the year.
Because I didn't think so either. The thing about CU now is, here's where it gets a little bit scary. Do you put Juju in and just say, to hell with it? Because I almost feel like if you're doing that, it's an acknowledgement that you know the season's kind of over, which is also freaky. So they're in a very, very odd place. A lot more to get to with college football overall. We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. Or I'm sorry, watch the show on Twitch. Goodness gracious. You can also listen on the app, but watch on Twitch. It's the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. I'm going to make it, I promise. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Broncos L. Thank you, Nelly. Took me a minute, but we got there. Broncos take the L. Buffs take the L. A lot happening in the NFL and college football over the weekend. It is a Rally House Football Monday. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
a huge. Oh my goodness. That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrader. It's good, and the Colts have won.
CBS on the call. I know a lot of people have been discussing the, quote, leverage penalty on the 60-yarder. That's fine. I think it should be acknowledged. You might hate the rule, whatever. I get it. My issue's this, boys. You know, there's a theme to great football teams in the NFL. It's part of the reason why the Chiefs, when everybody thought, they don't look that good last year, and they won 15 games, what did they do? End of the game, they executed. They made the plays, and you didn't. And that's very, very concerning because it felt like you had that game the whole way until you just threw it over to the Colts.
Got to learn how to finish, boys. Got to learn how to finish. And I tell you, I have felt sports pain before, but the kind of pain I felt this weekend on back-to-back nights watching football may be unprecedented.
Yeah.
My son is with me. He's visiting. And I told him Saturday night while watching the Notre Dame game when they fumbled the snap on the go-ahead extra point, I said, you watch. Notre Dame's going to lose.
Shout out your beautiful baby boy.
Yes. I said, beautiful baby boy's just sleeping right now. I said, Notre Dame's going to lose this game by a point. Watch. They did. All right, pain. Yesterday, we're watching the Broncos game via FaceTime because we don't get it here. And I said, as soon as Will Lutz boinked that kick, I said, you watch. The Broncos are going to lose this game by a point. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unprecedented. Back-to-back, heartbreaking pain.
That's it.
Go ahead, Moshe.
I just look at the end of that game, and again, it's my Titanic analogy, right? The Titanic didn't sink because it hit an iceberg. I mean, it did, but so many things had to take place along the way, including the building materials, the way it was designed, blah, 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 until it finally sank. I don't want to say that any one thing killed the Broncos yesterday in that fourth quarter, but they did a lot of dumb things. They did a lot of things that they did a lot of things that you would not expect out of this football team.
Yeah.
Out of this quarterback. I mean, they make the field goal, everything else is moot. You don't throw a pick, everything else is moot. Hey, you don't leverage, everything else is moot. All these different things, man, they all added up to a loss. And again, guys, when I talk about the AFC West and I talk about the AFC as a whole, you can't afford even a single loss to a team like you. You need to beat teams like you or a little bit below you because you have a whole hell of a lot of teams coming up on the schedule who are better than you. Okay? So, and again, Vic, I don't want to get too far out over my skis. And Brett, I know that you said the other day you don't even know what that means because you don't ski. You got a big break with the Bengals losing Joe Burrow. Big break. Man, but you got the Chargers and the Eagles bookending that particular game. And what are you going to be, 2-3? I mean, that's not good, man. It's just not good.
Moj, if Danny Dimes looks like the second coming of Joe Montana against you, imagine what Justin Herbert is going to look like. That's what scared me. And you referenced the mistakes, all right, not being able to finish. I counted 6 glaring mistakes in the final 6 minutes of the game that cost you the game. Number 1, Bo pick while you're in field goal range. Could have cut pushed the lead to 6. Could have pushed it at that time to 9. All right. Then the after that, the delay of game by J.K. Dobbins.
Vic, can I stop you right there? Can I stop you right there? Because in my mind, I'm like, they at least got a 6-point lead. You're going to force the Colts to go all the way down the field and score a touchdown to try to win this thing. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, I know things have gone a little bit sideways, but you got this. That was going on in my head, Vic.
Yeah, you can't turn it over when you've got the ball. The defense just held on 4th down. You've got the ball marching in their area, a chip shot field goal, which we've come to find out there's no chip shots anymore. You've got a field goal opportunity. You cannot turn it over there. I don't care. You cannot turn it over there. You have to be more diligent. That's a mistake number one. Then the J.K. Dobbins, I don't know what that was. Those stupid calls after plays, I can't get them. The face mask by Troutman. Now all of a sudden you're pushed way back. The Lutz miss, I don't have to tell you about that. Then Indy gets the ball back, and of all people, on 3rd and 6, Indy's 3rd and 6, PS2 gets beaten underneath coverage, right? Pierce ends up with the ball. Yes, PS2 doesn't get beaten. He got beaten last night. He got beaten in that game.
Oh, go ahead.
And then the last one, of course, the personal foul leveraging. I mean, 6 glaring mistakes in the final 6 minutes of the game.
You guys want to hear the most insane stat ever? 6.5 minutes into this show. Who was the Broncos' leading tackler yesterday?
Patrick Surtain.
That's weird.
Yeah, it was. Was it Pat Surtain?
Bro,
yeah, he had double digits.
He had 11 tackles, which if you're a corner with double-digit tackles, it means one thing. You got beat a lot. A lot.
Linebackers got, I don't know what to say about the linebackers because
Singleton,
Tyler Warren made them look foolish.
I like Alex Singleton. I think he's an effort guy. He got his ass kicked yesterday for 4 straight quarters. He was just chasing everything, chasing Tyler Warren, chasing guys in coverage, chasing Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield, like that swing pass that Taylor took for about 45 yards. He was late to recognize the motion. Like, a lot of problems with him yesterday.
There were some communication breakdowns. It's hard to tell unless you go back, look at the tape, and ask the DC what was set up on that play. Were they communication mistakes or were they player personnel mistakes that just got beat? I don't know. All I know is we saw something out of the Broncos defense yesterday. This is supposed to be the best defense in the NFL. Everybody keeps saying it. Hell, we said it, right? If you're the best defense in the NFL, you cannot give up 400-plus yards. You cannot give up 300-plus passing yards to Danny Dimes and 165 rushing yards to one running back. Are you kidding me?
Hang on,
they
Moshe.
didn't punt.
Moshe, hang on. I got to do hand up. Admit your mistakes, okay? I made a declaration on Friday that Danny Dimes and all of that was going to be dead come Monday.
You did. You were really
entirely incorrect.
You almost came across as a
snotty.
jerk about
snotty.
It. You really were.
Snotty.
Listen.
Yeah, it was snotty is what it was.
Did you guys hear, and we'll get to the Buffs.
Not even snooty. Not snooty, okay? Snotty.
We'll get to the Buffs.
Snouty.
We'll get to the
snouty.
Okay,
yeah,
got
snout,
it.
Like pig
got
snouty.
It. Yes.
Big old pig snout.
We'll get to the Buffs later. We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. Deion, what he said after the game, where he goes, what was it again, Nelly? There's no way I could have envisioned this game playing out the way that it played out and blah, blah, blah. That was me yesterday. Like, I'm in the middle of the fourth quarter watching this game, and I'm like, you could have had me play this game in my head 100 times. I would not have envisioned a shootout between these two teams. You know what I mean? Where it's just back and forth, not a lot of punts in the game, big plays being made. Think about the explosives that the Colts had. This is just ripping from the box score. They had a 41-yard pass to Tyler Warren. They had a 44-yard pass to Alec Pierce. They had a 43-yard pass to Jonathan Taylor, a 68-yard run by Jonathan Taylor. Could you ever imagine 4 plays going over 40 yards against this defense?
Those are communication breakdowns.
They are. This defense, though, guys, this defense doesn't get gashed a lot, okay? There's not a whole lot of gashing that goes on for big old chunks at a time, right? Big old pieces of whale blubber. Arr! It doesn't happen to this defense, and it did. So that's a cause for concern. Because, again, maybe we'll get to the end of the season, boys, and go, you know what? The Colts are a damn fine offensive football team. Danny Dimes is the comeback player of the year. We may get there, week 16 and go, damn, look back at this whole season in the Colts. Right now, I don't believe that. And they got gashed. I mean, for the second week in a row, the damn Colts didn't punt the football. The punter is stealing money. He's sitting eating hot dogs on the sideline and nachos, and he's stealing money. What?
Moj, it's the first time in the Super Bowl era that a team has opened the first 2 games of a season without attempting a punt. Do you know how long the Super Bowl era is? How many Super Bowls are we at?
More than I've been alive. Yeah, more than 59. I've been alive.
More than our age. It's the first time. It's older than us. We finally found a stat that's older than me and Moj.
Thank
about
God.
That.
Praise Jesus.
We need a sound
Good
effect.
Lord.
If we get to a stat that is older than Moj and myself, there's got to be an accompanied sound effect with that. That's unbelievable.
Well,
when you outage us.
Go to a history book.
How about this?
There you go.
Maple Leafs haven't won a Stanley Cup in my lifetime, so that's also good. I mean, I got a couple things going for me.
You know what's really concerning to me? And, God, it was like two things hit me really hard this weekend in watching both the Buffs and the Broncos because they both had one thing that really just slapped me across the face. This is one with the Broncos, and I'm legit kind of concerned about it. Their late game execution is so bad. Guys, how many times did they try and give the game to Tennessee last week? And Tennessee was just so bad they couldn't take it.
Yeah.
I mean, that was it. We mentioned it, Moj. We said if they played like 29 other teams in the league outside the Titans, they were going to lose that game last week. And they did the same thing this week.
They played their worst football in the most important time of the game, the fourth quarter. They played their worst. Think about that. Think about the second half. What'd they have at halftime? 21 points? What'd they have at that?
And then they came out.
21,
they came out in the second half, got a touchdown their first drive, didn't score again.
Exactly. And you're thinking at that point, the way they're moving the ball, you're like, okay, they're not going to be stopped today. They're too good. I mean, the game plan is too good for Indy. They can't be stopped. And then everything came to a screeching halt. I mean, because of little mistakes that add up. And if you don't fix those things, and I don't know where they emanate, how they start, but every excuse in the book, you can't do that. Your defense can't get gashed like that. This is supposed to be a championship defense, and you made the Indy Colts look like Peyton Manning's Colts. They did.
It's just
you can't get gashed like that.
Yeah, Brett, let me go back to what you said and raise my hand. I kept warning you. I'm like, man, maybe Danny Dimes is back, or maybe we had Schefter tell us last Monday that, hey, look, man, I had a couple guys that I trust highly in this league say they want Danny Dimes right now, that you can win with that guy. Look, I didn't think they would do this to the tune of 29 points. I couldn't have envisioned that. Yeah. I mean, I had them in the high teens, okay? I predicted on Friday 20-17. I thought that's the way it would play out. I mean, there's no way that Broncos defense got beat up that way by that Colts offense for big plays. And Jonathan Taylor, man, say what you will, dude, he ran the ball like a stud. And the Broncos are going to have to find a way to stop that. They're going to have to find a way.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, please.
I got to ask you both a question, Moj. And answer, if you think I'm an idiot for asking this question, feel free. I mean, we've called each other idiots before. I tweeted at halftime. I said, okay, this game's weird. I said, the better quarterback is going to lead his team to victory in this game. Whoever the better quarterback is going to win this game.
I saw
Colts
that.
Won.
I saw that.
Danny Dimes actually rallied his team. Does that mean Danny Dimes is better than Bo Nix? I'm asking you guys. I'm asking you guys if that's a dumb question, and I need an answer to my dumb question.
Well, I'll answer it this way, Vic. The amount of times in the almost 7 years that I've been here that at this juncture of a Monday show, I've said the defense did their job, the offense couldn't back them up. I don't know how many times I've done the opposite, but today's one of those days. I thought the offense was pretty good. Yes, they had to get a score late in that game, but the offense played well. And I thought Nix played well. Had the tipped pass at the line that ended up in the interception. Can't have that happen in that moment. All that's understood. But I think about it this way. Bo Nix led his team down the field for a chip shot field goal that was missed by the kicker. And that changes a lot of stuff.
If he makes the field goal, are you sure? Hey, hold on a second, because I keep hearing this argument that if they make the field goal, they win. They make the field goal, they're up by 6, last I checked, right?
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think that the Broncos hold and win that game? There's still plenty of time.
Yeah.
What makes you think? What?
I felt really good, though, Vic. Before the kick, I felt good. Okay? I'm just telling you how I felt in my heart of hearts.
You felt good, but there are no assurances. See, you guys are making assumptions, not assurances.
The Colts didn't score a touchdown in the second half.
Great. You're right. But when you're in a must-score situation, how do you react? the Broncos were in a must-stop situation. Correct?
Yes, and they, in fairness, they held him to a 60-yard field goal. They had 3 minutes to drive into field goal range.
But stop about that, too. Stop about that, because that tore.
Yes, Shane Steichen was idiotic at the. What was he doing?
Okay, well, hang on to this. We'll get to
we
it
have
in a second.
Lot of time. Hey,
Moser,
you know what?
And
we're putting all the blame on. We're putting all the blame on the defense. I have one major criticism for the offense that I'm going to give you when we come back to.
We'll do it next.
Hey, listen, summertime is winding down, but you want to be good all year round. You want to feel like yourself. Guys, do you have brain fog? Do you have decreased energy? Do you have unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns, maybe even a low sex drive? That's no way to live as you're getting older, man. Get back to feeling like you, because I was dealing with low testosterone. I didn't even realize what that was. My doc said, yeah, you're getting a little bit older. I said, I got to do something about it. So I went to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and they have really hooked me up. Feel your best, rested, sharp, full of energy. Guys start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year in your early to mid-30s, and before you know it, you're like, wow, I'm just not the same. So do yourself a favor. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900. They are total experts. They've got 5 locations up and down the Front Range. Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs, including in Castle Rock if you're on the south side. It's new, it's revamped, and it looks good. And they are pros, and they are going to help you. They'll draw your blood. Takes 30 minutes to figure out what's going on. Maybe that's not your issue, but maybe it is. Again, the number is 720-440-7900, or go online. See all the things that they do at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your entire dude engine can get a tune-up. It's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If I'm wrong, Nelly, put this on the Mojis for worst prediction. Danny Dimes ends this weekend with this whole look out, this guy's going to be, I don't buy this for a second.
No. You got to start that by saying, write it down, hell record it.
Write it down, hell record this. Danny Dimes' reclamation project will be dead after they play the Broncos in week 2.
You can write this down, hell, record this.
After what Schefter told you on Monday, that's a heck of a statement, buddy.
Okay. Look,
heck of a statement.
Moj, because the New Orleans Saints were sniffing around the Daniel Jones bargain bin doesn't convince me that teams believe he's good.
Jesus, good Lord almighty. I mean, Jesus, good Lord, save us. Kaner, man, it's only week 2. You can't get into that kind of... You can stick to it all season long. The mother trucker just balled out.
I'm gonna stick to what I said. No, I mean, look, I'm wrong. He lit you up. I don't know what to say. I'm shocked.
23 of 34, 316 yards, average 9.3 per attempt, a touchdown, no picks, engineered the game-winning drive. He did everything that you said he wouldn't. He beat the Broncos defense. He didn't just beat the Broncos defense. He gouged the Broncos defense. Yep. And he did it, so did Jonathan Taylor, with the likes of a rookie, Tyler Warren. He did it with Alec Pierce, who had 4 catches for 68 yards, Josh Downs, and Michael Pittman, we know is a proven receiver. Look at the guys he did it with. I don't know what else to say. Danny Dimes was the best quarterback on the field yesterday. Is that an accurate assessment? Is that accurate?
I don't know. I don't know that he was the best. I mean, I think Bo Nix played pretty damn good outside that silly pick. Although, I'll tell you what does concern me. Let me tell you what concerns me, though, Vic.
He played great, Moshe. It doesn't change the argument.
He did. But let me explain. The Knicks, I mean, it was better than 4.4 yards per pass, but he averaged 6.9 yesterday, which isn't terrible by any means. But the other guy's averaging more than you, almost 10 per. So it's like, golly, man, I don't know. I guess it would be easy for me on this money just to sit here and nitpick a lot of different things about yesterday. If they don't, any of those 6 things, Vic, that you pointed out in the final 6 minutes of that game, if even one, I mean, all of those don't happen, you win the game. Or any one of those don't happen, you win the football game.
You know, I mentioned before the break, this loss is on the Broncos defense. We can all agree that the defense carries the bulk of the blame. I know everyone's going to look at the leverage play at the end, and that clearly makes the headlines. But the fundamental reason you lost this game is you could not stop the Indy offense. Now, you stopped them in the red zone. You did a great job in the red zone. But at the end of the day, they scored 1 more point than you did, so you didn't stop them enough. Is that correct?
Sure.
Are we good there?
Yep.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay. Having said that, I want to ask you guys this. You're facing a secondary that's missing a starting corner and a backup corner. You're down 2 defensive backs. Where was Cortland Sutton?
I don't know.
Where was Evan Engram?
I don't know.
Where was Evan Engram? Evan Engram, where was he?
He was targeted twice, Vic. He had 1 catch. He was targeted twice. I don't know if he was totally not healthy, but his catch didn't even occur till late in the game. I don't know where Cortland Sutton was. He had 1 catch for 6 yards, dude. That's impossible. You can't have that.
Now Franklin had a big day.
Franklin had 8.
Yeah, Franklin had a big day.
8 catches.
Mm-hmm. But I'm with you, Vic. I think that the Sutton thing is just, that's really weird because he's your best player on offense. You got to find a way to get him the football, and there can't be games in which he's just unused. The Ingram thing is actually frustrating. You've been begging for a tight end here forever. He miraculously is healthy and able to play in a week that you thought he was going to be sidelined at least this week and probably more when the injury first happened. So he's healthy. And he gets 2 targets? I was in the 3rd quarter of that game, I'm like, I swear I've seen Ingram on the field, but how the hell would I know? You know what I mean?
He was invisible. 2 targets, 1 catch. The 1 target was the ball that was thrown straight to the turf on a 3rd down. Didn't even come close. I mean, again, offensively, it's hard for me to get angry because if I had told you before the game that the Broncos manufactured 28 points, the offense scores 28, you're thinking that's a dub. right? On the road,
Sure.
28 points.
Mhm.
That should be plenty.
Yeah.
You score
Should be
28
plenty.
points on the road in the National Football League, you should come home with the W.
With this
that
defense?
should be enough.
Yeah.
Yes. If I told you before the game the Broncos scored 28, all of you, everywhere, you're thinking that's a dub, 2-0, let's go. Nobody thought you lose when you score 28. So let's
Big
put that
time
out
win.
there. But they left points on the board. And in close games, that all matters. They could have easily scored 40 in that game. 40.
Yeah. Rally House Football Monday, and we're breaking down all of the Broncos game. We'll get to the Buffs in a bit, around the NFL, around college football. Schefter's going to join us at 9 o'clock. You know, the big things that come out of this game, at least for me, the concerns that you have, I don't think I'm concerned about the defense. It was just very weird. It was weird to watch that. You know, again, it's a game in which if you played it 1,000 times, I didn't think it would look like that once, where it was just them getting gashed and lit up.
Yeah, I couldn't envision that either, Brett, but maybe you got to give the Colts a little bit of credit, man.
Oh, sure.
And I'll tell you what it was for me. I was startled by it, okay? I'm not blown away. I'm not, oh, my God, I'm not freaking hiding in bunkers and whatnot. But I was startled at how well they were able to move the ball. I mean, Taylor ran for 165 yards on you, dude. Mm-hmm. When was the last time you ran for 165 on anything? Period. A single guy, right? Yeah. I mean, here's the problem, guys, is we're seeing stuff out of other teams that we don't see around our joint, okay? That's all I'm asking. I look at, and this is probably a bad example, but you see what Russell Wilson did yesterday? I mean, God bless him. But you had two guys in the mid 100s in receiving yards. Stafford spread the ball all over to his guys, man. You got multiple guys with 80-plus yard receiving. And again, Vic, you're right. They did enough to win the dang game, but I'm like, where's ours? Okay, where's ours on the offensive side? And then on the defensive side, that's supposed to be your rock. And Danny Dimes and Jonathan Taylor are lighting you up like a Christmas tree?
Well, here's what's different. What's different to me is, the Broncos last year led the league in pressures, and I think it was sacks, too. If not, they were like second. But I think it was pressures and sacks last year. Daniel Jones was not pressured yesterday. There was nothing on him.
Where it was. You're right. They blitzed him once, and they got to him when they blitzed him, right? They got to him when they blitzed. I don't know. Benito almost had him on that 3rd and 6.
Yep.
The play that put them essentially in field goal range. He was
could have ended the
almost
game
there. Exactly. And I thought he was going to get there just as he was winding up, cause a fumble, right, one of those plays. But he missed him. He missed him by a split second. And the fact that they could not apply pressure on Danny Dimes with just a 4-man rush, and that's all they did, that tells you the Indy offensive line is pretty darn good, huh?
Well, Quentin Nelson certainly is. I mean, I know that numbers get skewed with big runs and what's the average per carry and blah, blah, blah. So Jonathan Taylor was 6.6 yards per carry. It felt like it. Mm-hmm. It felt like every time he touched the football, he got about 7 yards. You know what I mean? Like, that's not some sort of statistical anomaly. Like when R.J. Harvey had 6 carries for 70 yards last week, and he had the 50-yarder that kind of, like, tipped the numbers a little bit. It wasn't like that. Like, Jonathan Taylor was getting whatever he wanted.
Taylor was also a faller forwarder kind of guy. He lowers that shoulder and he gets that extra even half yard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he just is. He's a little bulldog back there. I mean, little, but listen.
Those are games.
It's just. I guess. It's. I'm sitting here today, boys. It's just disappointing. I was startled that the Colts were able to do that, and it's a disappointing loss because you can't afford these. You can't. Not in the AFC. Not in the AFC.
Startled is an accurate word. It's also frustrated because those are games when you lose games that you had won. I mean, you snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, I guess. When you have a game that you win, that you should have won, and you go back
other way
what's
around.
That?
The other
snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. There you go.
Yeah, good point. When you go back at the end of the season and you assess why are we the 6th seed in the playoffs rather than the 3 seed or the 4 seed, it's games like that, right? It's games like that, and that's why I'd rather lose. I don't know about you guys. I've said this before. I'd rather lose 28-14 and just stuff wasn't working and whatever than lose that way. Because losing that way, the way the Broncos did, it hurts because execution at the end of games. And Brett, you said it. The Broncos lately in the last, they are not executing properly to close out these games, and that's troublesome to me. That really worries me a little bit.
Let me also say this. You better hope the damn Colts win the division, okay? Because if it comes down to it, and say what you will, their division's weak overall. If it comes down to it, all of a sudden the Colts have a tiebreaker against you, man.
Yeah.
Right? They are all of a sudden they've got the head-to-head against you. And if we're talking about 2 10-7 football teams, I don't know. It just this is a game, and I went into it on Friday thinking I was uneasy about it. I predicted the Broncos win, but you can't lose this one. I mean, every single dang win is valuable. Every single one.
Kane, most NFL games are decided by 6 points or less, right? They're decided by I think the number's even smaller than that. So most are decided by one possession. The Denver Broncos, before they can make that next trip, that next stage, before they get there, they got to learn how to win those games.
Yep.
Those games. The one possession, let's just get it done. I mean, it was in Kansas City a year ago when a horrible mistake made by special teams on the field goal cost them a game they should have won. The same damn thing a year later.
Yeah.
The same damn thing. Is that coaching? Did you hear DeAndre Tillman after the game? DeAndre Tillman said after the game, yeah, my mistake. You know, we were coached to do a certain thing on that play. They coached up a play. What's the play? The guy's attempting a 60-yard kick. Why are we spazzing out? Why is everybody spazzing out like you're going to get to the ball? Everybody's spazzing through. It's 60 yards. The guy's long. He's in the 50s. He's never made a 60-yarder. What's
He's
the play?
The guy's a baby. The guy's a baby.
What are we doing?
He never kicked a 60-yarder. Come on, man.
What the hell's the play? Why do the coaches all think that they have a play? Watch this play. What play? What play?
Don't touch the center. Yeah, don't touch the center. And B, don't leap off a dude. Just don't do it on a 60-yard field goal, man. This ain't a 30-yard chippy.
Doesn't it remind you of last year during that KC game where it was like when Forsyth was falling down on the field goal block unit and it was like, or field goals unit, and it was like, well, we kind of coach him to do that, and we aren't going to do that anymore. It's like, why are you coaching him not to block but just fall down? That seems like an odd decision.
It cost the special teams coaches, both of them, their jobs.
Yeah.
It did.
Can I, just for the last couple of minutes, because I think most people are going to disagree with me on this, but can I pick a nit here at the end of the game and ask you guys if you were confused like I was? Now, I understand what he's trying to do, but I felt like it was too early. When Payton started calling the timeouts right out of the 2-minute warning and the Colts were at their own 45-yard line, that felt like an odd time to do it to me. Because you want to use the timeouts to obviously give your offense time in case they get a field goal. I get that part of it. But when they're at their own 45, they're still kind of in panic mode. And I would like to at least allow yourself, if they pick up a first down to get into field goal range, then you use them as opposed to immediately. Because what happened was they got a first down, and then they were like, all right, bleed clock, and we'll have the last play of the game. Does that make sense, what I'm getting at here? I know it's a little thing, but I was very confused at the timing of when to use that.
You know what?
I think those are iffy. I think, to me, those are iffy. 6 one way, half dozen the other, depending on how the game works out. That's how I feel.
Do you understand the point that I'm getting at, though?
I completely understand what you're saying.
Okay.
I did.
Shane Steichen didn't do himself any favors either at the end.
What was he doing?
What is that? What? Yeah, let's just go for 60. Our guys never hit anything above. What was his long? What was his career
59.
long?
It was 59. 60. I think it was 59.
But they had more time.
You know what it felt like? No. You know what it felt like? Remember Hackett, first game of his career, where he's like, no, we'll settle for the 65-yard or whatever for McManus. You're like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Oh, we just want to challenge ourselves.
I'm watching that final drive, and they're going down, and all of a sudden they're like, nah, I'll tell you what we're going to do.
Oh, never mind. No. Hang on. I got this way wrong.
What?
His career long's like 48.
Excuse me?
But he hit a 59-yarder in practice before the game.
Okay, that's what the 59 came from. His long was 48.
Yeah. You know what, man?
But, dude, the Colts did the Broncos a favor. I'm going to credit the defense, though, Vic, but they're marching down the field, and they just decide to go, let's bleed some clock and run. I mean, they did the Broncos a hell of a favor there. I know they didn't want to give the ball back, even if they scored a touchdown, but They did him a favor.
So this guy has never hit anything above 50 yards in his NFL career.
Correct.
And the Denver Broncos employed
Probably in his life as a human being.
Okay,
probably in his life.
It was a play because, they call plays on everything. They overcoach everything. The play was whatever the hell that was. Here's what my play would have been. I'd have sat out there with a cig in my mouth going, hey, dude, you've never hit anything over 50. Good luck with this. Let's watch.
Like
hang on.
every dude with their helmet up, just hammered a dart going, go ahead.
Good luck with this, buddy.
So hang on a second.
Go ahead. Have fun.
I got the numbers here. You said in his life, Moj. I went back and I looked at his college numbers. Vic, by the way, he's a domer his last year in college.
Yeah, he was.
His long for his life is 54. He is, in his career, including college, 5 of 12 beyond 50 yards.
There's going to be some nerd who goes back,
well, in high school, he hit a 60-yarder of the 4-H if you...
Rather than just let him, all right, this is
I'm
what
with
you can do,
Vic.
kid. Rather than
I'm
do
with
that,
Vic.
we're employing some torpedo play where we're not telling our dudes, you can't touch this. I mean, hell, I knew that. My beautiful baby boy knew that. You can't touch the snapper. He's a snapper. You can't touch him.
Yeah.
And I know it was a frivolous call. I know after the game, we're like, come on, man, that was soft. It happens on almost every play. The center gets touched by somebody, right? We know that. It had nothing to do with the outcome. We get it. Everybody. End of the day, why even chance it? Why are you touching him? Why are you around him? Stay away from him.
Rally House Football Monday. Got a lot more to get to. We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning. Yes, Moj?
I can't get that vision out of my head. Just dudes out there with their helmets like partially up, just going, go ahead. Drinking one hand.
This one out. What do you
Like
guys do? You guys are going to try to block this? No. We're good. We'll wait for you guys in the locker room. Go ahead and see if you can.
I'm thinking of like Magda from Something About Mary, right? That old lady with a martini in one hand, a dart in the other. Yeah, go ahead. No, wait,
holding a dog, Moj.
Holding a dog, yeah, and just like, go ahead, kid. You got this, huh? It just cracks me up, man. That makes me laugh.
A lot more to get to with the Broncos game in a little bit. I do want to spend some time in the college ranks, and I have a question after the Houston debacle with CU. Can you name anything that the Buffs do well after 3 weeks of their season? We'll get to it next.
See, you're not going to get that kind of operation when you call Dan Caplis Law. You call, you're going to talk to a human being. It won't be representative. Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan Caplis Law wins, used to winning, and winning in record-setting ways. Dan Caplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help today, call him 303-770-5551. You will speak to a human being. 303-770-5551 or hit him up at dancapleslaw.com.
wasn't good. I'm lost for words. I just spoke to the team on several thoughts that came to mind. As no one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had, for the meetings that we had, for the film study and the preparation that we had. No one could have told me that it was going to turn out like this.
It's puzzling because, we're having great weeks of work.
Rally House, Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. So I heard that sort of opening statement from Prime after the game on Friday. And I thought to myself, what exactly is surprising about this? Are you telling me that they walked into a football game and got dominated physically on both the offensive and defensive lines? That's been the theme here for 3 straight years. I mean, Houston, whatever you think of them, they do not look like a good football team, by the way, despite what that result was. Houston looks like a mid to lower tier Big 12 team out of anything. And I'll ask the question again. Through 3 weeks, it's a quarter of the college football season. What does CU do well?
Nothing.
You can't really point to anything, can you?
They have their special teams. Their punting game's nice.
Oh, that's great.
Their punter's good.
That's good. Okay,
their
good.
punter's really good. No, I'm serious.
He's getting a hell of a workout, though, ain't he, Vic? He's the anti-Colts.
I'm going to fight this battle, I think, with a lot of people surrounding this football team. And, I said about the Broncos, one thing kind of slapped me in the face after that Colts game, and it's that late game execution in both this week and last week's game against Tennessee was not good enough. And if Tennessee was a modicum better than the dog butt team that they are, you would have lost. There's one that hit me with CU as well. And I think we've all kind of accepted when Deion got here, Deion has a lot of assets that are really, really good that coaches don't possess. But one of them wasn't like, you didn't think that Deion was coming in to be a schematic genius that would out X's and O's his opposing coaches, right? We all kind of knew that wasn't going to be the case, and that's fine. His bread and butter's what? What's Deion's greatest thing that he has as a coach?
Recruiting.
Exactly
Getting
right.
people in.
You guys tell me right now, how many all Big 12 players look like they're on this roster?
That's an excellent point. I looked around and I'm watching that game, and
I think
what
it's
I thought, Vic?
Seaton's one.
Yeah.
And then
but Jordan Seaton.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
I thought to myself, this team doesn't have any jam. This team doesn't have any oomph.
Look,
I
see
did
the
guys,
last 2 years. They
did.
That's the problem.
They did.
And that's why I said all along, and I said this last week, and I said the week before, when you lose a Heisman Trophy winner and a record-breaking quarterback in your program at the same time, you lose both of them, you're not going to get better. You're going to get worse. You're not going to get better.
But how much? But how much worse? Because this looks like,
and you lost 5 receivers, 4 of which are in the NFL.
But hang on. This is the 3rd year. I'm not asking him to find another Shadur and another Travis Hunter. That would be wildly unfair. And I know that you've heard this before. I'm with you on this, Vic. This isn't Ohio State. This isn't Georgia. This isn't Bama. You just don't find another Travis Hunter the following year because you're Georgia, okay? I understand that. But in year 3, can I find an offensive line that's functionable, that doesn't give up pressures immediately in the pass game, that allows a running game to work? Can I find a defensive line that gets pressure on an opposing quarterback?
Where are the Louis?
Well, that's what I'm asking, Vic. Like, this is year 3. I'm not saying have another Shadur Sanders in your back pocket. That's really hard to find.
Yeah.
Have another Travis Hunter. Really hard to find.
Where are the Louis?
Can we find functional, good players in the positions that matter, though? Because you haven't had that for 3 straight years.
You want to know the irony of this whole situation? You said you were going to bring Louis, which you did. But starting in Houston on Friday night, at your quarterback position wasn't a Louis. It was a Samsonite, and I'm not trying to disrespect Ryan Staub.
Yeah.
But it's a guy who was held over from the previous regime.
I'll give Staub this. Like, obviously, it wasn't a good game for him. Moj, Staub plays his ass off, which I appreciate.
He does.
Like, he really plays hard. That's it. That's all I want to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
Agreed. It's like, and again, it's so easy to mock, but let me do it. it's like you had your Louis and you left him in the hotel room in Incernia at the Grand Europa, right? And you came back to the States and go, hey, man, let me go down to Target and get me, what? And that's, again, that sounds like I'm mocking and it sounds insulting. And in many ways, I'm sure it is.
Well, hey,
but
you know what? We didn't use the word. That was used by the head coach.
You're right. Yeah, but you're not supposed to go on the road to Houston and get your ass kicked, okay?
I mean, they got killed.
Look, I know Houston's 3-0, but it's 36-20. It didn't even feel like it was that close. They couldn't get stops. There's no jam. There's just no playmakers on both sides of the ball. And I again, if you're talking about getting in all these guys and you're a master recruiter and so on, well, maybe they're there, but they ain't coached up. And to answer your question earlier, Kaner, you're right. Nobody thought that he's going to come in and out-scheme anybody, or maybe he could. I mean, I don't know, but that wasn't the expectation. But you surround yourself with good people who can, and it ain't happening right now.
You know, some of the best coaches in that sport are under-the-radar coaches who, work their butt off. They learn the game. They didn't even play the game, a lot of them. They just make their way up the ladder. I'm so tired of everyone in CU thinking, well, look at all the names on his staff. Look at the guys who played the game. Look at the Hall of Fame jackets being worn on his staff. What is that? Who cares? Who cares? At the end of the day, can you coach or
right
in the Hall of Fame and as a player?
Yeah. Let's let Vic reconnect real quick. Let him reconnect, and then we'll get him back on.
He went full alien, didn't he?
But he's right about this though, Moj. Like, I'm watching the post game. He's in the locker room giving a little chat to his team after the loss, and standing right behind him is Terrell Owens. And part of me is like, I don't really know what Terrell Owens is doing there. He's not not part of the staff. But no. I mean, look, is that stuff cool? And again, is that stuff cool in the broader picture of those guys surrounding the program is a really cool thing for like recruits to see and getting talent in? Like, yeah, I think there's certainly a purpose to it.
Okay, fine. But you got to win games too.
But that's it. Like, and I'm not buying this whole thing of like, yes, they had a lot of turnover and blah, blah, blah. I get it. Okay. But it's still year 3 of a $10 million head coach, and you don't have talent on the field, and that's what I was sold on. When people keep telling me, and this drives me nuts. I'm sure it drives you nuts too, because I had this on Friday. It was towards the end of the show. We didn't get back to it. When I bring up the $10 million coach thing, okay, I make a point of emphasis for that for a reason. And everybody comes back with, who want to defend that, saying, do you know how much money he's brought CU? My answer is yes. I'm well aware of the dollars that he's brought in for the university. Here's what I don't get. Any of it. I don't see a dollar of that money, and neither do you. So I want the wins that come along with that. I know why the university loves that stuff and why he's worth $10 million. But I want a coach that is not going to lose to Houston and get your butt kicked in week 3 in year 3. You know what I mean? That's what I'm concerned with.
Let me restate my position. If Coach Prime doesn't win anything ever again, it was still an excellent hire for this program, because I'm going to say that I believe he saved this program from being in purgatory. I watched the Oregon State Beavers and the Wazoo Cougars, and I'm like, they're in no man's land. Man, Washington State is hosting Washington next week. They're going to get destroyed. 2 different conferences now, 2 different planets. He saved the Buffaloes, in my opinion, from that fate, or what could have been that fate. I don't know if he would have. But they better beat Wyoming this weekend, and I think that they will. But Vic, they're not going to. They're going to be dogs against BYU. They're going to be dogs at TCU. They're going to get waxed versus Iowa State at home. They're going to be dogs at Utah. They're going to welcome in Arizona, and who knows what the Wildcats will be at that point. But they're 3-0 overall. West Virginia, Arizona State, K-State, they're going to be dogs in every one of these games, man. Every single one of these games. They're going to have to pull out W's where you didn't expect it. That's just the bottom line.
Kaner, you brought up a good point. In the last couple of years, you can point to select players and say that guy is going to be, all-league, all-conference, all-American, Heisman winner. You could point to players, and outside of Jordan Seaton, I just don't see it. Yeah. I don't have, maybe I don't know enough. Maybe I'm not watching closely enough. But you guys tell me where.
No, as of now, I don't see really anything, and that's a huge, massive concern. Mose, you brought something up though. Let me go back to my history of watching college football because I watched this happen in real time, and this is another concern. If you get the top end recruits, this is all moot. But I watched Nebraska go from the Big 12 to the Big 10. Very different style that conference played. A lot more physical. A lot of teams that kind of look like Iowa, right? Where it's just big 350-pound dudes up front. You better be ready to attack. And they got their butts kicked for still they are, but going on like a decade. They couldn't figure it out because the Big 12 was a little bit softer than the Big 10 was. And I've seen the Big 12 kind of do this turn from a few years back. It was a lot of like 5-wide spread offense, Mike Leach style Big 12, final score 53-48 sort of stuff. And now they're coming back to who are the best teams in the league? Iowa State, Utah, BYU, typically Kansas State, not this year. But what do those teams do? They punch you in the mouth up front. Yeah. And it just feels like exactly CU is not built to do that, and they can't. And the only way they can compete is by maybe doing the Mike Leach stuff, but you don't have the talent right now to do that either.
And those teams you mentioned, right? Those teams you mentioned. Name the coaching staff members of those teams. Can you name coaching staff members outside of the head coach?
No.
Can you? Can you go down? They don't have Yellow Jackets coaching. They don't have Hall of Famers. They don't have big-name former, we just got this guy from the NFL. They just have regular dudes. They have just dudes coaching. Mm-hmm. This notion that we're going to stack our coaching staff with these celebrity coaches, and that's going to change everything. What's that done?
Yeah.
What's that got you?
I don't know. But they're in a very, very tough position right now because I'm looking at their schedule. I'm having a hard time finding 4 wins at this point, let alone get bowl eligible or anything beyond that. Congratulations.
Hey, I don't want real quick though, Brett. Real quick, I don't want to make a comparison, but what you said absolutely solidified it in my mind. I watched Oregon this weekend at Northwestern. Okay, dude. Their lines are badass.
Yeah.
They they
blow up. Why was that the featured game on Fox?
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and throw Oregon Northwestern as your big game of the week. What the hell is that?
Yeah, well, they also hung 69 on the Cowboys, okay? They hung 69 on Okie.
Who at Fox said, we're going to make this our featured game?
We'll get back to this in a little bit. Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. Congratulations to our Arvada West High School's Morgan Farr. She is our Student of the Week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every Student of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night at halftime of Fossil Ridge in Regis Jesuit for the next Student of the Week. Back after this.
3rd down and 4. Empty backfield underneath and incomplete, and looking for Ingram. And the coverage by Nick Cross. Covered it well. 4th and 4. Let's see if they keep the offense on the field. Looks like they are making that decision now. Nix is going to leave.
Here we are back in Indianapolis, coming off the field after the last 3rd down. Sean Payton asking Bo Nix a question. He gives him an answer and walks away. And then it's like, wait, what up? I want to give more of an explanation. So this is, we saw a year ago the intensity that the two of them have, and they're just discussing. And you can see, as a head coach and as a play caller, you want to know the reason why. If you make a certain decision, make a certain call, whether it be changing the route or the protection, whatever that may be, he just wants you to have a reason why. And you can see it wasn't confrontational. It was more just the discussion of why the decision was made.
Rally House Football Monday. We'll go around the league in 20 minutes. We got Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock. Yes, another example, by the way, of Bo Nix and Sean Payton getting into a discussion on the sideline.
That doesn't bother me.
Me neither.
Big deal.
Me neither. But it's going to be something the cameras always pick up, and I think it's good that your quarterback can kind of go back and forth with your coach like that. The issue,
no problem. Yeah.
The issue is this, and look, I got a list of like good, bad, and the ugly from the game, and it's odd looking at it because the good is like all offensive stuff. Like just to run through a few of these, the good, like guys, the run-pass ratio was ideal, right? Like, they start the game with 3 straight runs. J.K. Dobbins, I think people forget. Do you know, since he joined the league, since he entered the league in 2020, he's got the highest yards per carry of any running back in the league then? It's 5.3.
5.5? Is it?
Yeah. Like, he's a good, effective running back when he's healthy. He just hasn't been healthy a whole lot. But I thought he ran the ball great.
I noticed watching that game, I prefer J.K. over R.J.,
for the moment,
he's more decisive. He's more decisive. He gets to the hole. He doesn't mess around, and he churns out yards, and he did it on many occasions yesterday. There's a lot. We'll have time to reflect on what was good, sure, but the day after a loss like that, sorry, this is Sports Talk Radio. You just pour it on. You pour fuel to the fire. That's how it works. I wanna get back to the final play and the call, the leverage call, which we all agree there's more to the game than one whistle, one flag. We all agree. However, that call is so arbitrary in the National Football League, so ridiculously subjective at times. I want you to go back, and I tweeted this, guys. Go back and look at every field goal. Go back and look at the Broncos field goal that Will Lutz missed. That's on Lutz, nobody else. But go back and look at that field goal. Tell me if the Broncos snapper is touched. I tweeted it. He's touched. He's touched. The Indy guy's got a forearm on his back. Now, did it create leverage? I don't know what that means. Did anybody come in to influence the kick? Well, sure, he touched him and he pushed him down and he raised his hands. So to say that you're not allowed to touch or create leverage on the snapper, it's such an arbitrary call, especially one in which a 60-yard attempt that the call itself had no impact on the play. It's like calling a hold away from a run that's on this side of the field. You call a hold on every play, right? You call a hold in the NFL.
Sure, absolutely.
A referee can manufacture a holding call anytime he pleases. And
So
you would have an argument.
Offense, number 72.
So here's what I'd say. I totally agree. I think it's crazy to make that call on a game-winning field goal attempt. I do. I would prefer you didn't, unless it's something egregious.
Do you want to know what Grok says? Real quick, to back up your point, Brett, do you want to know what Grok says?
The XAI thing?
Gronk or Grok?
Yeah, Grok. This guy, Chris, sent this to me last night. You ready?
Yeah.
Grok, the AI bot, whatever, reports that from 21 through 24, there were 4,302 field goal attempts and 16 leverage penalties called. Also, according to Grok, the leverage call against the Broncos was the first known instance ever on a game-ending field goal attempt in the NFL.
Okay, all that's
so that's
fine.
that's how rare it is, and it backs up the arbitrary situation.
I will give, for those people looking for this today, I'll give this to you. I think it's silly to make a call like that on a game-winning field goal. especially when it's not super egregious, right? If somebody like jumped off the back of a guy, okay, fine. That's not what happened.
Yeah.
But it feels a lot to me like the Nuggets are playing and they get called for a foul on a 3 at the very end of the buzzer. Yeah. And you're like,
you mean like Russell Westbrook fouling?
Well, I think of more like a ticky-tack call than trucking a guy in the corner. But like, let's just say it's a very arbitrary, to use your word, Vic, call at the end of a game, and they get free throws out of it, and the Nuggets end up losing. And that's what people want to talk about. And I'm like, yeah, but you gave up a 20-0 run before that, and that I think is way more important than the last detail.
Here's the beauty of it, and this is why I love our jobs. I love it. Even if the call isn't made and the Broncos win, and you're like, whew, he missed it, this show today would still be 3 hours of us criticizing them falling apart down the stretch and avoiding a major collapse.
It should be, but it should be.
Because, and that tells you that the call at the end of the day didn't matter as much as the stuff that led up to the call.
It's
right?
the bigger concern of being able to close a game out.
Yes. Let's pretend the Broncos won. Let's pretend the ref, swallowed the whistle. And the Broncos won because dude goes wide right on a 60-yarder. It wasn't close. They're 2-0. Everybody's coming home. Everybody's happy. I'm still going to tell you, what the hell was that pick by Bo? I'm still going to tell you.
Yeah,
why couldn't they score in the second half? I'm still going to tell you, what are they doing? Why can't they hit a clutch kick when they have to? There's still a lot of stuff we're going to talk about that they did not do well. Why is Tyler Warren making Denver linebackers look frazzled and slow?
Yeah.
Because he's a terrific rookie. That's why. He's a special player.
I had Moser, just quickly.
Yeah.
I had such FOMO on that because I thought when Warren was falling in the draft a little bit farther than we thought, I was like, dude, do the Broncos trade up to get him? Could he fall all the way to 20? And then he got picked. I was like, oh. But you see it. Like, that guy is good.
At Penn State, he was killer, right? I mean, he was a force there. But I'm looking at a guy like him and I'm thinking to myself, man, why can't we get us one of them? You know what I mean? Why can't we get us one of them guys who just
supposed to be Ingram?
They got a guy.
Well, no, they don't got a guy apparently because the guy got his calf hurt in week 1 and he had one friggin' catch this week in week 2. Okay, so until we have that guy, I don't want to hear we have that guy.
Well, did you see what Indy did with their guy? Their guy's lining up in the backfield for crying out loud. His first big play, he lined up as a running back.
Yeah.
And he goes 40 yards down the left side.
Listen, I really like Bo Nix. I'm not concerned about turnovers, so to speak. He had 12 picks all of last year. He's got 3 through 2 weeks. He's not going to continue to throw the football to the other team, I don't think, and I certainly hope not. But, man, that was an ill-advised pick at the – you don't expect that, right? You don't expect that because you've got the lead, and at the very least, you're up 6. It's just like the one thing you can't. It's the one thing that you cannot do. And by the way, when Steichen was talking to Jones late in the game, Vic, I was kind of paying attention there. He's like, the only thing you can't do is turn the ball over here. Just run it into the ground if you have to, and then we'll kick. I mean, they just I don't know. Go ahead.
Not only that, when he threw it, Sutton was bracketed. He had a guy behind him. He had a guy chasing. There wasn't much room to fit that ball, right? There wasn't. It didn't seem like there was that much room. And I hate to say check down, but he could have easily checked down to his back, who was sitting there by himself. It was just an ill-advised pass attempt in a critical juncture of the game. And those kind of things add up, man. Again, I turned to my son after the Broncos missed the field goal, and I said they're going to lose this game by 1.
Sure.
I just had that feeling. Just like when I was watching Notre Dame and they bobbled the snap. They're going to lose this game by 1. By the way, have you guys no sympathy for me after enduring back-to-back, back-breaker, heartbreaking losses like I did Saturday, Sunday? Nothing? Nothing from you guys?
No.
Do you know how hard that was to live through?
I couldn't give a rat. No. I don't care.
Yeah, Irish, we don't watch my Irish.
And incidentally, with your Irish bro,
is that the first time that's ever happened? Is that the first time a Denver sportscaster has endured back-to-back, last second, last play of the game losses by 1 point?
It's
No, I think the first. No, but and it won't be the last. Let me give some love to Texas A&M. I guess we'll do this later on in the program. They were awesome.
Shut up! You're not loving
And
A&M.
you got a
Those
problem
weird
now, though, dude.
chants
You're 0-2. You've got a
cult
major. You've got a major problem. You lost to Miami. You lost to A&M. You got a major problem. You ain't going anywhere this year. Sorry. Okay.
Still ranked.
Still ranked. Rank this.
Hey, where are you, Moj? Where are you?
HIPAA. It's not HIPAA. Rank this. I don't even want to. No, I don't even want to look at you right now. Yeah, I'm in a closet.
You're not in the studio.
I'm at the Ridge.
The Ridge.
It's the big Avalanche kickoff today. Yeah.
Are you going to be talking to guys or no?
No, I was going to be hanging out talking football today, baby. We got that handled out there.
So
did you get free stuff?
We got some. I got some free stuff. We got a bunch of killer
get
stuff
me,
going on.
Give me a goodie bag.
Wait,
I want a goodie bag.
Did you get us free stuff?
No.
Moj,
so hold on a second.
Moj, I want a goodie bag.
So Moj, you went there specifically to get free stuff.
That's what he.
I ain't asking for the world here.
Yeah. Do they happen to have an 8-ball and $2 million for me?
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
Look, I'm gonna. You got me about another hour. I'm playing today, so that's what you got. You better get as much while you can. You better get enough while you can.
Is that the way this works?
Do you want some of this? Because if you want some, you better lap it up while you can.
Great. Yes. Great.
No, but you know what? Listen, Brett. I'm in a foul mood because it was a crappy football weekend, and I have this sinking feeling that we're going to get to November and we're going to look back at this game. And I hate doing those shoulda, woulda. I hate it. But we're going to look back and say, damn it, if they just win that game, then I'm not worried about this. But this is a loss. You should have won. You're a favored team. You had it in your hands, and you gave it away. And that's stuff that you in the National Football League, you cannot do that. You can't.
Well, a texter wrote in basically an article to us saying that we're off our game this morning, that we're missing all these details, and he's pointing out that, hey, if the field goal is no penalty and no good, then you hold the Colts to only 6 points in the second half and blah, blah, blah. The point is this, man. You can do the woulda, coulda, shoulda stuff, and I'm kind of there with you. Like, I get it. Close the game out. Close it. Like, that's what great football teams do. You want to be a great football team? What did the Chargers do in week 1 against Kansas City? They had a chance to close the game out late against a team that made the Super Bowl last year, and Justin Herbert slammed the door shut. You had multiple opportunities to do it. You had an entire half to do it. If you scored a touchdown in the second half beyond the first drive or any points, you probably did. But a pick, and you can say tipped at the line, whatever. I mean, who cares? It was picked off. What do you want me to do about it? Missed field goal. Figure it out.
Win more games, Cub Scout.
Yeah. I thought Payton was honest in the postgame.
He was surprisingly not pissy.
No, he wasn't, but he said this is going to be incredibly painful film to watch.
Yeah.
And he's right about that. I just hope that his guys learn from it, man, because you got the Chargers next week. Thank goodness Burrow's got a turf toe, and I heard you talking this morning, Kaner. Turf toe sounds like so lame. Like, oh, he's got a turf toe.
Yeah, turf toe. It's bad.
No, dude's got to get cut open. He's gone at least 3 months. That's a huge break for the Broncos, although Browning came in and played his butt off over the weekend. But then you got the Eagles, and you're not going to win in Philly. You're just not going to win in Philadelphia, okay? So that's your second loss. You better be 3-2 instead of 2-3. That's all I got to say.
We'll go around the league in just a second. Congratulations to Legend High School's Freddie Burke. He's our Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus & Shanker. Backus & Shanker loves Freddie's passion and their passion for justice. Every Athlete of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night at halftime at Fossil Ridge and Regis Jesuit for the next Athlete of the Week. We'll go around the league next. It's a Rally House Football Monday, and we will talk to Adam Schefter at 9 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that. But let's take a look around the NFL, starting in Cincinnati. So, Joe Burrow is now, sounds like out for the year with his turf toe injury. He leaves in the middle of the game. Remember, the Bengals already struggled to win games early in the season. It comes down to a big play at the end because the Jags are keeping up. I thought Travis Hunter played perfect defense, swats the ball away, but gets flagged for PI, sets up the Bengals for the game-winning drive. Brutal.
Terrible call. Another one of those arbitrary, subjective calls. I don't know how referees in the college or NFL game call PI. I don't know how they do it because there's so much jostling and grabbing that goes on both ways. I don't know what it is. I can't define it anymore. That didn't look like PI to me. Not at all.
Me either.
He did everything
I'm gonna
right.
back up. Yeah, I'm going to back up our boy Brett Kane here, Vic. Turf toe sounds just so lame. It just sounds like, oh, he's got a turf toe. What a loser.
It's awful.
But yeah, it is. How about we do this? It is a metatarsophalangeal hyperextension. How about that? Does that sound? Yeah. Does that sound more?
No, what if you just call it dead toe? Like your toe's dead. It's dead toe.
Hey, bro. You know I have my bunion on my right toe. I had turf toe in high school, and it actually exacerbated my bunion, made it even worse.
Yeah.
Do you want to see what turf toe does to a human? I look like an alien.
I don't want to see your feet.
I've seen your feet. It's not pretty. Go ahead.
Cincinnati
It's
2-0.
alien-like.
No,
Jags,
God, please, no.
1-1. For my money, game of the weekend, Cowboys-Giants was insane. And who'd have thunk Russell Wilson's going to put up damn near 500 yards passing in that game, had 450 by the end of it. Here's what's really crazy. So Russell is looking vintage moonball, teardrop, Russell Wilson, perfectly in the pocket for touchdowns. He does it with 35 seconds left in the game to take the lead. It allows just enough time for the Cowboys at the end of the fourth to set up for a 64-yard field goal from Brandon Aubrey.
That kicker is that kicker is ridiculous.
Hey, listen. They had an opportunity to get closer. And much like what the Colts did, they said, nah, Javonte up the middle 2 yards, send him out there because he's got the leg. He not only hit it from 64, it was like top of the uprights through the field goal
That would have
post.
been good from 75.
Yeah.
And by the way, since you guys forced me into fantasy football this year, and I blame you, I'm going to talk about my fantasy team. I'm looking right now at my standings, and I just devoured Mark Springer. Devoured him. Just made a joke of him. My boy Brandon Aubrey. When's the last time a kicker produced 23 points?
Yeah, that's quite a bit.
23.
That is quite a bit. Cowboys end up winning in OT. He hits the game winner 40-37. They're 1-1. The Giants 0-2.
The sad part about this is I don't care if the Giants win or lose, really. But God, was I hoping the Cowboys would lose because I want to see Cowboys fans lose it, right? Hey. I want to see everybody across the country and the world who are Cowboys fans go insane at 0-2.
I want you to understand something, though, Moj. As much as we're freaking out today about how the Broncos defense looked against Daniel Jones, that Cowboys defense is terrible. They are god-awful.
Yep, they are bad.
So, next game. I was very nervous after week one. I'm fine again. The Lions beat the Bears 52-21.
Toyed with them.
I don't know if you guys saw the clip. Ben Johnson, after the game, was asked about it. It was 4th and goal. The Lions already had like 45 points or something like that at the end of the game. The Lions go for it, get another touchdown. And they asked Ben Johnson, was Dan Campbell running it up on you? And he got really mad. Not that he thought Dan Campbell was doing that, but the Lions, there's a stat, by the way, about Jared Goff, that 50-point games that a quarterback is responsible for. He is tied with Peyton Manning with 5 in his career. It's 4th all time. The only guys with more is Tom Brady, Drew Brees, and Len Dawson.
Raise your hand if you saw one of those in person.
Len Dawson. Go to a history book.
So Lions 1-1 and the Bears 0-2.
I've got to relay it, though. Again, this text thread. I love the Kane family. I love Troy. I love Nolan. I sort of love you, Brett, just a little bit, but I love your family more, probably.
Yeah,
so I'm on the text thread about the Lions, and they're going through everything, right? And they're early going at 7-7, and then what? It was It was 14. What was it?
Something like
I
that,
forget
yeah.
what it was. Yeah. So everybody's freaking out. So it's 28-14. I'm like, you feeling better? And everybody's like, yeah, I feel better, feel better. Your dad sent me a picture. Is that his dog?
No, it's a little toy dog.
It's a fake
thing.
dog.
Yeah, it's a fake dog.
I was going to say
one of the grandkids' dogs.
I couldn't tell if it was a real. It's a far cry from the previous week's picture. Let me put it that way.
How lonely a life do you lead when you have to embark in another family's text thread?
Oh, my mom's dead, so I don't know.
Right. Hey, Rams and Titans. Here's what's weird, guys. Rams looked a little bit like the Broncos struggling with the Titans early in that game. They pulled away late. Did you guys see the touchdown pass from Cam Ward? I'm telling you, I know the Titans are terrible. Cam Ward has some really fun qualities to him. He escapes pressure, pirouettes around, runs to his right, points at the opposite end of the end zone, across body, and lays a perfect pass on the dude. I forget who caught it, but hell of a play. Titans are bad, but Cam Ward's fun.
That was a talent play, right? Some plays are design plays. That was a talent play. Not many quarterbacks could pull that off.
Rams. Go ahead, Moshe.
Well, incidentally, on my lay it downs, I went 2-2 over the weekend on my lay it downs. We'll get to one of the losses here coming up, but that was one of my dubs right there. I knew the Rams would go lay 5.5. Stafford pulled it through, baby.
Georgia Tech, lay it down.
Lay it down.
So Rams 2-0, Titans 0-2. Vic, I think you said the Dolphins were going to win and bounce back against the Patriots. The Patriots, late in the game, get a score. They end up winning 33-27. I have watched Tua throw like 3 of the most insanely awful picks of my life just in the first couple weeks. The hell is going on there?
I don't know either. Like he had Tyreek Hill open late in that game and flew it at least 12 feet over his head. And I didn't understand where he was going with that. I totally agree. I don't know what's happening in Miami, but suddenly jobs are at stake over there because they're losing at home. Again, he was to a 7-0 against the Patriots before that loss. A loss at home, one they desperately had to have, and they did not look good.
Two quick things here, Moj. Number one, I think Tyreek Hill is this close to pulling an Antonio Brown, ripping his pads off and running off the field during the game. Like it feels like he's that close.
It feels like he is on a razor's edge.
I've always wondered what's going to happen. So when Mike McDaniel first took over, he's funny and he's got the little jokes and quirkiness to him.
He's quirky, yeah.
And that's all well and good when you're winning. And I always wondered, what is that going to sound like if things start to go poorly? Well, it sounds like this.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
That's what it sounds like. Dolphins 0-2, Patriots 1-1.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Niners and Saints. Saints, for the second straight week, they put together a fight, but they can't quite get there.
That's because they're not very good.
Well,
but Brett,
the Niners are missing a lot of guys, including their quarterback, and I wondered, Kyle Shanahan, you can't do this again. Well, Mac Jones, 279 yards and 3 touchdowns.
Mac Jones! Here we go. Squad 51. Rampart clear. All of a sudden, dude, 3 touches, 280 yards passing. I'm not saying Vicky's been totally resuscitated, but if anybody can do it, Kyle Shanahan is the quarterback whisperer, dude.
Niners are 2-0, man, with 2 different quarterbacks right now. So give them credit. And they're missing all kinds of players. They've had injuries galore. They're 2-0.
Niners 2-0, Saints 0-2. Bills and Jets, just with a nice opening week performance against Pittsburgh, not so much against Buffalo. Buffalo's just a wagon. But also, in the middle of that game, Justin Fields left with an injury, and I haven't seen an update on if he's going to miss time. I don't know if you guys have or not, but Justin Fields left hurt.
Let me go to my fantasy team. I got Josh Allen. That's all well and good. Mm-hmm. He didn't do jack. He didn't need to do jack.
Didn't have to.
Unfortunately, I'm playing Markey this week. Mm-hmm. Markey has Cook. And Cook ran for $132 and 2 touches.
Yeah.
So Markey's cleaning my clock big time because my quarterback said, just run the ball all the time.
I'm about to be 2-0. don't want to talk about it. It's not that big a deal.
Bills 2-0, Jets 0-2. Seahawks Steelers featured probably the worst play of the weekend. Caleb Johnson, the returner for Pittsburgh. The ball bounces in front of him on a kickoff. He touches it and then just walks away.
He just watches it.
Runs off the field.
He runs off the field.
He jogs off the field.
It's in the end zone, laying there in the end zone. The Seahawks pick it up, and it's touchdown. What?
Touchdown.
What are we doing here? So that's how the Seahawks get the dub.
Have you ever? What could he possibly have been thinking?
Come on.
He's got a live ball. Dude, hold still it. It's a live ball. He's like, yeah, you know what? You guys worry about that. I'm gonna go over here. I got to get somebody to talk to over on the sideline. I'm like, dude, what were you thinking?
Touchdown.
Mike Tomlin must have just.
By the way, Aaron Rodgers and that Pittsburgh offense, they don't run the ball very well. And Aaron Rodgers was really good that first week. He had a touchdown and 2 picks this week. Didn't look great. So just something to monitor moving forward.
You know what it looks like?
Thank
Aaron
goodness
Rodgers out there. He's at that juncture in his career. He's just like playing pickup basketball, throwing left-handed, right-handed, sidearm, just shuttling the ball. He doesn't care.
But again, in the bigger picture for the Broncos, the Steelers team that I thought was going to be 2-0, knocked me over with a feather in this game because I thought that the Seahawks were going to go in there and get pounded, and they won the dang football game.
Yeah, both Seahawks and Steelers 1-1. The Ravens just demolish Cleveland. I mean, Cleveland's really bad. You want to talk about a guy who looks like he's playing pickup football? Joe Flacco looks exactly like that, too. He's like, throw it here. Whatever. We suck. I know it. They lose 41-17.
How does the story that emerged?
Yeah. Go ahead.
The story that emerged yesterday, we'll talk to Adam Schefter about it because it was his story. He'll talk to us here in about, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders reportedly told the Baltimore Ravens he did not want to play for them because they were going to draft him in the 5th round. He said, no, I'll pass because he didn't want to back up Lamar Jackson. Thoughts?
I mean, part of it's like, I get it. You want to be in a situation where you can win the job, and that's not going to be Baltimore. The other part of it is you could learn from a really good organization, really good quarterback for a couple of years, and they could flip you somewhere else. I mean, I don't think when you're a 5th-round pick, you have any business telling anybody, don't draft me. You know what I mean? It's when you get a team that says, we want you, you say, thank you.
I think by the 5th round, the die's been cast, and they've let you know what they think. You better just take whatever comes your way.
Derrick Henry rushed for 2.1 yards per carry before they sat him down because they were beating the living snot out of the Browns.
Ravens 1-0, Browns 0-2. Cardinals survive again. Cardinals are another team. They're 2-0 after this win against Carolina, but they've played arguably the 2 of the worst teams in the league in the Panthers and the Saints. They sneak by with a win. Bryce Young was making a late push in that game to try and get the victory, but they barely hang on. So the Cardinals 2-0, the Panthers 0-2. Here's the big game. Game of the weekend, as it was billed. The Eagles and the Chiefs. Are the Chiefs going to start the season 0-2 with a loss at home against the defending champions? The answer is yes. Game was close. It actually, like, I am not crying for Kansas City, but I do feel for them in this sense. That tush push is so stupid. It should have been gone this offseason. What are we doing?
They don't call false start. It's terrible. Everything about it. I hate it. I've always hated it. I don't mind the Eagles. I don't. I just hate the play. I hate everything about the play. It's a stupid play. You know what? It smacks in the spirit of the game. That's what it is. The spirit of the game.
It certainly does. That's an excellent point, Vic. I completely agree. And again, when you watch the breakdown from the sideline angle, right, in the very slow-mo, and I know that it's very, very slow-mo, dude, both guards are shooting off the ball before it's even snapped. They've got penetration into the defensive line before the ball is snapped.
Yeah.
And it's not called because it's almost impossible
it's hard
to
to
call.
see.
And Eagles fans are like, well, the guys are in the neutral zone and all this. And I'm like, it's just that's not football, man. That's not football. We got to get rid of this thing. Yeah, we got to get rid of this thing. Got to get rid of it.
Helps out the Broncos. Chiefs now 0-2.
It certainly does. But again, that's a bad thing for the Broncos, the Chiefs being 0-2. Because they're going to come back and they're going to beat teams, okay? They're not going to have a losing season and a crap season. And you're going to be battling now the Chiefs for a friggin' wild card spot. Go ahead.
By the way, including the Super Bowl, when's the last time the Chiefs lost 3 straight games? 3. It's crazy.
Excellent point.
And then finally, Sunday night game. This is the one that I called, Mose. This was my lay it down. I thought the Falcons as a dog
agreed. Yep.
Could win that game in Minnesota. And part of it's because I think the Falcons could be pretty good this year with that offense. The other thing was the Vikings were really bad except for the fourth quarter in the opening week of the game, which they came back and beat Chicago. And J.J. McCarthy, I'm not casting any die on what he's going to be as a quarterback. It's his second start. He's essentially a rookie. Give him time to breathe and marinate under Kevin O'Connell. But let's be honest, McCarthy's looked awful 7 out of 8 quarters so far this year. You know what I mean? Like, it hasn't been great.
Hey, let me say something about these Atlanta Flying Falcons. They should have won week 1. They let Tampa off the hook, did they not? Yep. Okay. You go to Minnesota. It wasn't a pretty game by any means, but Robinson ran like crazy. Dude, their defense is legit.
Yeah,
their defense is for real. And, Vic, you know what they've done? They found them some rookies on defense who can flat out ball. Period. Yep. End of story. They've got some dudes. Walker is a dude. Watts is a dude. They got young dudes who can ball. Watch out for Atlanta. In fact, I'm making a picture right now. Atlanta's making the postseason.
Okay.
Boom.
Boom. I'll tell you this. I'll hear arguments for other things.
Lay it down.
Bijan Robinson might be my favorite player in the league to watch right now. He is so much fun. He does everything. He's big, physical, can run you over. He runs by people. He's faster than you. He's good in the pass game. Like, he does everything. I love watching that guy.
I love watching him too, man. Plus, he wears number 7. And I know he's not like a 6'3" guy, but he's a thick guy. But watching a thick guy wear 7 and just beat people up, that's a pretty cool thing to see.
Lay it down.
Yeah.
That is a look around the NFL. Adam Schefter joins us at 9 o'clock on this Rally House Football Monday. Stick around. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House, shop every team in town. And every Monday following the Broncos game, we talk about who was in the groove for the Broncos. Where do you guys want to start? Look, there is options even after a loss because it wasn't all terrible. We were very focused on the bad today. But just if you want me to kick things off, I'll throw it out to Troy Franklin. I think Troy Franklin was in the groove. He had a really big game. 8 catches for 89 yards, had a jet sweep that went for 11. That's my guy.
J.K. Dobbins was in the groove. He was in the groove from the very get-go. Very first series, late in the game when they needed a scoring drive. Well, not late, but after halftime. He opens the snap with a 6-yard carry, ends that drive with a 5-yard touchdown. J.K. Dobbins is your RB1. It's obvious.
I like that, too. I like both of those. The thing about Franklin, Kaner, and I'm grooving right now. Let me groove. Come on now. Yeah, with the I just get a glimpse. I don't know what his total complete upside is. I don't know where his ceiling is. But I feel like with Franklin, dude, we're just getting a taste.
Yep.
We're just getting a taste of what his potential is.
That,
like you said, like the sweep. He's a good route runner. I mean, obviously, Nick's looked for him. I mean, he had 9 targets, for God's sake. At Cortland Sutton, you know how many targets he had? 4 the entire game. And again, it's going to change from week to week. But I think with Franklin, man, the best by far is yet to come, and I can't wait to see it.
And that
I'm good with both of those.
That is In the Groove. Brought to you by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway in GrooveToyota.com. So,
incidentally, real quick, just during the break, had a chance to shoot the breeze a little bit with a guy that you two and Nelly, you two, and fans are going to, I think, really love.
Okay, let me think who this is. Is this the bearded defenseman?
You're damn right it is. I think they're going to love Brent Burns big time. He's a great dude. And I've talked to him over the years, obviously, but just shooting the breeze about him being here in Colorado. Before everything got here, do you know what he was doing? Do you know how he got to town?
Well, he was probably in an RV somewhere, like either hunting or visiting different parts unknown.
He was living in an RV parked out in Larkspur, driving to the rink every day to go to practice.
I actually love that.
He's just living in his RV, and cousin Eddie just hanging out doing this. I think fans look. I know
Larkspur?
He was wild. Yeah, I
Did
know
he go to the
was
Renaissance Festival.
Sure. Well, no, but he probably could have been and been one of those big ogre guys or whatever. But I think fans are, even at the age of 40, they're going to love him. I think he's going to add a lot on the back end. I know the coaching staff's happy to have him. So we're going to talk, about these guys coming up in the future here. I just want to let you know. Okay.
We got Adam Schefter coming up in about 10 minutes. But just to kind of hone down on a couple of different details from over the weekend. We mentioned something about CU, and I think this is a major concern to me, is that they got their butts kicked by a team that I don't think is very good. You ever have that happen where you're watching your team lose and you can tell the team that they're playing is not very good, and you're like, that makes me feel terrible because what the hell does that say about us? I don't think Houston's very good, and they dominated that game.
Yeah.
Totally.
Well, and sadly, every game, I mean, if you look at the 3 games for the Buffs, losing to Georgia Tech, nothing to be ashamed of.
What are they, 18th now?
Yeah, proven to be a very good team. I even said it after the game. The Buffs had their chances, but losing to Georgia Tech doesn't bother me like it bothered some. Doesn't bother me. The way they beat Delaware bothered me.
Yeah, that's concerning.
That bothered
me.
That was a concerning win. And then, of course, losing the way they did to Houston. The last 2 games were more bothersome to me than the first one.
Well, and here's what I was kind of getting at earlier, Moj, is if I don't think Houston's very good and you lost that way to that team, it says a couple of things. Number one, how in 3 years does the offensive and defensive lines look the exact same? Where they generate no push, they generate no physicality, and they're being dominated by what is mediocre to bad football teams in that category. That's one. Number 2, there's one thing that we all kind of accepted as the reason why you should be excited about Deion coming here. And I don't think look, I maybe it's still out there for debate. I don't know. But it wasn't because you have some sort of technical genius from the coaching position that he can dial things up in a way that nobody knows how to react. You know, like when Chicago, the Bears, when they hired Ben Johnson, their first thought was like, all right, cool, we're going to get this really unique offensive scheme that's going to be just confusing to opposing defenses. You weren't getting that with Deion, and I think we all knew it, and we were fine with it. What we thought we were getting is a A-plus recruiter that's going to bring talent on campus. The first thing he said when he got here was, I'm bringing my Louis. And I watched that game against Houston. And the most concerning thing I have, forget everything else about scheme and all that, where's the talent?
Yeah.
Where's the talent in year 3?
I didn't see many Louis. I saw a lot of suitcases that were wrapped in duct tape to hold it together. Yeah. I didn't see that many Louis. And it's disturbing. You're exactly right. Because the last 2 years, the Louis were prevalent, obviously. That's why CU did garner so much attention. But you tell me, and true CU fans will be able to know more than we can right now because every player has distinct qualities. How many all-conference players outside of Jordan Seaton are on this team right now? Well, I don't know. There might be more. The defense might have one or two.
We'll see. It's early in the season, Vic. Look.
Well, they have been gashed on the ground every week so far.
They have. Brett, you just raised a good point that I think it's overlooked an awful lot, and I don't want to compare the Buffs to the big guns because that's unfair. But it's pretty obvious to me when you look at the best teams in the country right now, and even look inside your own Big 12, okay? I don't care where the Buffs put their money from this point on, but it better be in the offensive and defensive lines. That's it, man. The best college football.
Moshe, they did. Moshe, look at the transfer portal and look at the guys. Pull up their roster right now.
But
tell me where the defensive linemen. Yeah, tell me where the D linemen came from. Pull up. Just pull it up for me. Pull up your roster. Tell me where the D linemen came from. They came from reputable, SEC teams. Okay, but these ain't guys that they got off the streets.
But they ain't putting it together is what I'm trying to get at, okay? When you watch the cohesion of the big guns in college football, we all watch it, it's special. Now, look, the Georgia Tech loss, it looks even better because, again, one of my lay-it-downs was Tech winning outright against Clemson when they were home dogs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They look good. And Haynes King, you know what he did? He Haynes King'd all over the Tigers.
He finished.
Yeah, he did.
He did something. He did something the Broncos could not do. Executed down the stretch.
And he did to Clemson. And say what you will about Clemson, they're pretty damn good. He did to Clemson what he did to the Buffaloes. So that maybe looks a little bit better. That win, like you said, Vic, against Delaware, unimpressive and concerning, and you just can't get the snot beat out of you by Houston. They're a middle of the pack, bottom of the pack Big 12 team.
Well,
they're not very good. They're in their own rebuild situation. They got a decent quarterback, but man, oh man, that was embarrassing.
Here's
embarrassing.
The thing. Here's the thing, though, man. And I'm gonna use a quote from Deion himself before the season started. Do you guys remember what he said about his roster, by chance? Because they asked him about losing Shadur and losing Travis Hunter.
Better.
He said, we're not as good at the top, but we're better top to bottom, is what he told us. I don't see it. Don't see it.
I don't see it either.
And so I don't
either they're not being properly coached or the talent is overhyped.
Yeah.
One of the two has to be true, right?
Mm-hmm. It's unseeable. Yeah, it's unseeable. I don't know what's going on. And again, when you have so many different players turning over every year, I get that you don't have immediate cohesion, but you can't lose the way you lost at Houston. You just simply can't do it.
Just two quick pieces of audio before we get to Schefter. Here's Deion's opening statement after the game.
Wasn't good. I'm lost for words. I just spoke to the team on several thoughts that came to mind. As no one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had, with the meetings that we had, for the film study and the preparation that we had. No one could have told me that it was going to turn out like this.
Can you stop it right there? I could. I mean, how did you lose the game? I know what he's talking about here, but the way that you lost, I could totally see that happening because it happens kind of like every week where you get dominated up front.
Listen, I'm I like Deion. I like him, and he felt. I watched that post game, and he looked beaten.
Yeah,
he looked. Defeated,
he looked in
right?
shock.
He looked defeated. It wasn't the, and sort of comes with the territory. When you win a game, nobody expects you to win, and you puff your chest out. That gets a little bit much, but in that loss, it was the polar opposite of the TCU win.
Yeah.
From
Do you believe?
Yeah.
This team, they got behind early. Their first 4 possessions were punts. Okay, and Vic, you talked about, hey man, the punter. Well, he's pretty good. Okay, great. Their first 4 possessions are punts. Then they get back in the game with a long drive, and that's all well and good. But it's just
that touchdown run by Staub at the end of the half, I was like, all right, cool. Maybe that kicks him into gear a little bit. When he dove in the end zone, did like a halfway John Elway helicopter thing. Yeah.
Then you punt in the third, and then you throw a pick to begin the fourth, and you punt. I mean, you're just behind. You're playing catch up all the damn time against Houston.
I want to bring something to the table here, just quickly before we get to Schefter. Don't look. Look at me. How many plays did the Buffs offense have in the third quarter?
Oh God, I'm not looking, Brett. I'm looking up here. I'm going to guess it was 4, 5, 4, 5.
1 possession, 3 plays and a punt.
6, 3,
3.
There you go.
3.
Yeah. Ball control.
Couldn't get a stop. Couldn't keep the ball when you did get it. Just everything kind of a mess.
Did you see the beginning of that game? You looked in the stands in Houston, and I know Houston's a proud program. There were so many empty seats.
Oh, yeah.
And I get it. There's traffic there. It's 100 degrees with 800% humidity. Who the hell wants to go to a game? But, man, that did not look like a college football environment.
Well, we get back to this in a bit. Let's make room for Adam Schefter joining us next.
Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
That's a huge. Oh my goodness. That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrader. It's good, and the Colts have won.
CBS on the call on a Rally House football Monday, and we're joined every Monday at 9 o'clock by Adam Schefter on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. First of all, Adam, thank you for joining us. Second of all, there's a million things that the Broncos did wrong leading up to that final sequence of the field goal, but what's just your thought on that leverage call on the 60-yarder that was missed?
I mean, it is the rule. I don't love it, but it is the rule. So I guess the officials got it right. It's just unfortunate that the Colts are trying a 60-yard field goal to win the game, don't make it, and the Broncos get called for a 15-yard leverage. I never heard of it before, to be honest. I mean, I guess I've seen it. I've just never heard of it referred to as leveraging before. And, look, that was one mistake. They made any number of them when the game was on the line. There were so many things that they shouldn't have done that they did do that contributed to the loss. It was, Sean said it after the game. Sean Payton did. He said that they're going to get sick watching that game film over.
Yeah.
That is going to be one that's going to be tough to take. And I think it will be, unquestionably. They're going to go over plays in that game that were just brutal, that just amazing that it just was unfortunate that they lost the game.
Adam, I got a text after the game from a former NFL executive who expressed the same thing, very tic-tac in his words, the call itself. What kind of reaction are you getting from some of the coaches, players you work with there? Have they discussed it?
It's a tic-tac call, but it is the call. It is the rule. Like that. I mean, that's the way it is. And officials, I'm like, what's the call here? That's the call. Like, that's the call that's going to decide team in the end. We're going to give, okay. But by the way, I got to tell you something. You could just feel it all.
You could see it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Before it even happened, it felt like one of those games that I don't know how this is going to happen, but something's going to blow up on them. It's not going to go their way. They're not going to pull through here. That's what I felt like from the moment that J.K. Dobbins burst through the line and got the penalty for the delay game and then a holding penalty. And we can look back on the intercept, like any number of plays, right? Like they were doing their best to give away the game. And they finally succeeded.
Yeah, I mean, from the missed field goal to the pick to the personal fouls to all this stuff, you could feel it building. But Vic raised a very good point, Adam, earlier in the program. He said, if it's me, I know the kid is a good kicker, but he's never kicked more than 54 yards in his entire college or pro career. He goes, why even touch the guy? Why even think about doing anything in the middle of the line?
Why try to coach it up? Just
why
sit there.
do anything? Vic said, I would have been sitting there smoking a dart with a martini in my hand going, hey, kid, go ahead, kick it. You know what I mean? It's like, of all the catastrophes leading up to that point, he still missed the damn 60-yarder, yet you let him off the hook. I mean, so many dang things.
But they let him off the hook at every turn. That's my point. It was just one more play that they needed to make, and they kept giving that team another opportunity and another opportunity and another opportunity. And at some point, when you see all these opportunities given away, you know that it's going to come back. And I'm watching. I go, I know. Okay, how are they going to lose this game? Because they're going to lose this game. That's how I felt.
Yeah. Broncos defense, by the way, a lot of hype going into this season about what they could be, and they got lit up a little bit by that Colts offense. My question to you is, I could be the Colts punter so far, couldn't I? I could have signed and done the same thing.
It's amazing that the punter hasn't punted once all year. They're the first team, who would have thought this, they're the first team in the Super Bowl era not to punt in their first two games. Like the Indianapolis Colts with Daniel Jones who beat out Anthony Richardson for the starting job. Now, again, there are a lot of people that wondered if the Colts and Shane Steichen, their head coach, were making the right move. Can you imagine if they had gone with Anthony Richardson to start? There's no way they'd be doing this. No way.
Crazy. The big. Oh, go ahead, Vic.
I said the same thing about the Broncos. As you make the case, this team learned how to win enough to get to the playoffs. The one thing they have to overcome now, Adam, and you tell me if you see the same thing, they have to learn how to close games. Closing games, executing at the end of games, not making mistakes at the end of games. We saw the same thing happen against Kansas City, in Cincinnati. There's examples, right? Is that on the quarterback? Because I think the quarterback sort of levels the playing field and gives you a sense of security. Is that a quarterback thing? Is it a coaching thing? What do you think it emanates?
Well, I think the quarterback absolutely contributes to all of it and is a focal point of it. I don't think it's all of it in any way, Vic. I think that there's so much that goes in. It's a culture. It's a mindset. It's an atmosphere. It's a vibe. It's the quarter. It's everything. There are a lot of. It's the head coach. There's a lot of things that go into that. And once you start winning regularly, it does tend to feed off itself. You believe you're going to do it. When you don't, the same is true. It feeds off itself, and you don't believe you're going to do it. It's just that's one of those losses that when we get to December and we're talking about this team and they're fighting, we're going to say, "Can you believe they gave that game away in Indy? Yep. Like they're going to want that game back."
Adam, please give me your perspective on this. And I said the worst thing to happen is that the Chiefs are 0-2 because I can't not see them being a playoff team, period, okay? And then we'll see about the Chargers and so on. But, man, every single game in the AFC, especially this division, is so damn valuable. And you've seen this a million times. If you can't expand on just this one loss, if it comes down to you and the damn Colts for a playoff spot, this loss really hurts, even though it's week 2. I hate it. It just drives me crazy.
The game was there. And, there's something to starting a season 2-0. You feel like you got the wind at your back. You feel like you're playing with a lead. You feel like you got more margin for error. And now you're in this morass of teams. And it's one game. And it's 2 games on the season. And they're 1-1. And all is okay. But it's just a squandered opportunity. That's what it is. That they're going to lament this week, today, this week. And again, as we're talking, I'm predicting that when we're on doing this show on, let's see, I'll give you a Monday in December, okay? When we're doing this show, you could play this back. When we're doing the show on Monday, December 22nd, Monday, unless you guys are off for Christmas that week, maybe you are. But when we're doing the show on Monday,
we don't get days off. Yeah.
Yeah, Monday from the 22nd. We're going to say on that day, remember that loss in Indy? Remember how close they came to pulling it out?
Yeah.
Think about how valuable that win would have been and how much they need it now. For whatever reason, whether that's for a division title, a wild card race, a home playoff game, trying to get into the whatever it is, they're going to want that game back.
All I'm going to remember in December is thinking back to this show, watching you over your left shoulder, a loose ceiling fan, as if you
I was going to say ESPN's falling apart. What the hell's going on here?
Wow, I just noticed that too. I didn't even notice it.
Don't get taken out.
Wait, I don't think it was there when you sat down. I think somebody's spying through the ceiling, like the old ESPN commercials.
Adam Schefter with us.
Spy game.
Adam Schefter, all conversations with him are brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live, love where you bank at Colorado Credit Union. Join today at ccu.org. So the big news today, Adam, is that Burrow, for all intents and purposes, is going to miss the rest of the year with this turf toe thing. And I got 2 questions on this. Is there any chance that they can keep their hopes alive? Because, look, their backup's not terrible. He came in and he's filled in admirably. He's done it in the past. Right. But the second part of the question I have is, Trey Hendrickson signs basically a 1-year deal just to stay here, get a raise, and be happy. They don't have the future beyond that. If things start to go south here in the next couple of weeks, does he all of a sudden become a trade candidate?
Well, to answer the first part of it, I think that Jake Browning's the guy. I think he'll be able to keep them afloat. They're 2-0. They have that. wind that we're talking about at their backs. They have that margin of error in the one-loss record. The problem is they're missing their quarterback. And if we go back and look at the numbers, and I have them on my phone here, Joe Burrow, when he's been the starting quarterback for the Bengals, they've been 40, 30, and 1 and averaged 25.3 points per game, 25.3 in 71 games. Without Joe Burrow, in 14 games, they are 6-8, and they are averaging 19.9. So they are averaging 5.4 fewer points per game. So almost a touchdown a game less.
Yeah.
Without Joe Burrow. So now you're asking a team that will average basically a touchdown less per game to play better defense when the defense isn't its calling card. And so do I think that the Bengals in the next 12 weeks can go 6-6? Yeah. Could that make them 8-6 and give Joe a chance to come? Yeah. But it's not going to be easy. And again, if we just go by what's been occurring in the past, 6-8 without him, and I would think that it'd be something similar, like 500 kind of team in a tough division. Baltimore, Pittsburgh, Cleveland. So we'll see.
Yesterday, you reported Adam Schefter.
The second part, trading Trey Hendrickson, they'd have to lose their next 4, 5, 6 games to I think deal away. It's a fair and interesting point. I don't think they're going to be bad enough to get there with the 2-0 start, but let's see how it plays out.
You reported yesterday, Adam, that the Baltimore Ravens were prepared to draft Shadur Sanders in the 5th round, but that he alerted them not to because he did not want to back up Lamar Jackson, which begs the question to me, if he did that, and we've seen quarterbacks reach out to teams before, maybe not in the 5th round, but we've seen that before. Did he do that with the understanding perhaps Cleveland promised him a shot at starting? Was there more to that story than just, no, I don't want to play for Baltimore?
No, I mean, I don't know the answer to the question, Vic. My belief, based on what I have, would be that he basically didn't want to go to a place that had an elite quarterback who's been an NFL MVP, who's a star in the National Football League. He didn't want to go to a situation like that. And he opted, when he did that, to take the unknown behind door number 2 rather than the known quantity in Baltimore behind door number 1. So no, I don't want to be in Baltimore with Lamar. Like, Lamar is entrenched. He's a superstar. Mm-hmm. That's not what I'm looking for right now. I don't know where I'm going to wind up, but I will bet that I'll have more of an opportunity to play wherever I'm drafted than in Baltimore. And I think that's basically what went into that.
Well, people are saying automatically, you report the story, and people are saying, oh, that story's made up. And my retort is, what do you mean made up? Yeah, like what incentive would Baltimore have? What do you mean made up? It's a fact.
Who made it up? Me? The Ravens?
That the Ravens are out to get Shadur or something. I don't understand it doesn't make any sense to me.
Vic, there is nothing about it that's made. They had him on the phone, okay? Yeah. They were prepared to pick him. The message came back, please don't. Okay, they moved on. That is 100% fact, okay? Made up. Like, I don't even respond to that.
Last thing for me, Brett was entirely correct. He had the Falcons going on the road and winning at Mini. I think the Falcons are good, Adam. I love their defense, man. They've got some rookies who are balling out. I know it's a tiny sample size, but that's one team that I think is better than people realize. I'm putting the Falcons in a postseason bid like they're right there. Is there any other team that you look at right now that maybe people are going, but you think is going to be a good team this year, that from what you've seen the first couple of weeks?
Colts look like a tough team to me. They look like a tough, resilient team. They played with the Broncos yesterday. The Broncos should have won the game probably, but Indianapolis is now 2 games in, 2-0. I guess 2 home games, I think. So, let's see what happens over the course of a season. But anybody that's 2-0 right now, again, you got enough of a cushion there's 15 games. If you go 7-8, you're 2-0, you're 9-8.
Yeah.
Right. So you go under 500 and still be above 500 for the year with the 2-0 start.
2 questions for you real quick, Adam. Number one, we've seen this happen before. When it happens to a superstar, a really good team, sometimes rules change. Like horse collar, when that happens to, I think it was T.O. is when that rule kind of got changed out when he broke his leg. Tush push. Really interesting that people seem to be upset about that one again when it comes in a game against the Eagles and the Chiefs. Do you think in the offseason they take a look at that again and maybe the votes go differently?
They were always going to look at it again in the offseason, and they didn't have the votes that they needed last offseason to overturn it and ban it from the game. They'll make another run at it again. I think there are enough people that want it out of the game. I don't know that it'll live to see another year. Certainly possible. But we're at the point now where opposing defenses can't stop the play. Officials don't know how to call the play. Nobody knows what to do with the play except the Philadelphia Eagles. Mm-hmm. And it's almost automatic when they run it. Like they're getting that 1 or 2 yards every single time. And it's amazing that nobody else in the league can do it with the success that they have had. But the plays confounded everybody but the Eagles. Everybody.
Yep. And then finally, Adam, before I let you go, I saw something over the weekend that I don't think I've ever seen before. I've never seen an offensive lineman like James Hudson in New York get called for 4 straight penalties, 4 consecutive ones, and then get pulled from the game and yell at his coach for getting pulled after 4 straight penalties. What'd you think?
I've never seen it either. And again, I'll come back and I'll tie it all together between Denver and Pittsburgh and the Giants and almost Arizona. I can't believe how some of these teams are just giving away games. Like the mistakes they make. I mean, it's just amazing. I remember, Bill Belichick one time said that 75% of the teams in the league beat themselves. That they find a way to lose. And I think that's really true, where it's not even that you win the game, it's that you don't lose the game. And these teams yesterday that I was watching, like Denver lost that game. Yeah. The Steelers with Caleb Johnson in the end zone, the kickoff that he touched that the Seahawks, they lost that. Okay. The Giants with penalties and a late interception lost that game. Although they did come back and win the game. They won and lost. So I'm not going to go all out on them, but the Arizona Cardinals were 27-3 in the third quarter against the Carolina Panthers and did everything they could to lose the game, but it built a big enough lead that they didn't. It's just amazing to me, these teams that just find ways to lose.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's almost as important now not to find a way to win, but to find a way not to lose.
I guess if you watch the game long enough, Adam, you'll see something you've never seen before. On the Giants' first possession yesterday, they had like 130 yards of offense on their first possession. I mean, think about that.
Yeah.
They came away with 3 points, but how do you you drove down the length of the field and then more, and then you came away with 3. I've never seen that before in my entire life. And this kid, all I could think about was the time that Shannon Sharp rattled the cage of the late great Derek Thomas. Remember, he lost his mind in that game. This kid is punching people in the head, and he's holding, and he's going. I mean, he just went insane.
Do you know the story, the backstory behind that Shannon play?
Oh yeah. We'll talk about that sometime. Oh yeah.
Go ahead, Vic.
You know who else is 2-0? By the way, you mentioned losing and winning games. My fantasy team is 2-0, Adam, thanks to your crafty technique and your numbers that you texted me just moments before my draft. They've worked wonders. I am just gouging people.
Collusion.
So thank you, Adam.
Collusion.
Vic, but hold on. How are you enjoying fantasy football, Vic?
You know what? This is what happened, though. I knew this was going to happen. I said I would just ignore it. It's nerdy. I ain't doing it. I'm looking at my phone every 5 minutes to see what my score is and how my team is doing. I just can't help it. And I just, man, what I did, I disemboweled Mark Springer over the weekend, boys. I just absolutely utilized. And I want to thank you, Adam Schefter, for giving me the proper tips to draft a squad that is worthy of that.
You know what? It's so funny. Like, people get into fantasy football, and it is highly addictive. All of a sudden, yesterday, I'm gonna read you the exchange, okay? Because it's good enough that that I think. Oh, okay. So all of a sudden, yesterday afternoon, about 2:15, my daughter texted me. My daughter, is Jameson Williams out? I'm getting nothing. Hey, so I texted her back.
That's awesome.
I said, Amon-Ra's caught everything. Rex Ryan has Jameson too, and he's mad also. So she goes, oh my God, this is so annoying. And then I just text her. I go, oh, there's a big play for Jameson. Oh, there's a touchdown for Jameson. And she texts me back 4-3. Goff is on my bench. A four-letter curse word. JJ's my starter. Ugh, annoying, whatever.
That's a nice text. I got a text from my daughter that says, I bought shots for all the girls. Please send more money. That's about the extent of my exchange.
Adam, you're the best. Always appreciate the time. We'll talk next week.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good Monday.
Adam Schefter, ESPN. All conversations with Adam are brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
If this game came down to one play, we would just do that one play and all go home. Save a lot of guys, a lot of grit and effort, and a lot of pain from playing the full game. So obviously we're glad we don't just play that one play. But it's tough. I mean, you could take away, you could talk about my interception. You could talk about a field goal. You could talk about a missed opportunity on one of the drives. We went 3 and out. It could have gone and got points. I mean, it's a whole game that comes down to a few key moments, and unfortunately, we had some negative key moments tonight. But
Torelli House Football Monday. Hey, close, finish. That's what today is. When it comes to the Broncos and what went wrong, is the leverage call really arbitrary ticky-tack for a game winner? Sure it is. But you know what? Don't throw the pick. Don't miss your own field goal. Get a stop on defense. Any number of things in the second half. Remember, outside the first drive in the second half, the Broncos put up 0 points for the rest of it. 0. Could have done a number of things better. But the thing that hit me is it's not just this week. They did the exact same thing with Tennessee last week. Tennessee was just so bad that they couldn't make you pay for it.
Such a good point. They let him stick around.
Yeah.
Hang around. Hang around. That was a poor attempt to recreate Rounders.
What the hell were you trying to do?
What?
What were you doing?
I literally, Vic, that could have
That's
been...
the worst Teddy KGB I've ever heard in my entire life.
That could have been the sloth from Ice Age or Tony Montana. I have no idea.
Hanging around.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Brett, here's the ling-long of it all. I don't know what we're going to see tonight. I think the Chargers are going to win the damn game. I don't know who's favored in that game. It has to be the LA Chargers. But you do this against the Chargers next weekend, you're going to get your asses completely kicked.
Yeah.
Okay? And maybe the
speaking
Raiders
of
will blow
Moshe,
them up tonight.
Hang on to that.
Yeah.
Hang on to your thought. I just want to remind people. So 2 Monday night games tonight. Bucks and Texans at 5 is going to be on AM 950, and the Chargers Raiders will be right here at 8 o'clock on 92.5. Go ahead.
Hanging around.
Same thing.
What's the difference?
No, it's not. I did the same thing. I did the very same thing. I mean, playing back to back, it sounds like the same guy.
Go ahead, Mo.
Hanging around.
Finish your thought.
God. Look, I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Maybe the Chargers will look like dog butt. I don't know. But you cannot play that way against L.A. or you're dead. It's just, again, this loss, every single game is so dang valuable. You got to go on the road to the Chargers. All of a sudden, you're staring 1 and 2 in the face before Jake Browning and the Bengals get here. But it's just like, hey, man, this is not going to be easy because the game in Philly is a loss. That is a scheduled loss. You're not going to win that game. End of story. They're going to beat the snot out of you, and you're going to be a 2-3 football team. At best case scenario, you're 2-3. So it's concerning, Brett. I'm peeved by all the mistakes that they made to give that game away. I'm peeved.
Yeah. And it's one of those, like, this can burn you late in the year. When you're competing for a playoff spot, let's say you don't win the AFC West and you're being competitive with teams like Indianapolis potentially at the end of the year, it could hurt a lot. Now, if there's any good news, and I don't mean this as people are happy that Burrow is hurt, but one of those teams that's also was going to be a factor in the AFC playoff race was Cincinnati. If they're out for Burrow for most, if not all of the year, then that leaves you in a better position, especially coming up 2 weeks from now.
They don't have a third quarterback in Cincinnati. They don't have one that I know of. I know that they're I think they're not great about it, but I think they're very secure with Jake Browning as their backup quarterback. I know they like him there. And he's shown out at times when called upon to play some good football. They don't have a third guy. So this week, watch for the Bengals. I don't know who they're going to go get or what they're going to look at. Maybe they'll make a deal. I have no idea. I've got some ideas in my mind who I would go and try to get if I were the Cincinnati old Bengals. But maybe we'll see that guy in a couple of weeks here. I don't know. But either way, if you're banking on, that's a dub because Burrow's out, don't be so sure, man. Don't be so sure.
Do you guys know how I watched the first half of the Broncos game yesterday?
Yeah, you told me you were FaceTiming it.
I watched it on FaceTime. Is that legal?
Why?
Do you know how hard it is to watch a game on FaceTime? You feel so helpless. Second half, I figured it out a little bit. The reason I bring that up is because it still allowed me to take down some notes.
Oh, God.
And I want to read my notes from this game. God. Just a few notes. And I want to ask you guys how these things worked out, all right? First note, run game established early with J.K. just carving up the Colts defense. It makes the passing game look easy. The opening drive by the Denver Broncos,
beautiful,
after they answered the field goal from Indy. How good was that opening drive? How easy did they make it?
It's exactly what you wanted.
With the run game, right?
Yeah.
Run game, pass game, you married the two. It was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
My next note on the next drive, what a huge pass breakup by Riley Moss. Is Moser leaving?
Yeah, he bounced. It's fine. Continue.
Where's he going?
I'm listening.
What a big pass breakup by Riley Moss.
Yeah.
The one that Indy fans thought was a interference call.
You know what's so funny? I was looking at mine, Vic. I had great pass breakup from Surtain, Moss, and Barron all down on my sheet, and I was like, how good is this secondary? Only for them to get torched later.
Yeah, that's why I like to read this stuff, because you write stuff down, and at the end of the day, you're like, how much of this comes out real? How much of it is just, you're getting excited about the game? All right, here we go. Here's one that ended up proving to be a problem in the game. This is my third note. Man, this Broncos busted coverage. Linebackers are getting exposed today, exposed everywhere. That was my third note. That proved to be true for most of the game. Most of the game.
Yeah.
PS2 leaving the game with that left ankle issue. He would come back. He's fine. He's fine. I've got here Bo and Franklin chemistry from Oregon finally coming to fruition here at the pro level. I mean, 8 grabs. The chemistry was very apparent, Brett, on that one broken play.
Yes.
Where Bo runs to his left and he needs help, and Franklin knew exactly what to do.
Just took off. Yeah. It's like he caught once Bo started scrambling. Remember, he's doing that thing where he's running opposite of his natural side, and Franklin basically sat down in his route, and by the time he was like, oh, I'm just going to take off and run, the corner was like a second late to even realize it. Yeah, it's a great play.
I got on here Sean Payton just laying it down, beating the Colts at the grease board right now. That was in the first half when they scored at will, right? They scored at will. And that was apparent, man. I mean, his offensive scheme, his game plan was working wonders. And then it just sort of screeched to a halt.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of beef with the offense from yesterday. Yes, you wanted to get more points in the second half, but they had them, and then they threw a pick and missed a field goal. I mean, they were there.
Yeah. In the third quarter, I wrote this down because at the third quarter, I honestly thought the Broncos were going to win this game going away. And I said, big difference in this game is red zone defense. The Broncos 3 for 3 in the red zone. The Colts at that point were 2 for 5. They finished 2 of 6. That's going to be why the Broncos win this game. Because they gave up yards, a ton of them, but they managed to stop most of those in the red zone. Now, it didn't work. Whatever. And then I've got in bold letters here, where the hell is the Broncos pass rush?
That, I think, out of all the things that surprised me, there's basically 2. I haven't seen Surtain get beat that much in a long, long time. But secondly, the best pass rush in the NFL last year, by pressures, by sack, by whatever metric you want to use, couldn't get to him. Like, just straight up, never really made Daniel Jones uncomfortable. 1 sack in that game, which we all know this Broncos defense, that's pretty nuts that they didn't have more. It was just a weird game, Vic. It was like, I don't think anybody could have predicted the game to look the way that it did. That the Broncos offense was actually operating at a pretty high clip, and their defense was the one that was getting gashed all game.
Well, here's why.
The amount of big plays they gave up.
Here's why, Brett. If we had closed Friday's show and I told you, Brett, I guarantee the Broncos scored 28 points in Indy, you're thinking, that's a dub.
I think if the Broncos scored 28 points, if you told me that against any team, I think they win.
Yeah. You're thinking that's a dub.
Yeah.
And you're thinking that because of the reputation of this defense.
Right.
Correct?
Yep.
You're thinking that because There's no way Danny Dimes is going to produce more than 28 points. Well, he did.
Yeah.
He did. And that's why there's no assurance for people who say, well, it's all on that one missed call or ticky-tack call. Here's my retort to that. Let's say the Broncos were up by 6 instead of 3. Let's say Lutz makes that field goal. How do you know they're going to stop him from scoring a touchdown?
I would have felt good about it.
How do you know?
I would have felt really good about it.
How do you know?
I mean, you don't know for sure, but Vic, by just the tone of the game, I mean, you mentioned it, the Broncos seem to they would eventually get a stop. Eventually. Now, could the Colts have scored a touchdown? Yeah, they could have. They didn't get one all second half. And a weird decision by them to just sit down and be like, hey, 60-yarder's good with us. And they end up, getting rewarded for it with the penalty. But, man, really weird. A couple more thoughts from this game. By the way, I got a piece of audio I wanted to play all day. It is, I was surprised after the game, Vic. Sean Payton sounded a lot more calm than I thought he would have post-game. Wasn't a lot of that snippiness that he sometimes gets after a loss. I watched a coach who won over the weekend that was as pissed as any coach I've ever seen. We'll get to it next. All right, one final time. It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio. Rally House. Shop every team in town. So, Vic, we've heard angry audio from coaches who lose. It's not like a rare thing. That happens a lot. This is Brian Kelly after a win.
There's a ridiculous questions, and I'm getting tired of it. That football team just worked their tail off to get an SEC win, and you want to know what's wrong. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect. How about that? Give them some respect instead of micro-analyzing every little thing. This is ridiculous. For a group of seasoned reporters, that kind of question is so out of line.
He just asked him why the offense didn't do better. That was the question. And I know that he's probably protecting his quarterback. You know, Nussmeier, he's one of those guys, he's up for a Heisman at least early in this college football season, Vic. But Nussmeier hasn't been fantastic this year from a numbers perspective. He's got 3 touchdowns, 2 picks, not even 700 yards passing. But Brian Kelly, he's very easy to dislike.
I totally agree. I get it why he's a bit upset. I mean, they won the game. They won the game, and they won, 20-10?
Yeah.
I get it. But that doesn't excuse anyone from accepting a critical question. Because, again, I go back to, let's say the Broncos escape and win, and he misses the kick, and they don't call the ticky-tack call, okay? Let's say more on that in a moment, by the way. Do we do today's show all rosy and sunflowers and rainbows, or is it critical of how they finish the game?
It's critical, and it should be.
That's sports. That's just the way this works. That's how we react to stuff like this. And I think, he's been around long enough. He should understand that. Now, back to that kick, by the way. I don't know if you noticed this. DMac just tweeted out 4 different kicks by the Indianapolis Colts earlier in that game. All right? 4 of them.
Yep.
On all 4, the Broncos field goal unit left the center, the snapper, unencumbered. Didn't touch him. Largely unfed. All right?
Mm-hmm.
Certainly didn't try to jump him or gain leverage. But on the 60-yard attempt, it was done differently. They got physical with the snapper. And they got called for it. So my question is now, was that just a player going rogue? Was that Dondre Tillman just saying, I'm going to try this? Or, as he suggested yesterday after the game, there was a play call. Was he coached to do that?
Yeah, it sounded like he was told to do that, right? That's what he said after the game.
Surely they know the rule, though. I don't think he's told to grab the center. And not like that. It can't be. That can't be the case.
I don't know. It very weird. So you're saying, I haven't seen this. They didn't do it once before that?
No, they did not do it. DMac just tweeted all 4 prior kicks. All 4 prior kicks, and every single one of them, you saw the snapper, and he was fine. Like, nobody touched him.
Yeah.
He's, like, sitting there like this, and they basically raised their hands up and went after the kick through other gaps. But on that specific play, they chose to try and rush that gap up the middle, and in doing so, they touched the snapper.
I would stay the hell away from that snapper. Like, no matter what you do, just give him, like, a 5-yard window. Like, just stay away. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just quickly here. Have you ever had, go back and think, Vic, have you ever watched a coach's opening press conference after being hired and known immediately that it wasn't going to work? Because I can think of one in particular.
Deshaun Foster?
Yeah, Deshaun Foster. The other one I was thinking of, by the way, was Jim Tomsula. Remember when he was the head coach for San Francisco for a year? And you're like, that's not going to work.
That's not going to work.
Here was just a reminder. Deshaun Foster was hired as UCLA's head coach last year. This is him at the time, I believe it was Pac-12 Media Days, I believe.
I'm sure you guys don't know too much about UCLA, but our football program, but we're in LA. It's us and USC. we
I've never felt a silence like that before.
Oh, okay.
That was his. Does he just go up to the podium with no plan whatsoever?
It sounds to me like there was
that you said.
There was a disconnect there. I don't think either his SID didn't warn him, or he forgot. Maybe the SID didn't tell him, hey, by the way, you go up, you say a few things, then you take questions. Maybe that part was left out. I don't know, but somebody messed up there because he looked like.
So that was last year before he coached a game. They ended up 5-7 last year, which look, it's not like awful, but not great. So they start this year, they're 0-3. They lose their first game against Utah 43-10. Utah's a good team, whatever. They then lose the next week to UNLV 30-23. And he was fired yesterday because they lost their third straight game of the year. Vic, it was one of those games you pay a team to come in. They paid New Mexico, and they lost 35-10 at home.
They didn't lose. They got trounced.
Yeah. Remember Iamaleava, the quarterback at Tennessee last year, who transferred because he wanted more money? Well, he went to UCLA. He's been awful, and he has now said that he needs to step away from the game, that he is having some sort of he needs a, what do they call that, mental health deal. He's got something going on there. He's like not going to play now. And they fired Deshaun Foster already. That's pretty quick for you just to be like, no, thank you. But it's not going to get better, dude. They got Northwestern, which may be Northwestern, but you got Penn State, you got Indiana, you got Ohio State, USC, Washington. Hell, Nebraska looks like they might not be half bad this year. Like, they got a lot of games in which it looks like they're going to get their butts kicked.
You know, UCLA should not be that bad.
No.
It's UCLA. I mean, come on, man. They should not be that bad. I don't care who's coaching. I don't care what's happening. You're in the nation's number 2 market. You're in the Big Ten now. You got to be better. So that did not surprise me one bit.
So just quickly, again, if you guys were not paying attention, I saw 2 things. One that happened in the Broncos game in which a team just elected a 60-yard field goal is A-okay with me. Were you shocked, Vic, in the Giants and Cowboys game? When
no,
the
that
Cowboys
Aubrey made his?
No, that the Cowboys had a few seconds to work with, and I believe a timeout, and they were at, I don't know what it was, they're almost at midfield. And they decided to run the ball at Javonte instead of like try and pick up 10 yards through the air. And they picked up 2 and said, that's good enough. 64-yard field goal is fine. And to their credit, like Aubrey nailed the kick.
He's in a domed environment. Do you know this kid? Are you familiar with Brandon Aubrey? I mean, there's a reason I drafted him for my fantasy team. Well, so this guy was drafted. He was a first-round draft pick of the MLS draft.
Yeah, that he's a soccer guy. Yeah.
Stop playing soccer. I'm gonna go to football. And that kick he made could have been good. I watched it live. Could have been good from 70.
Yeah.
75.
Do you know what he
killed it?
Do you know what he is in his career from 50 yards or farther?
Give me how many attempts?
30.
30 attempts. I'll say he's 27 of 30.
Nailed it. In all 3 years, Vic, he had a 60-yard kick his rookie year. He hit a 65-yarder last year, and now a 64-yarder already this year.
Best kicker in the game.
That's unbelievable.
What a weapon. What a weapon. When you can just say, nah, we're good from 64. We good. We ain't need no more here. And meanwhile, in the Colts-Broncos game, they settled for a 60, and everybody's looking at Shane Steichen going, what are you doing?
Yeah. And he missed, but he got the other shot from 45. Just quickly, Vic, I got to tell you, I was so panicked when I saw both Pat Surtain and Zach Allen go down in that game for a second. Now, they both came back in and played. I wonder if that injury affected a little bit of Surtain's game, though, because he did not look right.
Yeah, he limped off. They taped him up. Who knows? Maybe they shot him up. Who knows? You're exactly right. And that 3rd and 6, it's hard to cover a guy coming across the field. But when Pierce got open on that 3rd and 6, that's a tough ask for any cornerback.
Yep.
But you're Patrick Surtain. You're supposed to be Superman, right?
All injury reports, by the way, powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Can we get a fact checker, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm going to play 2 sound clips for you that Vic said would sound identical, and you can decide.
They let him stick around.
Yeah.
Hang around. Hang around.
Hanging around.
Same thing.
Identical.
I don't sense any difference in inflection, voice, accent, nothing.
I'll just tell you, I disagree. I think those are very, very different things that we just played back to back.
They let him stick around.
Yeah.
Hang around. Hang around.
Hanging around.
Not quite.
Hanging around. What do you want me to throw up a loogie?
Vic, I'm not kidding. I thought you're doing Tony Montana. I really thought that's what you were going for there. Let me listen to it one more time, Nelly. Tell me this ain't closer to Tony Montana than Teddy KGB.
They let him stick around.
Yeah.
Hang around. Hang around.
Hanging around.
I've got to get more throat in there.
Yeah.
Throaty.
Again, Rally House Football Monday continues all day today. I just was going to move on. From that. But continues all day, especially with the morning sprint here. Coach's breakdown of the game with Raj coming up right after us. Again, an incredibly disappointing way for that game to end because it feels like you just gave one away. You had it. Like, Vic, I thought the Broncos were winning that football game until the very, very end.
So let me get this straight. Moser left the show early on account of he wanted to go play golf with the Avalanche and receive the gift basket that included all these goodies. We get nothing.
Selfish. Does it surprise you?
No.
Of course not. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Have a wonderful Monday. We'll talk to you all tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
It's a 60-yard attempt. And again, in pregame warm-ups, at this end, his longest was 59. Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good! Denver's gonna win! Denver's gonna win!
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh my goodness. It's against Denver. It is against Denver.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
That's a huge.
Oh my goodness.
That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrader. It's good, and the Colts have won.
No, listen, understand the rule. You can't grab and pull guys down, and then you can't put your hands and push off. So we'll look at the tape. I understand the rule real well. I think my understanding was, though, it was on Indy. So, you can't do that to the long snapper.
It was there. It was won just up until it wasn't, as Indianapolis storms back on an untimed play from 45 yards. The field goal is good. 29-28 is the final in week 2 as the Broncos slip to 1-1 on the season. Should have been 2-0. The number 1 defense in the land shows up in Indy and gets boat raced by Daniel Jones. 316 yards and a touchdown. 165 yards on the ground for Jonathan Taylor, who does not drop the ball at the 1-yard line. And rookie Tyler Warren out of Penn State shows up in a big way. 4 receptions, 79 yards for the rookie tight end. The offenses were both humming. It was fun. It was back and forth. And then the Broncos offense, well, they sputtered. And penalties cost them a pivotal game this early in the season. As we welcome you to the morning sprint, Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, dressed to the nines for Channel 9, Coach Mike Sanford.
I see what you did there. Yeah, I want to hear from you, Broncos fan, Broncos country. Shot Mazda text line 303-504-0925. I want to hear and see from you if you had the same emotions that I had yesterday. I'll tell you what my emotion was, Raj. When the penalty was committed, it was pure anger. And my anger was directed because I understand where the responsibility and accountability lies when a unit of the football team directly leads to a loss on the road. We've seen it before, haven't we, Raj, with the field goal unit, just the opposite side. We saw it a year ago, and guess what happened to Ben Kotwika? And guess what happened to Mike Westhoff? When you had the Chiefs beat on the road, and at the time a very legal block attempt by the Chiefs led to a blocked field goal that should have won the game. Those two guys lost their jobs. Replaced by a new guy, Darren Rizzi, who comes from the Saints world. And guess what? 2 games in, I would argue that it has been significantly worse on the special team side, and I am angry. I'm angry because as a coach, and this is Darren Rizzi, who's in the crosshairs here right now, if you tolerate what happened with the 3 interior guys, not just DeAndre Tillman, who was called for the penalty, number 92, who pushed off on the guard, there was also a physical presence on the short snapper by Awazarike, as well as another push-off that could have been called by DJ Jones. If you think that this happens on every snap, you're wrong. Darren McKee last night said this happens all the time. Guess what DMac went and did?
He did this morning, showed all 4 kicks that Indy had. It only happened on the final.
It happened on that final. And he also looked back at about 26 game-winning field goals from over the course of last season, and this did not happen on any one of those 26 field goals.
It's a 1.3% flag. It is called 1.3% of kicks. It doesn't
Why do you think it is?
often.
Why do you think it doesn't happen very often?
Because players probably don't touch the center.
They don't touch the center, or they don't push their hands down on the guard to propel themselves up and toward the kick point. It's terrible coaching.
I guess, dude, I could understand trying to do that on a 40-yarder a 35-yarder and hoping you get away with it. A 60-yarder, you could just go, ball is snapped, and you just turn your head and look at the ball in the air. And you're probably doing just as much as if you're trying to get through that little A gap on the side of the center.
What we try to do...
From 60? 60?
60. With a kicker who's a journeyman who's never stuck. You realize that, what's his name? Spencer Schrader? Is that his name that kicked the game-winning field goal? Spencer Schrader, just last year, okay, this is obviously a fairly new kicker to the National Football League, not a household name. This isn't a type of guy. Spencer Schrader, last season, all right, he played on 3 teams. Oh, check that. Yeah, 2024. He was an Indianapolis Colt for 1 game. He was a New York Jet for 1 game. He was a Kansas City Chief for 2 games. And outside of that, nothing in his career. And you're going to allow him to get a gimme, a mulligan, a breakfast ball?
A kick from 45 should be a gimme.
And it was. So I am upset. Is the season lost for the Denver Broncos? Far from it. Right now, worst case scenario after tonight's contest in Monday Night Football between the Raiders and the Chargers. Worst case scenario, you're tied for second place. It's worst case scenario. And you get a chance most likely to play against the first place team this coming Sunday.
Yeah, there's a chance that Vegas comes in tonight and beats LA somehow.
And even if they don't, you're tied with the Raiders after tonight and an opportunity to get this extremely bad taste out of your mouth against a team that I've been saying, Raj, all along, the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton have to conquer the Jim Harbaugh Chargers beast that's out there.
We're going to stick and stew in Indy for this entire day. We will move on to LA when I'm damn good and ready. This loss hurts, man, especially with the upcoming Monday night game at home against Cincinnati. Joe Burrow's going to be out for 3 months with turf toe and ligament damage. Like, since he becomes you have to win that football game now without Joe Burrow. Like, you can't lose to Jake Browning at home. So you're hoping at that point that you can get back to, 2-2 if you can't beat LA on the road. That win, man, if they're right on the cusp in week 17, week 18, losing to Indy is, I can't believe you lost that game. The defense got absolutely shredded. It was chunk play after chunk play. It was 38 yards to Tyler Warren. It was 44 yards in a wheel route to Jonathan Taylor. It was 68 yards from Jonathan Taylor.
You knew it was spectacular in that game. It's the guy that I said is going to have the ultimate renaissance year, just like we saw from Baker Mayfield 2 years ago and just like we saw from Sam Darnold last year. Shane Steichen is proving to be the quarterback whisperer in the same conversation as Kevin O'Connell. Because Daniel Jones, just listen to some of these advanced analytics. In his second start for the Colts, this is from pro.nfl.com, Daniel Jones completed 23 of 34 pass attempts for 316 yards and a touchdown, generating the 5th highest dropback success rate of his career.
He did whatever he wanted.
60.5%. Now, this is wild. Jones was blitzed on a career high for him, 71.1% of his dropbacks, and completed 16 of his 25 attempts while facing 5 or more rushers for 265 yards and a touchdown. The 4th most passing yards against the blitz in any game in the NFL advanced analytics era since 2016. Jones attempted 10 passes into tight windows, completing 6 of them for 100 yards, including 4 tight window.
3 of them against PS2. 3 of them.
Unbelievable performance from him. You know what? A lot of people think the sky is falling right now with the Denver Broncos defense. I think that Daniel Jones played magnificent football. And Vance Joseph, he brought as much as he could bring in Daniel Jones, 1 sack. And if you think that nobody was getting home, well, guess what? Nick Benito, all right? Oh, he was on a milk carton, right? Really?
I'm going to guess 5 pressures.
Created 6 pressures on just 20 pass rushes. That's a 30% rate against the Colts, adding to his league-leading 15 total pressures and 35.7 pressure rate with a minimum of 20 pressures.
And the difference between Jones and Nix in this game is when Benito was right there. And in the second half, there were 2 times where he was inches away from having a strip sack. Daniel Jones, outside of the Tyler Warren crossing route that ends up being was that a turnover on downs? The crossing route? It was either a turnover on downs or it was a third down. It was a crosser that it was a terrible throw to Warren.
Oh, yes.
When he was under pressure, he found his receivers.
He was good.
And when Nix was under pressure and had to change his arm angle, he sailed the ball in an unacceptable spot.
Late. Because I think early he was great against pressure. He's great.
Nix
period.
was awesome. Great. He was awesome in the first half.
You know what? Bo Nix, and I know this is the time to get a lot of negative energy out, but Bo Nix for the first half, it was fun to watch him be an athlete and to play freely.
Yes.
He didn't look like he was burdened by whatever was called in the huddle. And Sean Payton, I told you, we said this. He's not going to allow what was dysfunctional play calling and structural systematic issues with how long the plays were, how long it took for them to come in.
I thought Sean called a great game.
He was great. And we knew that. Sean Payton, you can't be in this league for as long as he has been and as successful as he's been if he's just going to be so stubborn that he doesn't even remotely change his ways.
There are 5 or 6 things that went wrong in that game, and none of them were decisions made by Sean Payton. None of them. I thought he called a great game in the first. I thought he called a really solid game in the second. The 6 things that happened were, you missed a 42-yarder. You can't doink that thing from 42, Will Lutz. $4 million? You make that kick. The journeyman kid who hasn't missed a field goal in the NFL, well, he made his. Yeah, he missed the 60-yarder, but that gets wiped off because of a dumb penalty. You have 2 different penalties. You have a spiked ball by J.K. Dobbins that cost you 5 yards. When you were down, were they in the red zone or they were right up next to it after that Dobbins run? Spikes the ball, loses 5 yards. Troutman gets a face mask, 15 yards. I'm not putting either one of those on Sean Payton. He ain't on the field. He's on the outside of the white lines.
For sure.
You have the missed field goal by Lutz. You have the terrible decision to try and launch yourself off of a center and a guard.
Did you already mention what led to the missed field goal by Lutz? I mean, Lutz missed it, but it was aided by the delay of game penalty because you just felt like spiking the ball, J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, those are the 2 things. 20 yards between J.K. Dobbins and Adam Troutman go from a chip shot to what should be a very makeable kick for an NFL kicker, 42 yards. But I'd rather have a 33-yarder.
You know what's really disappointing about this contest, Raj?
That ain't on Sean Payton, man.
And you know about this because there's there's no sport that the C that you wear is more important, or in fact, in the case of hockey, the C or the A, is that your C's, your captains, the guys that were out there representing your team at the coin toss, Will Lutz, Alex Singleton, Pat Surtain. Bad performances.
All 3 of them had
frankly,
a
DJ
bad
Jones.
day.
DJ Jones, too, who anchors that interior defensive line. He's one of your captains. It's a bad day for your C's, man. Bo Nix is a C, and he stood up, and he responded. But unfortunately, the side of the ball that you're supposed to be known for, that this is supposedly, we've been talking about it all offseason, and now we feel like idiots. Because that is a unit that gave up nearly 500 yards of offense to Daniel Jones, who Brett Kane all week said that he was cheeks. He was buns. Well, guess what? Daniel Jones, he played like one of the best quarterbacks in the National Football League through 2 weeks.
It's a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. We want to get to your calls coming up at 10:45. You can call us at 303-504-0925. But on the other side, yeah, we do it on losses too. It's my favorite part of the week. It's the Broncos Big Play Replay. Don't miss it. Back on a Rally House Football Monday. Raj alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. Broncos fall to 1-1. It's 10:20 on a Broncos Monday, and that means it's time for our Broncos big play replay. No, we don't just do it when they win football games. When they lose, we got to handle it as well, Coach.
Do we have to do this, Raj? Do I have to relive it?
You have to relive it.
You know what? Reliving it is going to remind me that this was a really good football game.
Yeah, it sucks they lost.
If you take out
it was
the
so
taste,
entertaining.
it was like arguably one of the best Broncos games until the very end of the game. When you saw that 60-yard field goal go wide right, you're saying instant classic, the guts, the grit, not having your A game and finding a way, but yet take us through it, Raj.
It starts off with a 61-yard, 9-play, 3-minute and 9-second drive off the bat. Indy marches down the field. Downs a 20-yard reception. Benito gets a roughing the passer call. It was kind of a soft call if I'm being completely honest, but Indy gets down into the red zone. But what does the Broncos defense do? It bends, it doesn't break, Coach. They hold them to a 29-yard field goal. Denver goes down 3-0. Broncos get the ball. What happens, Coach? 18 yards, power, first play of the game. J.K. Dobbins through the middle after a 20-yard return from R.J. Harvey. This is how you wanted them to start the game. Power, inside, run the football.
It looked great. You got to see J.K. Dobbins get greased up, some formations that were just simple downhill runs, playing to the strengths of of probably your two linemen that you need to play to the strengths of, and that's Mike McGlinchey and Ben Powers running a little power football. And then a nice blend on this drive. Just back and forth, run and pass. I love this drive from Sean Payton.
Bryant has his first career catch, 12 yards, gets down to the Indy 23, and on 1st and 10, Marvin Mims gets open.
Bryant was in the backfield, 1st and 10, caught for the touchdown! Marvin Mims, acrobatic move, got it!
6 plays, 64 yards, 3 minutes and 27 seconds off the clock. Denver takes a 7-3 lead, a beautiful throw over Howard. That dude had a really tough first half, but that's a gorgeous throw from Bo.
It was a great throw. I love the check at the line of scrimmage. Bo Nix seeing cover 1 and just picks on number 4, who just kept getting penalty after penalty for the Indianapolis Colts. He started out early, and he ended up getting targeted often. Bo Nix really exposing number 4, who just, once again, about as bad of a game, and that is that's a bad corner group with the injuries that they've had.
Yeah, you should have been able to take advantage of an injured defense for Indy. The Broncos did early on. Bo started 8 of 9, 101 yards, 2 touchdowns. Obviously, we have the Surtain injury that we'll talk about in that first half. But as we continue on, Denver's defense holds to yet another field goal in the red zone. That would be the story of the first half for Denver's defense. Yeah, they got gashed for some big plays on that second drive. Tyler Warren gets open for 39 yards. They hold them to 3. Denver has to punt on their ensuing drive. Jeremy Crawshaw continues to be fantastic. He gets that thing down to the 11.
The biggest worry on your special teams unit, Raj, in the offseason and training camp has become probably your only real strength right now for Darren Rizzi in that special teams. Crawshaw been fantastic.
But unfortunately, after a Pat Surtain pass interference call, gets the ball all the way up to the 38, Jonathan Taylor gets open for a 43-yard gain.
It's 3rd down and 2 out of the backfield. Taylor on the move. He's chased by Surtain and Singleton and Hufanga. Out of bounds. Galloping downfield. Takes it outside the 10.
Jonathan Taylor was an issue the entire game.
Jonathan Taylor seems to be an issue for the Denver Broncos, period, point blank. And outside of dropping the football shy of the goal line a year ago, he's just produced at next level types of running back performances against this Bronco defense for whatever reason.
43-yard wheel route. Looks like, was it Singleton who blew that coverage? Alex Singleton had a rough game.
Yeah, he wears that captain patch, and he did not represent it particularly well. It was a tough one.
43 yards down to the Denver 11. Daniel Jones would sneak in yet again, his 3rd sneak touchdown of the young season.
Push-ish.
It's tush pushy.
Because you got to think, right? Where does Shane Steichen come from? He was one of the OG tush pushers, the offensive coordinator for Jalen Hurts and the Philadelphia Eagles in their first Super Bowl attempt to win.
Indy takes a 13-7 lead after a 7-play, 85-yard drive. Takes 3 minutes and 30 seconds off the clock again. Indy started that drive down on their own 11-yard line. flags would be an issue for Denver the entire game. Ensuing drive, Denver looking to answer yet again. This was the Troy Franklin drive. He hits a screen, a massive 42-yard scramble drill to Troy.
It's 2nd down and 13 for Knicks. 4-5 through the air. McGlinchey trying to block. Here comes the rush from Lewis. Downfield, he's got him! Caught! What a grab! Franklin outstretched, hauls it in. Downfield. 2nd down goal. That's a touchdown. Franklin, why not? He authored that drive. He finishes that drive with a touchdown reception.
Troy Franklin, 4-yard touchdown, play action on the flat right, but the big play of that drive, you heard it on 2nd and 13. Troy Franklin on a scramble drill gets downfield to the Indy 28.
Do we have potentially wide receiver 1 vibes going on right now with Troy Franklin? That's what I felt, because if you would have told me that Cortland Sutton would have just 2 targets, catch the ball once for 6 yards, and then also, actually, I think he was targeted 4 times, but just 1 catch for 6 yards for Cortland Sutton. And then the guy that I thought would be wide receiver 2 would be your tight end, the Joker, Evan Ingram. Not so fast, my friend. In just 9 targets, Troy Franklin, 8 catches. He was spectacular.
Denver takes a 14-3 lead as we move on. Troutman, a 2-yard touchdown pass, extends the Denver lead to 8 points on a 10-play, 50-yard drive that takes 4 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock. But as we expected the Denver defense to walk in and tamp down Daniel Jones after a wonderful Week 1 performance in his Indianapolis debut, as I said, only 2 times in Jones's career has he put back-to-back performances of quarterback rating north of 100. Well, make that 3 times after this game. He was excellent, and Allen Pierce was one of the big reasons why.
1st and 10, Jones going deep. Oh, he's got him. He's got Pierce. Caught. Flag, Moss to the 21.
That was right after Pat Surtain returned from his injury. It was like an ankle injury that kept him out parts of a series. Jonathan Taylor goes to the Indy 25. Allen on PS2 gets down to the 10 or 2-minute warning, but that 44-yard reception down to the Denver 21. Again, that was a pass interference call that was declined on Riley Moss. There's a tight end screen that goes 15 yards on the very next play, and then Jonathan Taylor catches a 7-yard touchdown pass to cut the lead from 8 down to 1.
When you mention the production of Tyler Warren, rookie tight end, and you potentially had an opportunity to get into that territory of drafting a player of his stature, after you lose a game like this, in which your nickel, your first-round drafted defensive back, Jahdae Barron, doesn't really have a significant impact on the game.
You thought he was going to after the Surtain injury, but like Pat just walked right in after.
Yeah, so 2 very scary moments for the Denver Broncos and the fan base is Zach Allen on the ground and then also Pat Surtain on the ground, both of them, for quite some time, also in the injury tent. Did avoid that. But when you start thinking about, man, did you get the requisite offensive playmaker that you needed this past offseason? Well, the Indianapolis Colts did, and they're a better team today than you are as a result of how this game played out.
That 21-20 score is where we were left at halftime. Denver takes over the ball to start off that second half, and they march down the field. 7 plays, 60 yards, 3 minutes and 47 seconds off the clock, and they finish it on the ground with J.K. Dobbins.
2nd down, 1. Here's a Dobbins run. Vaults into the end zone. Touchdown, Denver. A rushing touchdown by J.K. Dobbins.
Big-time rushing drive, and it was highlighted by an 18-yard Bo Nix scramble up the middle.
Yeah, Bo Nix is feeling his decision-making in this game of when to take off and run, when to extend a play, just like he did on the Troy Franklin 40-plus yard reception. That was a second play opportunity. Bo just made the right decisions inside and out of the pocket, certainly in that first half and into the early going in the second half.
Denver continues to get gashed on their next defensive drive. 15 yards for Warren, 12 yards for Pittman, Taylor goes 10 yards right behind the right guard. But what does the Denver defense do? As they did in the first half, they held Indy out of the end zone more often than not. They hold them to a field goal. The lead gets cut to 28-23 after the 36-yarder is good.
I think it's important to mention that, Raj, just about holding them to a field goal. 6 trips for the Indianapolis Colts into the red zone, just 2 touchdowns. That's a terrific percentage. You don't love a bend but don't break defense, but you'll take it. It's better than bend and break.
Denver would have to punt on their next drive down to the Indianapolis 8-yard line. This is where they got a turnover on downs. Beautiful pressure from Jonah Ellis on the backside. Like, the defense looked like, oh, this is the turning point. This is when Daniel Jones turns into New York Giants Daniel Jones.
Turns into a pumpkin, right? He didn't. He never did. And that moment right there was a great play from Jonah Ellis. And Jonah Ellis, I would say that he was a very, very bright spot and needs to continue to get on the field. I don't know if he needs to get out there in lieu of Nick Bonito, who we already established had 6 pressures he created. But I do think that Jonah Ellis needs to play probably in a rotation basis with Jonathan Cooper.
They hold Indy. They get the ball back at midfield. Midfield in the fourth quarter, people. And what happens? Bo Nix makes an unfortunate, unforced error after a roughing the pass, or right after that roughing the passer call. Like, the Broncos were moving.
Chance for points.
He sells the roughing the passer call on the sideline. You thought you were guaranteed 3, and then Bo sails one.
Bidet the back, 28 of the Colts. 3rd down 3, Nix to the air. The time, the throw, wobbly, and picked off! Intercepted by Bynum!
Unfortunate interception right there. What I saw from Bo is he got a little bit flat-footed, and I would call it, I don't know, lazy is ever the right term to use with Bo Nix, because his care factor is through the roof, but in that particular play, I didn't love how flat-footed, and there was no rotational transformation of power from his back hip through his front hip. That ball sailed on him, whether it was tipped or not.
I don't think it was tipped. It looked as though he just changed his arm angle at the end.
Changed his arm angle.
There was a big old paw that was coming up that may have knocked the ball down. Honestly, if the ball gets knocked down, Denver wins the football game if the ball gets knocked down.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean,
prove me wrong.
You've got to keep him out of the end zone, obviously. I mean, there's enough time to drive and score a touchdown in the way that the game had gone. Daniel Jones had already thrown for 300-plus yards at that point in time.
Wasn't getting into the end zone, though.
That's true. And they didn't end up getting in the end zone. But, yeah, this was an unfortunate turnover, and now Bo Nix has turned the football over 4 times in 2 games between 3 interceptions and a fumble from the previous week against the Titans.
Interception after the defense had been on the field for 9 plays, nearly 5 minutes. They get just 97 seconds of actual game time to sit down and catch their breath. They have to go back onto the field as Indy takes over on the 11. What happens? They go to their bell cow, 9 yards up the middle, right guard for 3 yards, and then 68 yards for Jonathan Taylor.
Daniel Jones, they got by 1. Taylor gets by another. Oh, he's off to the races. A foot races to 10. Here comes the Funga. There goes Taylor. Out of bounds at the 9. Oh, what a run. 69 yards.
68 yards officially for Taylor after Jones and Jaquan McMillan. Like, they had contact at the mesh point. It should have been a 2-yard loss.
It should have. It just wasn't. And to give up that big of a run in that moment is it's inexcusable, and it changes the math on the end of game scenario here for Shane Steichen.
But once again, what does Denver's defense do? Jones scrambles for 1 yard. Warren has a drop after a wonderful hit from P.J. Locke. They have to settle for a 28-yard field goal in the red zone yet again. Denver has a 2-point lead at this point after the field goal is good. Denver then goes on what you needed, a 10-play, 5-minute and 18-yard drive. And what happens after they get all the way down to the Indy 20? Dobbins spikes a ball. Troutman gets caught for a face mask. And then Will Lutz doinks one off the right upright, and it opens up the door for Indy to do this.
It's a 60-yard attempt. And again, in pregame warmups, at this end, his longest was 59. Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh, my goodness. It's against Denver. It is against Denver.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
That's a huge.
Oh, my goodness.
That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrader. It's good, and the Colts have won.
And just like that, the bend but don't break defense gets screwed by special teams.
You need to play complementary football in all three phases. And I would argue that Broncos offensively played, they did their part for the most part in order to be there for a defense that was giving up yards but not giving up 7. The special teams did not come through in the clutch yet again. And frankly, I always say this with football. When you have a problem and you have an issue, it catches up to you when it catches up to you. And it caught up to you. We saw bad special teams play in week 1 against the Titans. Apparently, Sean Payton just had his media availability. DMac just shot me a text. And the very first question was asked was about the special teams and how that happens in that play. So we'll have that here soon.
Denver falls 29-28 is the final score. Colts over the Broncos. Denver 1-1 as they await the LA Chargers on the road next week. That finishes up week 2 of the NFL season tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can listen to the Raiders and Chargers on Monday Night Football as we do every single week. That is your Broncos Big Play Replay with Raj and Coach.
Oh, what's good, Colorado? Want to get away after that monstrosity of a finish yesterday? Well, the good news is that winter, it's right around the corner, and it's time to lock in the absolute best deal in all of Colorado skiing. I personally love Ski Loveland because of the opportunity for my family, for me even sometimes, to just get away and get away quickly, not have to drive the extra 30, 45 minutes, not have to traverse through the Johnson-Eisenhower Tunnel and potentially come out on the other end of it with a big traffic jam and all kinds of weather. I love the fact that you can just get off right away and get onto ski lifts where there are tons of opportunities for snow and way less people. So you need to check out skiloveland.com and lock in your season pass rates. We're talking nearly 50% less than any of the national icon epic season passes, and you get just as good as snow with a whole heck of a lot less lift line. So check out skiloveland.com. I'll be seeing you up there.
It's a Rally House Football Monday after the Broncos fall in Week 2 to the Colts 29-28. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today on the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can also use that number, 303-504-0925, to call us and voice your concerns like Marion has done and waited through the break. Marion, you're live on 92.5. What up?
How you doing today, guys?
I could be doing better if they had gotten a win. How are you?
I'm outstanding. I live here in Atlanta. I've been a Broncos fan for 50 years. Sean Payton is not the answer. He has 3 more years, and that's it. This is a coaching thing. When you look at the team, from the time he started, it's questionable. We could have been in the playoffs even with Russell Wilson. Go back and watch the film. Since he's been here, he is a game or 2 above 500. He's got 17 losses. You don't take a young quarterback and you make him antsy like Bo Nix is. Who else is playing that way? No one. Everyone who came out in the class of Bo Nix, even if they play a bad game, they're calm, they're getting the plays on time, and they're executing. And I like to add that, Coach, you make excellent points. This is a coaching thing. The special teams coach, he was hired after our last special team coach did a great job. He was top 5 special teams, but he brought his guy in. And the last thing I like to say is there has been 17 years since he hosted a Lombardi trophy.
Marion, we appreciate the call. I understand the frustration with Sean and the trepidation to call him a current great coach because of what he did. What he did was in the late 20-aughts, and he had a Hall of Fame quarterback. I understand that.
Before
I don't
that,
think they lost the game because of Sean Payton.
I agree with that wholeheartedly. Before that, I'm just in awe that a Broncos diehard fan just called our show from Atlanta.
Heck yeah.
That was so
Love
cool.
that.
Marion, awesome call. Appreciate it. And
Morning Sprint worldwide.
Yep, I love that. That gives me all the warm feelings
Also,
on a day that's not very warm and
half
feeling-ish.
of me thinks Marion, 50-year Bronco fan.
Yep.
Is your second favorite team the Falcons, and maybe there's an axe to grind with Sean Payton? Maybe just a little bit?
No, I think Marion seems like a die-in-the-wool Bronco, man.
I'm just joking.
You know, here's what I'd say. Sean Payton is one of the top 5 best head coaches in the National Football League, just based off of what he's been able to achieve, the relevance that he's had year in, year out. But Marion brings up some valid points. The one that I could say is while Bo Nix played better, certainly than Caleb Williams, certainly than J.J. McCarthy, and even my guy, Michael Penix Jr. in a win, didn't throw the ball very well or play that well from an offensive standpoint.
What a terrible football game on Sunday night.
It was not great.
You chose that over Philly and KC.
Yeah. Which was kind of a weird game too, wasn't it?
Weird game.
Yeah.
Weird, not like Saquon was the only exciting offensive player in that
really
game.
Wasn't much offense.
Mahomes was like, meh. Kelsey dropped a ball that turned into a pick.
Is Mahomes, to borrow a term from the Swiftie world, is Mahomes in his meh era right now?
Meh era,
it just feels like it, man. He's still obviously going to be there. He's still the witch, but
Travis Kelce's a problem.
He is a very unpopular fantasy football quarterback right now, Patrick Mahomes, which is wild. To be the best on planet Earth, and nobody wants to play. No, nobody wants to draft Patrick Mahomes.
I guess the silver lining right now of Denver losing a very winnable game. Like Casey's 0-2. That's the silver lining here. Kansas City doesn't look like the Chiefs.
And either one of the Chargers or Raiders are going to have the exact same record as you. And it's probably going to be the Raiders. Right? Probably going to be the Raiders.
I can't say that for certain.
I personally, because I've seen it firsthand, I've lived it in this rivalry of Jim Harbaugh versus Pete Carroll. Both are very good football coaches. The greater than sign, it goes to the side of Jim Harbaugh to me. And he's got a better football team. He's got a much better quarterback. But the bottom line is, man, you're going to be no worse than tied for second place in the AFC West after what has been a very first 2 weeks to open the season. You know what was weird is that the Broncos narratives shifted so dramatically from week 1 to week 2.
I want to be very, very clear. I don't believe the sky is falling. I think this is a game you absolutely had to have because now this is prior to the Burrow injury. Because I looked at the Cincy game and I went, I think it's a really tough home game to win. Now that Burrow is guaranteed to be out for that week 4 matchup at home on Monday night, I can then look at that and go, well, if you win at home against Cincy, which is a game that I thought was a toss-up, and you lose on the road to Indy, if you're 2-2 after 4 weeks, I can live with it.
Agreed. And 2-2 with this schedule would be okay. It would require for you to split the game that, and you're not going to allow me to, Raj, because you want me to sit in the crap for a good solid day or two.
Oh yeah, we're gonna eat the Colts loss.
We need to. We need to eat it. We need to. The S sandwich, it needs to be consumed by the morning sprint, and we will. But the game that you got to win is you got to beat the Chargers. San Diego, I always do it. You got to beat the Chargers.
You can do that.
You got to.
I called ball ring at Pepsi Center for like a whole year.
The narratives that I'm talking about is after the Titans game, the offense is broken. They look terrible all offseason. They look terrible against their own defense. There was one good practice, and it was against the lowly Cardinals defense that played zone.
I'll give you a flip here.
The defense after that game, there's nobody who can pressure the quarterback like the Denver Broncos defense. It's the best defense in pro football.
133 yards against, 0 touchdowns. It was, and a lot of people are like, who's calling them the actual number 1 defense when I open up the show with that? They were statistically the number 1 defense after 1 week. 133 yards, no touchdowns against. They were the best defense in the world going into week 2. After week 2, not so much.
And so there's questions, and there are concerns not about the Broncos defensively if they have good players. Frankly, not even against, I don't think the question is, does Vance Joseph have a good scheme? My question right now is, does this scheme work against the upper echelon offenses in pro football? And we wouldn't have said that the Indianapolis Colts were an upper echelon offense before the season started. We have to say they are now.
We talked ourselves into last week, and Max on the text line texted us on Friday and went
because of Max's name. Culture shutdown. There's a lot going on there.
I think he's an Eastern Bloc fella.
I love Eastern Bloc.
And
very fine people.
Max texted on Friday. He went, "You guys have talked so glowingly about the offensive weapons that Daniel Jones has, namely Tyler Warren and Jonathan Taylor." That Max went, "I'm just going to take the Colts on the money line."
Was I right? I mean,
they've got some awesome weapons around him. I thought it was going to be a Michael Pittman surprise that beat you. It
was actually Adonai Mitchell was really good.
A.D. Mitchell was good. Pierce was good.
Pierce was great.
And then your stars, Taylor and Warren, were stars.
You might have the best tandem of running back and tight end in the league.
I mean, Bowers and Genty, but we don't know who Genty is
we'll
yet.
Find out a lot more tonight.
We don't know yet. We know who Jonathan Taylor is. That is a
Jonathan Taylor, man, he's a top 3, top 4 back in the league. Yeah, after you get outside of the Saquon Barkley, I don't know, man. I think Jonathan Taylor could end up being in the top 2 conversation with the Derrick Henry, however it sorts with Saquon and Derrick Henry.
I still can't believe they lost that football game. I tweeted out the first half. It was the most fun I had had watching a Broncos offense since 2014, when I was a junior in college.
The wifey and I needed to get away from the kids for a little bit, so we snuck out and went to.
Oh, that's why you weren't texting me back during the game. Well, I was rifling off Raj high-low text the whole game, the ones that you and KJ love and that Connor McGahee knows very well, rifling off text the entire game. Normally Sanford gets back to me, or he reacts to it or has a rebuttal. I'm sending 4 or 5 blue bubbles back without any response.
The worst feeling, isn't it?
I feel like a 13-year-old nerd trying to talk to the hot girl at school.
You do that to me all the time. So I had to give you a little bit of a taste of your own medicine there, Raj. But
I almost said
I went to my Amory and I just needed to get away with the kids. We just told, hey, we got to go get something to eat. We're leaving. And we went to Jerry D's, one of the finest dive bar establishments on planet Earth, up in Dacono, Colorado. It's awesome. And there was just, one of the best places to watch the Broncos game because Jerry himself, the original founder of the establishment like 30 years ago. He brings a bugle horn every time the Broncos score a touchdown. He plays a jingle on his bugle horn.
Oh, not like a vuvuzela? It's not like a
It's
plastic
a real
thing?
It's a real horn, like a brass.
Oh,
like
a French horn.
Yeah, French.
Or a trumpet.
Did I call it a bugle? Like trumpet, yeah.
A trumpet.
Isn't that what like a bugle does? Like the guy that, right before the
Are a bugle
Derby.
and a trumpet the same thing?
Are you sure?
I don't know if they're the same
We should
thing.
ask our guy from Goofaw Brass, Steve Nelson, because
Yeah, where's Nelly when you need him?
I don't know, he's probably tired.
I think a trumpet and a bugle are different things. I know a horn and a trumpet are different things, right? A horn you like hold on your hip and you throw your hand up the horn. That sounds dirty. But I believe a bugle and a trumpet are different things.
That's oh gosh.
Oh my good. Before we break more things, we're going to go to break. On the other side, Sean Payton has his response to the special teams debacle at the end of the game. That's on the other side. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, reacting to the Broncos' 29-28 loss in Week 2 at the hands of the Indianapolis Colts. Danny Dimes, Danny Dollar Bills, goes off against the Broncos secondary. Pat Surtain got lit up in that game. Riley Moss, honestly, outside of the one pass defense, which was elite, lit up in that game.
Yeah, there was some bad white-on-white crime with old Alec Pierce on Riley Moss. Riley Moss got mossed in that contest.
But none worse than what happened on special teams. Sean Payton talked to the media this morning, his post-game Monday media availability. And as it is a Sean Payton thing to do to get very long-winded.
Word sandwiches.
Wordy. To mansplain things.
Never truly get to the point sometimes.
KJ.
Run-on sentences.
KJ's done us a solid here. He sped him up a little bit. This is what Sean had to say about the special teams.
Yeah, I think there's some similarities, and I spoke about it actually in the locker room yesterday, and then there's some differences. And I would say this, number one, we had a certain field goal block in the event of a game-ending field goal, much like the PAT where Justin Simmons jumps cleanly and blocks the PAT in New Orleans. But that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got wrong, and the call was correct. You can, as a defensive line, you can push down on the back of the center and offensive lineman. You can push down on the back, specifically if you're going to go internally on the guards. You can push down. You can't push to jump. So a common block would be to push down with one player and then to clear jump with another. The alignment got mixed up between Tillman and one of the other tackles. The call was correct. That was leveraging. You can't put your hands and to elevate yourself off one of your own guys or off one of the opponent players. But my big regret flying home was, that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
I like it.
I don't hate speeding him up a little bit. That's pretty good.
But isn't it wild that even that was sped up because it still felt like
45 seconds.
It still felt like the longest answer, but an important answer and one that does show the accountability needed. I think it was appropriate music as well. Kind of had some New Orleans brass band feel to that Harlem Globetrotters vibe.
I like when we're both correct. A bugle is not a trumpet, but it is a trumpet without valves. So a trumpet has like little buttons on the top where you can manipulate.
So just free flow and spit, right?
Yeah, you manipulate a bugle with your mouth and tongue and air.
Go outside, nerd.
That was a good new one right there. I needed that right there. That was good. Really good.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, the call was 100% correct. Sean Payton just said that, and it was right. I don't quite understand what he was alluding to with the alignment because so Sean said the alignment was off. You can push, but you can't propel by using somebody's body that's in a a downward dog essentially position. That's what you are on field goal block unit. If you're blocking, you can't use that person's body to thrust yourself up to get taller. And that's what definitely DeAndre Tillman did, and I'd argue that there was even a little bit there with potentially, on the other side with DJ Jones, and a little bit there with Wazirike. I don't know.
I wonder when he was talking about the alignment or when that play happens or when it's called, is he talking about they normally call this when a team is trying to gain an advantage on a kick that is pretty much guaranteed, where that unless you get a hand on it, it's going through the uprights?
Yeah, we're talking about
so therefore the referees are you can't cheat the rule.
Harrison Butker, game winner.
From 34.
From a 34-yard attempt that's kicked from the 17-yard line.
Right, and then you see a player try and launch himself, and the referees have to go, all right.
It's
there's a reason why
you're essentially trying to get away with one.
On a 60-yarder, is he taking a shot at the referees calling it in that situation?
No, he's taking a shot at himself.
He's taking a shot at his team and Tillman.
Well, he's taking a shot at himself. for dialing that up.
So he's dialing that up? That's not a Rizzy thing?
But he's the head coach, right? Everything does the buck does stop with the head ball coach. And he is taking every single arrow that, I'll be honest, that I was slinging in the direction of Darren Rizzi. Sean Payton is standing in front of those arrows right now.
If Sean's offense isn't as good as it was. And it was good, right? I know outside of the first drive in the second half, they don't score. But they moved the ball just fine. Bo threw a terrible interception. They got the ball down to the red zone on the Dobbins 23-yard run, and then penalties go against them that turn a guaranteed 3-point, those 34, 38-yarders that we talked about, into a 42-yard attempt with Lutz, which, honestly, $4 million a year, dude, you should hit it. The kid hit it for Indy. You didn't. He hit it from 3 yards farther, did the Colts kicker. Schrader?
Yeah, Spencer Schrader.
Spencer Schrader hasn't missed a kick in his NFL career.
Journeyman Spencer Schrader. 3 teams in his rookie year.
Is he taking all of those bullets if his offense doesn't show out? Because his offense was the best part of the team. Without, it wasn't even close. The offense probably gets a B+.
Yeah.
You put up 28 points, solid.
Yeah, you're on the road.
B.
At least.
I'll give you a B.
I like a B.
No less
I would
than
say
a B.
a first half A+.
Sure.
And then a second half C.
Yeah, I'll give you that. With the interception and a missed.
A B or a B+.
Done. I'll give you that. A high B. Give me an 86.
Yeah, good grade.
Done. 86. Could have been a B+, right on the cusp, not so much. Is he this?
Probably just should have stayed for that extra study session in, kind of the second half of the semester. And you would have been right there at 93.
If the offense isn't as good, let's say the offense is a C in that game overall, is he taking those bullets for Rizzy? Because he knows he's got a little bit of armor. I did my job. My side of the ball did their job. Therefore, I can take some of your bullets. Don't worry about that. If the offense struggles, is he sitting up there today going?
Yeah, he wasn't as grumpy, was he?
No, he wasn't.
He's pretty grumpy last week.
His offense sucked.
The entire week.
His offense looked good.
Is there, this is awful. Is there anything worse in Sean Payton's eyes than the defense playing their absolute tails off and being the toast of the town and the offense being a major liability? Is there anything worse in Sean Payton's eyes?
No.
That's what makes him really grumpy pants. But the bottom line is, man, when you're a head coach, like I've been a play calling offensive coordinator that is also the head coach. When you're the head coach, dude, it all matters. It's all a direct reflection on you. And unfortunately, Darren Rizzi and the special teams unit, it's a direct reflection on you. You hired another guy from New Orleans. Did you like the first game against the Titans special teams wise, Raj? Muffed punt? 71-yard return that led directly to points? No.
Crawshaw's been the only awesome thing on special teams.
That's why you don't listen to anybody's takes on punters during training camp.
He's been great. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, like the Broncos are fine because their 6th-round punter's been – he's been really good for 2 weeks. Like every time he puts a foot to the ball, it's inside the 15, inside the 10. But unfortunately, the defense hasn't been able to turn
Tell you what,
those.
Crawshaw just is a long line of athletes that are gamers. Terrible practice player, bad offseason guy, but boy, you put him in the game and he will light it up.
The issue was, dude, like the defense is in those plus situations. And whether it's a big play or a big penalty, the Pat Surtain pass interference that moves Indy from the 8 to their own 38, or the Tyler Warren 39-yard reception, or the 44-yard wheel route from Jonathan Taylor that we heard during the big play replay, the defense wasn't able to do anything to keep them in those plus yardage situations where you think you have the field flipped, and then 90 seconds later you go, oh, they're on the Denver 42? What is this? Singleton was bad. Surtain may have had his worst game as a Bronco.
You know what Surtain was in this game? I don't think he was particularly bad. He was targeted. Teams don't target Patrick Surtain often. And the audacity of Shane Steichen to think that Daniel Jones, of all people, I'm just going to unload him, unleash him, and let him just go after whoever with receivers that aren't, I wouldn't call them major household names in the National Football League. Michael Pittman's a good receiver.
Yeah, he's a
Adonai
B-list
Mitchell's
celebrity.
a good receiver. Frankly, the Denver Broncos and the Colts, outside of Tyler Warren, I feel like are pretty comparable when it comes to the receiver course. They're both good.
Yes.
They're not, oh my gosh, terrifying.
I think Sutton and Pittman are very comparable.
Pretty decent comps. And then Troy Franklin and Adonai Mitchell are probably
Comparable.
pretty comps. Pretty close comps. The big difference right now, and this is what I just can't get over, man. We were told and sold a bad bill of goods about the Joker position. What is going on with the milk carton that is Evan Ingram? Missing child Evan Ingram right now.
2 targets,
Trying
1
to find
catch,
a
12
goddamn
yards.
Joker.
Yeah, I mean,
The catch he had,
George
I thought was a
Payton.
first down. It was a good first down catch, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
I have my notes. Why am I guessing when I have the whole play sheet in front of me?
I know, but it just... You want to know what a real Joker looks like? It's Tyler Warren. That's what I said all offseason, man. It's a guy that can do it all, a jack of all trades, and actually a master of some.
500 career catches, 2nd and 12, first down, Ingram.
How many yards? 13?
That was officially a 12-yard gain on 2nd and 12.
And that's it. That's it. That's all he did. I don't understand it.
I mean, they targeted, 12 different players in that game?
Which is good. I like that. I'm not mad about that. I really am not. Like that has led to what was a good performance from Marvin Mims Jr. Didn't have a lot of volume, but at least they found him in a go route situation where you do have something that nobody else on this team has, which is beautiful straight line vertical speed to get over the top of a defender.
Franklin was great. 8 catches on 9 targets.
He was awesome.
He was great.
He looked like wide receiver 1. If you didn't know any better and you had no context, you would have said that wide receiver 1 was Troy Franklin, and then wide receiver 2 is Marvin Mims Jr.
Are you concerned about R.J. Harvey?
He's a rookie. He's young.
5 carries, 8 yards.
Not great.
Dobbins was good. 14 for 76,
I like
5.5 yards.
I like J.K. Dobbins. I like him. I don't like spiking the ball and getting delayed game penalties, so don't like that. Dude's been in the league too long to do that. In that moment, you gotta. I mean, that's the bottom line. Is that it does fall on the players too, and that's why we keep talking about these guys that wear the captain, the C. It has to mean something. It has to matter. Raj, the penalty that was called on DeAndre Tillman, I think there's something very unique about the game of football and how it's officiated. Game on the line in hockey. Game on the line in the NBA. Do you think that same penalty is called in that moment, or is it decided on the officials say, let's let what happens on the ice determine the outcome of the game or on the court?
More often than not, the referees in big situations, they let the play go.
What do you always say about NHL officials?
They swallow the whistle.
They swallow the whistle. You know what's unique? Coming from the football world?
They air the laundry.
They call everything the same if it's first and 10 with 2 minutes and 18 seconds to go in the first quarter, or it is a 60-yard field goal attempt to win the game. They call everything identical. It's part of the football culture. It goes back to Junction Boys. It's the militaristic nature of the game of football. You know, everything is uniform. There's a standard that needs to be upheld at all times. That's not the case in the NHL, and it's certainly not the case in the NBA. Think about how many game-winning shots in the National Basketball Association that were fouls just are not called in that moment. Not football. These are called. What if it's a foul, it gets called. And that's how you coach, and that's how you have to play. And the Broncos didn't come through on the playing side or the coaching side in that moment.
KJ's NFL notes are on the other side. It's a Rally House Football Monday on the morning sprint. This is Altitude 92.5.
Hey, Denver. Hey, Northern Colorado. What's going on, Boulder? I have got the guy for you. If you're looking for either real estate, and it's a great buyer's market right now, or if you're looking to put your house in the market, like I am going through currently, there's no better place to go than Barry Remington. That's Remington with one M, and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. I'm telling you this, it is worth a 2-minute phone call to reach out to Barry to discuss potentially the value of your home and what you could get in terms of pricing in today's market. Or could be a great time for you if you're looking to buy. And Barry has had no time in his career, over 10 years working in this market, has had as much inventory as he has right now. And so you got to check out Barry Remington, once again, 1m.com for more information, or give Barry a call on his cell phone. It's 720-373-9297, 720-373-9297. I promise you, there is nobody in this market that will hustle with integrity and work harder for you to get a deal done or get you in the dream home that you've been longing for. So once again, reach out to Barry Remington, 720-373-9297, or check out barryremington.com.
Congratulations to Arvada West's Morgan Farr. She's the student.
I was
of the
worried
week.
about you there, man. Am I going to have to come and save your life? A stroke?
I swallowed at the wrong time.
Sounds like a you problem.
Congrats to Arvada West's Morgan Farr. She is the student of the week, presented by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado athletes. Every student of the week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night of halftime of Fossil Ridge and Regis for the next student of the week. It's 11:20, means it's time for NFL Notes with KJ Granderson. Take it away.
2 weeks in, two special teams moments that will be on the lowlights for the Denver Broncos when the season is over. Denver lost because of Uwazurike. He was called for leveraging on the Colts' 60-yard field goal attempt, and the rest is history. But let's back up just a few plays because Sean was calling timeouts, and they were a little questionable. Sean, can you explain yourself?
No, it's exactly what you have to do. Timeout, knowing that they're not in field goal range yet, and you're stopping the clock. In the event that, now when they get the first down, but they don't get it, they kick a long field goal or they don't, then in the event they kick a field goal, you have time to flip it. So you would never not use them there.
Yeah, he made the right decision. You have to stop the clock. Indy had all their timeouts remaining too, so the clock is stopping whenever a coach decides, like, hey, I either need time or this is the right time. Sean made the right decisions. It's not like Indy was running out of time.
I agree, and you knew what else happened is that a lot of people questioned Shane Steichen's end of game clock management. You know what the new NFL kickoff this year in particular has made teams have to really consider? Is exhaust every bit of the clock as much as possible, because if you just blast the ball out of the back of the end zone now, 40-yard line is where the ball goes, and you're up by 1 point, you all of a sudden are just a 20-yard completion away from losing the game. And that's not hard to get in this modern-day shell coverage world, either a deep dig and get down and spike the ball, or if you got a timeout left. So Shane Steichen in his post-game press conference, he was very careful, very cautious. He didn't want to give up his overall strategy going forward, but he said, yeah, the new kickoff has changed some things for all of us in decision-making. And so Sean Payton handled it that way, kept some tick for his own team, and Shane Steichen, countered it as well. Tried to exhaust as much time as possible.
I think the end of the game for both coaches was done perfectly. It was weird that Steichen was like, I'm cool with the 60-yard field goal here because they had the opportunity to throw the ball on third down.
I think that's what he's concerned with, though, is the clock.
Right.
Is the clock, because if you leave 15, 18, 19 seconds left and it's an incompletion, then you're 2 plays away from...
I understand doing that for a 45-yarder, a 50-yarder, but being cool with a 60-yarder, although Jonathan Taylor had shown his ability, like he can get 7, 8, 9, 10 on a run.
Bust a big one.
Right. It was a little odd to me, but looking back on it, I think both head coaches played the end game perfectly. Denver special teams just made a boneheaded decision to launch, and therefore you lose the football game.
Yeah, and going back to this new dynamic kickoff that last year had really no punitive measure of just blasting the ball out of the back of the end zone.
It's great now.
It's great. It really is a game changer. And so you have to almost reconsider common logic in end-of-game scenarios because of the looming possibility of really advantageous field position by either kicking it in play and getting that return, or by kicking out of the back of the end zone and being just a mere 1 or 2 plays away from being in field goal range.
Still looks weird when it gets kicked off because of the stagnant players in the middle of the field, but we're getting returns all over the place.
I still don't fully understand how both teams know when to start the play, because they're like they're 5 yards apart from each other, just staring at an opponent, and you can't start until the ball is actually caught. You can't begin the play until the ball's caught.
I wonder if there's a referee on that line that shows you.
There's no whistle.
Maybe there's a movement.
It's like it all works.
Can they bring out like a Tokyo Drift car girl?
I think it's all triggered on the movement of the coverage team because they're in position.
That's the way to do it.
Talk to me.
Get car girls out there.
Oh yeah,
like you're doing a drag race.
Vroom.
Like put 4 car girls in the middle of the field in between these gigantic human beings, and then when the car girls have their checkered flags and they let him go, now it's all chaos.
Then where do they go?
How could you? Good luck getting off the field, ladies.
Just got to figure it out.
Yep.
Yep.
Or you know what? Get involved.
Yeah, just get down dirty. Let's see what happens.
KJ, what's
Kick it
next?
It's all good.
Rod, you've come up with better. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, what? You're telling me you wouldn't enjoy a Tokyo drift like whoosh every now and again?
I would, but all it takes is one to get injured, and then it's all over from there.
Unfortunately, right now, your take rhymes with that sound effect that you just made. It kind of makes you sound like the rhyming word of whoosh. Go ahead.
You two
KJ.
aren't fun.
Well, Bo Nix and the offense struggled in a major way to close the game. Both stepped up to the podium after the game and took full responsibility for the offense falling apart basically in the fourth quarter.
It's tough because you're right. I felt like, slipped away from us, got away. We made errors at the end that cost us, and, started with my turnover, and then, felt like that's when we kind of lost a little bit of our momentum. Lost a chance at least 3 points there when you're already in the red zone, if not a touchdown, if I just, hit that pass. But other than that, we played well for 3 quarters, but got to finish in the fourth against a good team like that.
Yeah, it doesn't always come down to the final play. There is a litany of things that went wrong, and Bo's right. The pick was the difference. The one turnover in the game outside the fourth down turnovers that Indy had, and we counted them last week, right? So I guess we have to count them now. The true turnovers, you lose that battle, you typically lose football games. You didn't last week against Tennessee, but now you're playing a way better team in Indy. If the turnovers are 0-0 or 1-1, Denver probably is 2-0 at this point.
It catches up to you when it catches up to you, and that errant pass from Bo Nix, the play call, man. The play call, 3rd down and 3, field goal gets you a chance to clear yourself of what you've given up essentially throughout the course of the day, and that's been field goal attempts inside the red zone. Run the ball. Sean, listen. Run the ball and then run it again and run it again.
What's it going to take to get a 100-yard rusher, man?
God, this was a perfect game to get.
Sean's got to get the flu.
It's got to be Davis Webb, doesn't it? Guy loves the run game.
KJ, keep it rolling.
It's all good.
Cincinnati Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow will need toe surgery.
Oh boy,
and
tough
this
for
will
your
sideline
fantasy
him
football team, Roush.
For a minimum of 3 months. He was hit in the second quarter yesterday, and he was rolled up on by several players, and he left the game with a left toe injury, and it's being looked at now, but obviously it's been confirmed that he will be out for 3 months. Did the game against the Bengals that will take place in 2 weeks, did that go from I hope you win to a must win for the Broncos?
Sure did. It sure did. You can't lose to Jake Browning at home.
I'll tell you this, though. Jake Browning, he's arguably the most competent backup quarterback in pro football.
I'll give you that.
Especially when you have T. Higgins and Jamar Chase out there. He's a brilliant mind. I tried to recruit him. I can't remember where I was at. I think it was at Boise State. I tried to recruit him. I sat down at Folsom High School in Sacramento with him. I picked his brain football-wise. I'm like, you're the Rain Man of football. It's crazy, man. The guy's like off the charts, and that's why he ended up playing for Chris Peterson at the University of Washington.
Yeah, doesn't he have like multiple 400-yard games in the NFL?
Oh yeah, he is cooked before. So if we want to throw, we've already learned the experience of throwing shade and going like Brett Kane did and saying that a guy like Daniel Jones is buns or he's cheeks.
Sorry, multiple 300-yard efforts. He has 3 300-plus yard games.
And that's probably, 15 starts? If not, he probably has 12 starts, right?
He has 17 games, 8 starts.
It's pretty good.
Or 8 games where he's played like starter snaps. I don't know if he's come in in relief
Either way,
for Joe
he's played
at that
significantly, and he's 3 out of 8 games have gone for greater than 3 hundo. He's a competent backup, man. But right now, all you got to worry about is get a scouting report on the game tonight. Chargers, Raiders. Loser is tied with you for second place. Dead last in the AFC West is the Kansas City Chiefs right now at 0-2.
Doubleheader tonight on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The Bucks visit the Texans at 5 p.m. And then the Chargers visit the Raiders tonight at 8. Big time AFC West showdown. Your Raiders fans tonight, You want to be tied at the top of the division at 1-1. You are Raiders fans tonight. Hate to break it to you, Mile High City. KJ, keep it rolling.
It's all good.
Speaking of an update on the Chargers, linebacker Denzel Perryman, he is heading to IR. So he will be out for the Chargers. So some good news there, relatively speaking, for the Broncos. Let's head to the AFC East because the Miami Dolphins continue to look like an absolute just terrible
train
team.
wreck.
It is an absolute train wreck. And head coach Mike McDaniel gave his thoughts on why they lost. And it reminded me of a famous meme we've all heard 1,000 times.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
2 seconds later.
Have you ever had a dream that
It almost makes me feel bad after listening to KJ's audio clip there. That was pretty good.
Do we feel like our guy, our original friend of the program, even though he's never called in, Mike McDaniel, his Too Cool for School act is pretty much over? Like, this thing is expired. Dude, you are the face, you are the voice of $1 billion enterprise, and you behave that way? How does he continue to stay employed with that type of lack of maturity and taking a job that decisions are multi-million-dollar decisions in real time? And that's how you answer? Because it's cool, it's funny. It's the world according to Mike McDaniel. It's so funny. It's so cool. Guy, he's clever. He just ponders things in real time.
If you win games, it's okay.
And
If
he
you
hadn't
lose
done
games,
that.
it's not.
He hadn't done that with any regularity since dropping a 70 burger on Sean Payton and Vance Joseph.
Yeah, they don't run the ball well anymore.
They don't do
Tua
anything well.
continues to throw like mind-blowing interceptions. He's making Jameis Winston decisions with the football. I hope this works out.
I don't know. Is Stephen Ross still the owner there in Miami? I think he is.
At least Tyreek had a good game, I guess. 6 receptions for 102 yards. But, I mean, they're well on their way to being in the basement of the AFC East when it's all said and done. They currently occupy it at 0-2.
Stephen Ross, still the owner. University of Michigan alum. I think he's got some, if I'm not mistaken, he had some Domino's original bread.
That's the hottest seat.
It's almost as if
in the
Stephen
league.
Ross is almost like holding Mike McDaniel hostage and saying, you got to coach this.
Who gets fired first? Brian Daboll or Mike McDaniel?
Daboll, I mean, they looked like a competent football team
Brother,
yesterday.
they're 0-2.
Okay.
They are 0-2. They have lost 16 of 17 games to the Cowboys.
I mean, they're getting fired eventually.
I
think
the
the dumpster fire in Miami is much greater today than the dumpster fire in New York.
Because the expectations for Miami are higher than the Giants.
Yeah.
Marginally, but they are higher.
And Brian Daboll's he's not a clown show in post-game press conferences.
No, he's not.
He's not an embarrassment to the franchise. Mike McDaniel's getting to the point of the act it's tired. Highly tired.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance every single day here at 11:20. On the other side, we'll talk about who's in the groove for the Broncos, presented by Groove Toyota on South Broadway. I know they lost, but there were some really good things that happened, and the connection between Bo Nix and Troy Franklin is something that I think if you're going to look on the bright side of a loss, that's one you got to take with it. So we're going to talk about the quarterback. We're going to talk about the wide receiver. We have not forgotten about what happened on Friday night with Prime and CU. It wasn't just a bad football weekend for the Broncos. It was a bad football weekend for the entire state. Don't go anywhere. Wrapping up a Rally House Football Monday here on the Morning Sprint. PhD will come up next. They'll break down everything that Sean Payton had to say in his Monday media availability. Congratulations to Legend High School's Freddie Burke. He's the Athlete of the Week, presented by Backus and Shanker. Backus and Shanker loves Freddie's passion, and their passion is justice. Every Athlete of the Week is awarded a $150 gift card to Rally House, so tune in on Friday night at halftime of Fossil Ridge and Regis for the next Athlete of the Week. Coach, before we get to CU and, well, the consistent fact that they can't stop the run and they can't consistently run the football themselves, which leads to a 36-20 butt kicking at the hands of the Houston Cougars, I do want to go through who's in the groove for the Broncos. Presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway. Find them at groovetoyota.com. My guy who's in the groove is, I think it's very obvious, it's Troy Franklin. This is a guy who's caught 80% of the targets that he's been thrown to across most counting stats. He's like the 20th best receiver in the league right now. He looks awesome. 2 games. He's got 15 targets. 12 receptions, 133 yards. He averages 11 yards per target. He's got a touchdown this year, 6 first downs. Like he's rounding into 1A, 1B type of wide receiver. It's nice to see that chemistry between Bo and a young wideout, not just Bo and veteran mainstay, been there forever, Cortland Sutton.
Yeah, after last week's game, I think it was really important for, I agree, Troy Franklin to continue his ascent from training camp, which was phenomenal. Training camp, preseason football. But in the groove for me, Groove Toyota, is Bo Nix. After a terrible first week performance, Bo Nix completing 22 of his 30 passes for 206 yards, 3 touchdowns, and did have the 1 interception. But all 3 of his touchdown passes were caught by receivers located outside the numbers, which is an interesting statistic because that's been the question mark on Bo. Can Bo push the ball outside the numbers? He also finished 4 of 5 for 54 yards with 2 touchdowns while on the run, meaning he was running at greater than 8 miles per hour. And since entering the league in 2024, Bo Nix leads the NFL in passing attempts, 139 of those bad boys, and yards, exactly 1,000 now, has the league's 4th highest completion percentage at 65.5% while throwing on the run. So, Bo, stay on the move, bud. You're in the groove.
Unfortunately, throughout the rest of the state, the Broncos weren't the only team that lost. Air Force, they go on the road to Utah State in a wide-open Mountain West that, like, if you go 2-0, you're in the driver's seat there, especially with how Boise State struggled at the beginning of the year.
And they host them this week. It is Boise State coming to Falcon Stadium on Saturday.
The Aggies of Utah State hang 49 on Air Force, 49-30 win.
Bronco Mendenhall's got things cooking at Utah State. Good coach, man. He was one of the finalists for the CU job. He was interviewed. He was targeted. That was one of the guys that Rick George was looking at.
A finalist, he gets passed over for Deion Sanders, and the Buffs go into Houston. Now, 5.5-point dogs, they were expected to lose this game. They weren't expected to get trounced by 16 and not really have any shot whatsoever in the second half.
Well, the problem right now is that there's nothing that the CU football program in 2025, because that's who you are, you're evaluated year to year. There's nothing that you can hang your hat on and say, we are great at that. We are great throwing the football team. I'll tell you what the Buffs right now are showing you, just how incredibly special both Shadur Sanders and Travis Hunter were, because they were erasers. They single and double-handedly, if you will, 2 of them, they covered a multitude of sins that the program had, which is deficiency in the trenches on both sides of the football. And being able to win games intelligently by way of controlling the clock or by way of stopping the run and making sure that you get – right now there's no path forward for the CU Buffs from what you've seen through 3 weeks of play that you say they're going to be really good in that space. I just don't think they're a good football team right now. And it's unfortunate.
Staub, unfortunately, struggled in that game. Throws 2 picks, fumbled the ball twice, 204 yards through the air, 19 of 35. Pretty much everyone struggled. They did not crest 100 yards on the ground. They gave up 209.
And that's
Connor
becoming
Weidman
that's becoming a common storyline here with CU's defensive front.
Connor Weidman looked comfy the entire game, and you only have 2 total team sacks in that game. Like, they don't get after the quarterback. They don't stop the run. You don't have the same terrifying defensive backfield as you did last year, obviously, with a 2-way threat and a Heisman Trophy winner in Travis Hunter. They've got a long road ahead of them. And it's time, I guess, for Prime to prove that he can bring Louis that hasn't been there with him his whole career. Isn't it?
Non-Jackson State, non-prime prep, or whatever you want to call it, Louis.
Like, you need more than just Jordan Seaton.
Yeah, and
you need more Jordan Seatons.
Your best player is Jordan Seaton. He's 1 of 5 in an offensive front. Like,
he can't block all the guy. He can't do the Giselle, throw the football, catch the football.
Correct. The quarterback question now.
You took your flowers last week. Are they gone?
I mean, I think the team's not good. I think it's not a good football team. The only hope that you had at the time was Ryan Staub came in when you were essentially on track to be in a 4-quarter fist fight with the Delaware Blue Hens. And Ryan Staub came in and he threw some balls that you're like, okay, I see it. He didn't play particularly well, turned the ball over, looked a little gun shy when the game started. He was playing not to lose the job when he started that. And that's the problem with a quarterback carousel that Coach Prime is now employing. All right, so you're asking, let's see the 5-star freshman now, Juju Lewis. Let's just throw him out there because let's start building for the future. Okay, that sounds great right now. But when Juju Lewis isn't good through 3 games, then what? Ryan Staub wasn't good enough to cover the multitude of sins that this team truly has. Can't stop the run, can't run the football, turns the ball over. Now what? Caden Salter. What I found interesting is that neither one of those 2 players was put into this contest late in the game. Is that one of those where they're sitting there and like, I don't want to go in? You made your bed. You made it with Ryan Staub in it. That's who you want to play? Cool, play with him. I don't know. It just doesn't seem great. But right now, I don't know what the path forward is right now for the CU Buffs. There is a lack of hope, probably for the first time in what has been a career at CU for Coach Prime that has been filled with hope. Right now, it doesn't feel like there's hope.
Our final thoughts on the Broncos' 1-point loss in week 2 to Indy. Daniel Jones has a phenomenal game against a defense that we expected to be suffocating, not only just against the Tennessee Titans, arguably the worst team in the league, but against way better teams than Indy. Like, we expect this defense to show up and not only keep you in games, but win you football games against the likes of the Chargers and the Chiefs within your own division. I'm not even going to go outside and talk about what like Cincinnati could have done with Joe Burrow in week 4. And we know that Burrow will now miss about 3 weeks with ligament injuries in his foot, a turf toe injury, according to Adam Schefter last night. So you're going to see Jake Browning. How does this defense bounce back, man? Like, because you know what it looked like last night? Daniel Jones looked as comfortable as Lamar Jackson did. That's the last time I went, I don't know who's going to cover a crossing route. When Daniel Jones lets the football leave his hands, I go, I'm expecting it to be caught. I just hope that it's a 6-yard reception and not a 28-yard gain. I haven't felt that way since Lamar.
Well, right now, I'd say in your offseason acquisitions, guys that we were really excited about, are you Talanoa Hufanga on the plus side in 2 games, right?
Talanoa Hufanga, if he does not chase down, who's on the right side? That was Jonathan Taylor, right? That was the 68-yard. If he doesn't chase down Jonathan Taylor, you're not even in a position to have a missed 60-yard field goal that gets negated by a dumb penalty. Hufanga saves the game right there. Saves a chance.
Hufanga, major benefit in terms of adding him. After that, your offseason additions so far, Evan Ingram, promised to be the Joker. Dre Greenlaw, never available.
Yeah,
he hasn't been available.
You can argue your linebacking, outside of Pat Surtain, who had a very bad game, your linebacking core probably lost you that game.
Inside linebackers. And then, by way of who you added in the draft, RJ Harvey, inconclusive so far. I'd say the first game there were some positive signs. After that, I'm not sure. You need Dre Greenlaw back. He needs to be healthy. He needs to play for this team. And frankly, if you want to beat the Chargers, who are going to try to out-physical you, who are going to allow Justin Herbert to sit in the pocket and deliver strikes to a no-name crew of wide receivers that we all were trying to blaspheme over the course of the offseason, they looked pretty damn good in week 1, didn't they? You need Dre Greenlaw back. And you need to keep with the identity of who this team is, and that is more pressure, more in your face. Make the other team feel you. And you didn't do that to Daniel Jones. To your point, he looked comfy. He was cozy back there.
That's the coach, Mike Sanford. For KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Broncos fall 29-28 on a Rally House Football Monday. PhD is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. They will have reactions to this game. Get you ready for a doubleheader of Monday Night Football right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you missed it, live on YouTube and Twitter earlier today, Mark Springer and I had a little impromptu Between the Pipes session at the Avs Charity Golf Classic at the Ridge at Castle Pines. We sat down with Brent Burns. We sat down with Andrew Cogliano and the captain, Gabriel Landeskog. If you missed any of that, just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe today. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh, my goodness.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's a huge.
Oh, my goodness.
That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrager. It's good, and the Colts have won.
They called leveraging. I think they called it on any. I want to look at the tape. Haven't seen it, so I think that's who the foul was called on.
Came down to one play. We would just do that one play and all go home. Saved a lot of guys, a lot of grit and effort, and a lot of pain from playing the full game. So obviously we're glad we don't just play that one play. But it's tough. I mean, you could take away, you could talk about my interception. You could talk about a field goal. You could talk about a missed opportunity on one of the drives. We went 3 and out. It could have gone and got points. I mean, it's a whole game that comes down to a few key moments, and unfortunately we had some negative key moments tonight, but we gave ourselves every chance to win the game, and then at the end we just shot ourselves in the foot. And good teams bounce back from that, and great teams don't do that. They don't beat themselves. So we're growing and developing. We're still molding as a team. We got a long season ahead of us, and can't let this loss turn into 'cause you
Oh, man. Dude. That sucks.
Yeah, it was a fun game, man. It was a fun game. I certainly didn't predict a shootout between those two teams. Heartbreaker. You stabbed yourself in the foot. But I made a list of, we want to point to the missed Will Lutz field goal. We want to point to the leverage call on the Colts field goal. And you know what? There's probably about 5 or 6 moments in that game that you could handpick that any one of those 5 or 6 kind of lost the game for you. And what a bummer it was, man. I mean, because the offense did a lot of good things. The offense did a lot of great things.
Sure.
Not in the fourth, not late in the third. They didn't. But they did a lot of good things. Defense, good Lord, man. What happened? What's going on with this defense?
What is going on? Leading tackler was Pat Surtain.
Yeah, they were going after Pat all game long.
They weren't shy
Daniel
about
Jones
that.
is like, yeah, I'm too dumb to know who Pat Surtain is, so I'm just going to throw at him all day long, and it's going to work.
Surtain, statistically, arguably, might have had the worst game of his career.
Maybe.
When you look at some of the numbers, I got him here.
Well, I wonder how many times in his career he's ever been targeted that much.
I'll give you some stuff here. So, when targeting cornerback Pat Surtain, 7 receptions on 9 targets, 63 yards, 1 penalty.
Wow, 9 targets.
His second most targets in one game in his career. 25.7% of the targets his way compared to 2.9% in week 1. So by that measure, if you're going to go off that. Now, Sean Payton, when asked about it earlier today, said, well, it was more about where the coverages were. But he did say, I'm sure Pat will go look at the film to see where he can clean up some of his mechanics. So even Sean Payton said, Surtain, there were things he could have done better. So it was like that. Well, let's talk. I mean, we can work through everything. Obviously, we got plenty of time today. But the leverage call.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, I bet that happens all the time. I hate being wrong. I mean, I hate it. I hate being wrong, Tyler, more than I like being right. And I just thought, you know what? That's not in the spirit of the game. I still kind of don't think it's in the spirit of the game. But I just thought, that's a play that gets called all the time. In fact, if you go and look at Lutz's doink, looks like a leverage thing to me from the Colts. But that being said, there's a video out there of every single 26 game-winning kicks from last season.
Mm-hmm.
26 of them. And I went through all of them. It's about a 6.5-minute video, Tyler, and maybe 3, 4. None were called, but maybe only 3 or 4 would even be close. And so when I looked at it, then I went and looked at the Broncos kick coverage, how they called it on the 4 previous kicks. Total different alignment. Like total different alignment. They didn't get close to it. So what was it? Tyler, it was a called block. Like they changed the way they were going after a kick for that. That was a coaching call.
Yeah. I mean, first off, I don't think you're wrong in saying that it happens all the time. It does. It does happen all the time. It does not get called. I believe it gets called about 3 times a year in all of the games. I think that's what I read, 3 times per year. Every game in the NFL, that's about how often it actually gets called.
I got numbers on that. It's the 51st time it's been called since 2010, Tyler. 3,037 total games. The call rate, 1.65%.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, now if you wanted to break it down to semantics, and there were a couple plays from the Colts where they got their hands on our offensive lineman's back, and it looked very similar in nature. I do think that you're going to be able to find plenty of examples out there. Look, was it ticky-tack? I think so. It was. Was it letter of the law ruled correctly? Yeah, it was. And both those things are true, right? So I don't know, man. Look, there's about 3 or 4 different ways that you can attack a field goal block.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as simple as you just line up and rush. No, it's not. There's about 4 different calls. You got a right block, you got a left block, you could go double middle, you could go you could spread, you could put 2 guys in the A gap and you could split them out to try to get the guard to fall on his face. There's a lot of variations of how you go about it. The call, and Sean admitted this, but the call that they had in this one, probably more of a call for a shorter field goal.
Here's Sean earlier today, and he fell on the sword for this one strong.
Yeah, I think there's some similarities, and I spoke about it actually in the locker room yesterday, and then there's some differences. And I would say this, number one, we had a certain field goal block in the event of a game-ending field goal, much like the PAT where Justin Simmons jumps cleanly and blocks the PAT in New Orleans. But that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got wrong, and the call was correct. You can, as a defensive line, you can push down on the back of the center and offensive lineman. You can push down on the back, specifically if you're going to go internally on the guards. You can push down. You can't push the jump. So a common block would be to push down with one player and then to clear jump with another. The alignment got mixed up between Tillman and one of the other tackles. The call was correct. That was leveraging. You can't put your hands and to elevate yourself off one of your own guys or off one of the opponent players. But my big regret flying home was, that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
Okay, and then, and Parker Gabriel points out of the Denver Post. Parker, what research he did here, Tyler? Watched 54 field goals and extra points with DeAndre Tillman on the field preseason regular post game since the start of 2024. Wow, he had some time on his hands. He's never lined up where he did on the 60-yarder or been near the long snapper, always over a tight end or a wing. And Sean Payton was asked, Parker earlier today asked him more specifics about the alignment.
No, we felt Tillman had some jumped pretty well. The idea was to work 90 of their field goal protection unit who lined up at left guard. where DJ is going to be able to push down. That's legal. And then right at the last minute, they flip sides inside. And so now we're on a different defender or different offensive blocker. And so, but I think, no, to your question, I think Tillman has some pretty good leaps, and just ended up, we ended up on the wrong side, and we didn't execute it. And before any and all of that, though, we should be working a normal rush, a normal interior rush with a 60-yard attempt.
He goes through all of that to say they overcoached the whole thing. Did you follow that? Number 90 was supposed to be on DJ Jones's side, and if you watch the play, Jones and Awazurike pushed down on the guard, the left guard, and the center. The penalty was over the right guard, who wasn't supposed to, I guess, be the right guard. He was supposed to be the left guard. Tillman doesn't normally line up there. They actually don't run this particular call all that often. And Tyler, to me, this is an example of Sean Payton, who took blame for it, as he should have, way overthinking and coach it. The morning show, I don't know if you heard it, but Vic Lombardi was hysterical. He said they should have just taken their helmets off and been smoking cigarettes, like burning heaters while the kick was going on. So,
here's how this could happen. And first off, I guess credit to Sean for taking the blame. I don't think the blame's on him. He said don't blame Darren Rizzi. Sean Payton's not coming up with the field goal blocks. He's not doing that. He's just being a good general and falling on the sword because he's the head coach. At the end of the day, the buck does stop with him. So I guess credit to him. But he doesn't design these things. That's not his job. His job might be able to be throughout the week. What they say is, okay, we've got an end of the game situation. What's our best block? And this is their best block. And so maybe what he's saying is we really should have differentiated, okay, our best block for a 35-yard field goal versus our best block for a 60-yard field goal. But I actually don't put it on Sean at all. That's got to be on the special teams coach, and your special teams coach has got to be able to help him out.
I compare it to like, hey, man, if they're going to hit a long three, don't foul them. If they hit it, they hit it. However, if it's a closer game, you probably got to contest that shot in a basketball parlance. It does make more sense if you're going to push the rule. It makes way more sense, doesn't it? If, it's a 35-yard field goal, maybe even a 40-yarder. I mean, like, we got nothing to lose here. This is a chip shot anyway, so why don't we make them make a tough decision? But a 60-yarder, it was bad thinking. It was bad coaching. It really, really, sadly was bad coaching, and stunningly bad coaching on special teams 2 years in a row cost you a game.
2 games in a row.
Bananas.
Yep.
Bananas. All right, we're going to get to everything, though, because there's a million other things. It's not just that. And how Bo played in the defense and why Jonathan Taylor was able to do what he did. Tough loss. It's PhD here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether you got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call Advanced Hair Restoration today. It's 720-459-HAIR. Guys, nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So that's why I advise you call today. Don't waste time. Guys, you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment, and you will have the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the industry at what they do. Guys, Advanced Hair believes in what they do so much, they're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Call today. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. 720-459-HAIR, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Well, I mean, let's just go to the obvious. We're not unable to hit the field goal. It comes down to the red zone drive where we shot ourselves in the foot. We had a delay game penalty, a 15-yard face mask penalty, and then we also have an interception. So that's easy to look at and say, all right, here's what happened relative to the drives that we didn't score on.
All right, Scott is still with his boys' weekend and wherever they go, Kansas or something. So he's back on Wednesday. It's a rally house Monday as we talk about the Broncos, and we'll get to I don't know what the hell's going on at CU. That's
Ruh-roh.
dude.
Ruh-roh.
That could be going down a dangerous path. We'll get to that in a little bit. Other thoughts? I mean, we kind of went over the leverage call.
Yeah.
Really quick on that. I get it. It was the right call. I'm not even going to argue that. And it was frustrating for me because I thought it was just kind of BS from the jump. Like, I bet this happens all the time. And then I go back and I look at the 4 other kicks.
Well, did you look at the Colts? Because they did it.
I did not go back and look at the Colts.
Yeah,
but
it really does happen more than you think, DMac. It maybe not in that game, but it does happen quite often.
Well, that's what I was arguing. Trust me. I wanted that to be right. I wanted to go in that direction. And then when I watched the Broncos trying to block the 4 other ones, they didn't even get close to it. It was definitely different on the 5th one than the previous 4.
Well, because you've got different jobs with different assignments, right?
Okay.
With different field goal block assignments.
All right, I'm with you. And then I went back and there was a video, like I told you, of all the last-second kicks last year, and there's 26 of them, and only a couple you could say maybe that happened. So I get it, and even Sean Payton said it was the right call. I understand you say it happens more often than you thought. I thought it happened way more often. I thought it was happening more often in that particular game. I went back and watched the Cowboys 64-yarder because I was like, well, maybe they did the same thing, right? Like the Giants did. No, they didn't. And that dude, Russell Wilson, was great, by the way. And that guy bombed a 64-yarder, and then they won in overtime. So, okay, fine. But here's what I would say to that. Tyler, there's the rule, and then there's the spirit of the game. Or at least, I think there's the rule and then the spirit of the game. So I know this sounds really whiny, but kind of like the UNC-CSU thing. Like, I don't even know how they came up with what they came up with, but in the spirit of the game, no matter what you would see, unless it was something kind of outrageous, wouldn't you, in the spirit of the game, just, hold on to your whistle and just let the game play out? Unless whatever happened had a direct impact on what was going on.
Well, you'd like to think so. I don't know. If you're a letter of the law guy, I guess you're a letter of the law guy, and you call it. The intention of the rule is that you're not supposed to use your hands to be able to launch yourself. That's really what it comes down to. So I can't put my hands on the back of the dude's body, the back of the dude's neck, and launch myself up in the air. I can pull him to the ground, and I can let somebody else jump over me.
Right.
But I cannot actually launch myself. Did he technically launch himself? I thought that's where it got pretty ticky-tack. I mean, yes, he put his hands on the back, and yes, he jumped. Did he launch off the dude? Who knows? But listen, I mean, I really do mean this. It's easy to find 1 or 2 plays, and I think the 2 most obvious plays are going to be that one and the missed field goal from Will Lutz, and they both hurt. But man, I made a list. I made a list just going back and pointed out other ways. Like, the offense was good for the majority of the game, except for when it mattered, and when it mattered, they were not good. And you got the ball. You got the ball in the Colts 40-yard line. It's a 3rd down conversion late in the third quarter. You got a 5-point lead. You got an opportunity to go to solidify this thing, and you can't convert on a 3rd and 4 to Evan Ingram. Hurt you, killed you, absolutely killed you. Got to freaking convert in that situation. Obviously you had the interception from Bo Nix, which was very costly. That goes back and hurts you. The missed field goal from Will Lutz. I mean, those are your offensive ones. Defensively, I could go through a handful of them as well, but I mean, it really comes down to the secondary struggles. It comes down to stopping Jonathan Taylor. But there probably are 4 or 5 different plays that if any given one of those goes a different direction, you eat up the clock, you get another score, you extend the lead, whatever it may be. If any of those go in a different direction, you've got an opportunity to win this football game.
All right, well, let's go through some of them. A lot of killer ones. The Bo interception one hurt. You're already in field goal position.
Yeah. Fourth quarter, man.
I don't know if you want to count stopping a team on 4th down as a turnover or not. It has the same impact as a turnover. So if you were to count that, the Broncos would have had 2 4th down stops in midfield, virtual turnovers, and on one of them they got a touchdown, and on the other one was Nix's interception. And that is a killer. The Broncos, off that interception, gave up a field goal after it. So you're still sort of winning that turnover battle, points battle. That being said, and I understand there was a hand in Bo's face on that, but Tyler, you got to be better than that, man.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be so much more careful with the ball there. Because even an incomplete pass, you're lining up for a field goal that, is at least makeable for Lutz, who normally does bang home 40-plus yard field goals, no problem. The doink was unusual. So why is Bo in that particular position? Where's his head in that instance? Where otherwise, he had a pretty good game.
He did, but turnovers kill you, man. And it was the one thing that he did a great job of last year was not turning the ball over, and we're doing a terrible job this year, an absolutely terrible job with it. Look, there were other moments that you got lucky also. I mean, at the end of the second, you got like 4 pass interference penalties when you're down in the lower red zone and you couldn't convert on anything. You throw the ball 3 straight times and you just keep getting lucked out by pass interference plays. So, it did go both ways. We've been in this situation. By the way, it was just last year. I think was it the Bills game? Oh, I think it was the Bills game. No, not the Bills. What game was it? We won a game in a very similar circumstance where the field goal, we missed the field goal, they got a penalty, and then we kicked another one and we won it. But
Bills 2 years ago happened on that Monday night game. Is that what you're thinking of?
That's exactly what I'm thinking of, right? So we have been the beneficiary of the exact same thing, and it just sucks when it happens against you.
Dan, if you can find what Bo said at the end of his press conference yesterday, the difference between good teams and great teams. If you can just find that one. Right now, the Broncos are man. A lot of hype on this team. And reality kind of bites right now.
Well, it sucks, man, because you want to be a playoff team. You got to win about half your road games. Very, very winnable road game. And when you drop a road game that you feel like you could win, well, now you got to make up for it, right? And it only gets tougher the longer the season goes to get those road victories.
Yeah, here's what Bo said at the end, or at the end of his presser yesterday.
Well, you're right. If this game came down to one play, we would just do that one play and all go home. Save a lot of guys, a lot of grit and effort, and a lot of pain from playing the full game. So obviously we're glad we don't just play that one play. But it's tough. I mean, you could take away. You could talk about my interception. You could talk about a field goal. You could talk about a missed opportunity on one of the drives. We went 3 and out. It could have gone and got points. I mean, it's a whole game that comes down to a few key moments, and unfortunately, we had some negative key moments tonight. But I mean, we gave ourselves every chance to win the game, and then at the end, we just shot ourselves in the foot. And good teams bounce back from that, and great teams don't do that. They don't beat themselves. So. We're growing and developing. We're still molding as a team. We got a long season ahead of us, and we can't let this loss turn into 2.
Good teams bounce back. Okay, fine. Great teams don't get in this position in the first place.
It's a good line.
It is a good line. It goes a little bit beyond cliche. It goes into truth with who they probably are right now. They're probably a good team. They probably do bounce back, but they're not a great team. They're clearly not a great team. And Sean Payton is not off to a great start. I think he's a really good coach. But boy, oh boy, he is struggling.
Well, to be honest, I don't even know if we're a good team yet. I mean, we did.
You don't think we're a good team?
I think we did a lot of good things. I do. Specifically offensively, we came out the gates running the ball well. We were doing a lot of really good things offensively. But I've said this many, many times. If we've got a chance of being a playoff football team, it's going to be because we've got an elite defense and an average offense. Well, we don't have an elite defense, and in 2 games, you can pick and choose which one it's going to be offensively. I guess if you combine the 2 and gave it a grade, it does feel average. But we didn't finish when it mattered, and we had a terrible offense in the first week. So which one is it? I don't know, man. It's hard. I think we're going to have an elite defense when it's all said and done, but it ain't showing up yet.
Indy is probably a lot better than people expected. That probably is
maybe
true.
Like
really
okay.
maybe.
Okay, Yes. No, yes is the answer. They're a lot better than what people expected. Are they a great team? I don't think so.
I think they're going to win their division, which is not a great division, but I think they're going to come out on top.
Okay.
I think they're going to be better than the Texans and Jacksonville.
I think that they're
Tennessee.
a middle-of-the-road football team that is pretty good. They're far from great.
Okay. Daniel, all right, fine. I'll tell you this: Tyler Warren's a great player. Yeah,
Sure.
I don't need Jonathan Taylor's a great player.
Sure.
They've got a lot of really good role players on that team, like Pierce and Downs, Pittman, Ali Cox. It's really how they are set up. And Nelson's a great player. And they got a new center. They got a new.
Well, we got great players too. If that's your definition of a great team, I can give you 4 or 5 great players on this team.
Of course. So for you to say that you don't even know if the Broncos are a good team surprised me a little bit.
I don't.
What do you think they're missing then?
Well, an elite defense is what they're missing, and we needed that to be a championship team. And I don't know what our offense is going to be. We were terrible in week 1, and in week 2, we were really good except for when it mattered.
Okay.
I mean, great. Give the offense a grade for the entire
I'm saying
game.
a good team. You don't even think they're a good team. I mean, whether or not they're a great team, I'm going to side with Bo Nix.
I think the Broncos can compete with a lot of football teams. But to me, a good team is I would say a good team is like top 12 or better.
And you don't think the Broncos are there?
Not yet, no.
Okay. What happened defensively?
I don't know. Well, I could give you we did some things that were different, and we had a handful of 3-man rushes. We had a handful of times where I'm accustomed to Vance Joseph bringing pressure, and it didn't look like he was bringing pressure. It looked like things were different. What happened? I don't know. Why did Pat Surtain get beat? I don't know. He wasn't on his game. Why were they going after Pat Surtain? I think they were naive and they got lucky, and then they just kept going after him.
Sean Payton.
I could give you other things.
Sure.
Our inside linebackers got exposed. I mean, flat out exposed. They were a liability, and that crushed us because they got matched up on Tyler Warren a handful of times in the passing game, and Alex Singleton got lost in the wash on one. They were in man coverage. They were trying to bump it out, and Alex just couldn't. He got caught up in the traffic and couldn't get out there.
Mm-hmm.
But our inside linebackers got exposed.
Is that different if Greenlaw's there? Healthy Greenlaw?
I sure hope so.
Theoretically?
I sure hope so, but Alex Singleton's a starter.
Okay.
And he's the one that got exposed.
Was the scheme bad? Was there's a lot of great players out there.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones got sacked one time when Strenat came, and
but there was
untouched.
there was actually more pressure than you think. Nick Benito had a handful of pressures.
Okay. Here is Sean Payton about at least Pat Surtain.
Coach, were you surprised how much Patrick Surtain was targeted? I know he led the team in tackles, and do you think he was impacted at all with the issue with his ankle?
Yeah, I think I said this yesterday. I think at times when you play outside left, outside right, and Pat's shown the ability to come inside, I think there's a progression in a passing offense. And so I think target is the word you have to use because that's where the ball went. Do I think, on those Wednesday nights and Thursday nights in game plan meetings, they were out to target Patrick? I don't think that was the case. I think a lot of it is the progression of a route. Sometimes that'll happen a lot with us. I mean, there's certain times where if I'm going to run 2 go routes, we're going to work on one corner or the other. When you get into some interior routes on 3rd down, 2nd down, where you're working maybe a progression read, I think a lot of it ends up being that's where the ball ended up going. Now, I think he was able to come back and he felt comfortable enough to come back. But I'm sure the technique he'll look at today, he'll want to clean up on a handful of those plays.
Okay.
I don't know. I hope that. Okay, that sounds bad. At least there would be justification if the ankle was what the problem was, right?
Yep. It doesn't sound like Peyton's giving him a pass on that.
I don't mean to say it like I hope he was banged up. I don't mean that, but I mean at least there would be a justification.
Yeah. Do you buy they weren't targeting him, but they weren't staying away from him either.
Correct.
If this is where the play is going to take us, where it does look like some teams are just like, well, we're not going to do this because Surtain. They didn't do that. They simply said, this is what we're doing. If the progression, at least this is what Sean's saying, if the progression takes us there, then we're not going to be afraid to go over there, even though Surtain's there.
Yeah.
Whereas other teams, I think, get freaked out by, probably rightfully so, by the Defensive Player of the Year.
Well, I think what he's saying is it really wasn't that inconsistent, meaning nobody's looking at Pat Surtain as the first option, right? But if they get through 2, they get through 3, and the guy happens to be wide open, okay, well, we're not even thinking about who's covering him by the time we get to our third in the progression.
But Sean also said Pat will want to clean things up, too, in his technique.
Yeah. He's not accustomed to that. That's Defensive Player of the Year, man.
Yeah, that's different. None of us are used to that.
You play this game long enough, you get humbled. It's just as simple as that. I don't care how good you are. You're going to get humbled at some point.
All right, we need to get into let's get into when coming back. Let's get into the running game, both for the Broncos and for the Colts, to see how that was. There's no doubt Sean Payton was going to, in terms of RPOs, get rid of the P's. So, some people around here should be happy. The P's were gotten rid of for the R's.
They ran 4 or 5 RPOs that ended up in passes.
All right. Well,
I broke down the film this morning.
All right, let's get into it coming up next.
All right, guys. Hey, if you're out there looking for a new vehicle, you don't drive all over the state of Colorado. There's only one dealership you need to go to. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices. They got the best inventory, the best customer service. You're going to walk away with the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to have a fantastic experience. And if you're like me, you'll probably become a customer for life. I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year because I know them, I love them, I trust them. They get me in, they get me out, and I always find the vehicle of my dreams. With over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles, whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and you've already got the best price. Guys, and keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Don't drive all over. Go to the best dealership in Colorado, my friends at Phil Long Ford. You can visit them online at phillongford.com.
groove is in the house. All right, it's time for Who's in the Groove. Let's talk about who is in the groove for the Broncos by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Well, I'll say the player in the groove, Tyler, and I'm happy to hear whatever you want, but I'll say J.K. Dobbins was in the groove.
Yeah.
I mean, 14 carries, 76 yards. TD went for 23 on a long one. Caught a pass for 9 yards. I like the game from J.K. Dobbins. I didn't like the penalty after a nice 23-yard run. I mean, maybe not spike the ball. That kind of sucked.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb. Fortunate it was only a 5-yard penalty, but yeah, he played really strong. He played strong football, man. I thought the Broncos' offensive line was in a groove also. They've now played 2 pretty good games. There were some really good holes. They came out the gates firing in the running game. They were using a lot of 22 heavy personnel, and J.K. Dobbins. Look, man, I mean, do I want R.J. Harvey to be more involved? Only if he has to be. I mean, if J.K. Dobbins is rolling, then I don't really care.
Okay, so do you think that's the way it's going to roll for the rest of the year?
Oh, I don't know about the rest of the year. I think they've got plans for R.J. Harvey, and I would be surprised if he ended up with like 3 or 4 carries on the entire game, right?
5 carries for 8 yards.
5 carries for 8 yards. Had the one catch out of the backfield, ran the Texas route, and that was good. But no, I would expect it's going to look like more than that. But my point is, like, I got no problem with there being a clear number one. And if the clear number one is J.K. Dobbins, cool.
Here's Sean Payton on the running game.
Sometimes there's certain tags. Harvey got some tougher run looks in the 11 or sub-personnel groupings. Dobbins had some real good runs for us, though. And quite naturally, as one's going, you feed them more. But I was pleased overall with, how we played as an offensive line. I thought we did a good job of creating space, creating movement. Like the opening series was going to be 3 runs in a row to get our first down, and it happens on the first run. And so certainly that can, at that moment when you're able to do that, you have more control of the game. And so that part of it was important.
Yeah, they weren't messing around. They were going to establish the run. They were determined to do it, and they did. First drive was great. Like, you couldn't ask for anything more out of the Broncos offense on the first drive.
Well, what they did is they came out in formations that allowed you to run the football no matter what they did in the box, right? Mm-hmm. So 22 personnel, 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. You got the fullback on the field. Those are going to be situations in which they can't force you out of it. You know there's going to be a loaded box. It doesn't matter if they've got a loaded box because you got a hat for everybody that's in there. At the end of the last segment, you mentioned the RPOs.
Yeah.
They actually ran a bunch of RPOs. Well, I don't know what a bunch is, 4 or 5. And they threw the ball quite a bit. But the difference is that they put themselves with personnel packages in situations where they could run the football with heavy personnel, and they committed to that early in the game.
Okay. Effective?
Yeah, I mean, it can be tough to run out of that also. I mean, just because you got a hat for a hat doesn't mean there's not a lot of bodies in there. And as the game progressed, it got a little bit more difficult. But early on, man, those holes were tremendous. Offensive line they were in a groove. They were crushing it.
What?
They were using Trent Sherfield in some interesting roles this week.
Okay, talk to me.
Well, a lot of motions, a lot of times with like the tight end, you'll see one tight end on the right side and then they'll motion the left tight end over to the right and he's kind of stacked behind the other tight end's hip. Well, they were using Trent Sherfield in that role on 5 or 6 plays where it really playing in a tight end position. Cortland Sutton, I got to give that dude a shout out on something. Okay. I know that it was not necessarily the productive day that you wanted in the passing game, but man, you want to put on that all 22, and I'm going to put it out tonight, but put on that all 22, you're going to see a wide receiver in Cortland Sutton that was freaking involved in the running game. That dude was blocking his ass off in the running game.
Okay, so gold star to him.
Evan Ingram, not so much.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Was he making business decisions?
Nah, just whiffing, just bad technique.
Just not good at it.
Just not good at it.
Okay. Well, all right, I can't say I'm all that surprised by that. One catch, 12 yards. Was his 500th catch, period.
Only 4 catches on the season.
By the way, I was told, too, like, his calf injury was like a light bruise. Like, seriously, like,
good.
No big deal. Not hurt at all. And he was a full participant in practices later in the week. So,
good.
You know, we all had some concerns about that. Good, but like, who else was having a little Tyler Warren envy out there? I mean, who else was, he was the 14th pick of the draft, Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Broncos were at 20. Do you know that Jade Barron, had less snaps yesterday than he had in week 1?
Yeah, I saw that.
He went down from 21 to 16.
Yeah, they're clearly not thrilled with where he's at right now.
Listen, the Broncos would have had to do some moving and grooving, and I understand they didn't want to give up draft picks. I get all that.
I don't think Tyler Warren was realistic. I mean,
6 spots or maybe 7. You'd probably have to get to 13.
That's more than you think. I mean, that's not just a swap or 2 of a pick. I mean, you're committing some real resources to that.
How much did we talk about Tyler Warren in the offseason? Oh my God.
Yeah. He's a great player, dude.
We wore out these airwaves talking about Tyler Warren.
Well, they were using him in that Joker type of role.
That's a Joker.
And he had one really big gain where he started at the tight end. They put him in the backfield. They motioned him to the fullback position, and then they just ran a simple little wheel route with him. And we got our tight end covered. We're trying to cover their tight end with our inside linebackers, and our linebackers got exposed.
Okay, let's talk about Jonathan Taylor. Talk about being in the groove. 25 carries, 165 yards, 6.6. And yes, every time he touched the ball, that's what it felt like. He did have a long of 68, which was a huge play for them. Huge play that the Broncos whiffed on. Maybe 4 different guys whiffed on him to make a tackle on that particular run.
Yeah. His stats at the end of the day were not earth-shattering. 85 yards on the game. And
165 rushing yards.
Was that combined or was that his?
That's rushing yards. Jonathan Taylor, 25 carries for 165 rushing yards. And he also had 2 catches for 50 yards. So he had 215, or 205 rather, total yards. Oh, how's my math? No, 215 total yards. Jonathan Taylor.
All right, great game.
Yeah. All right, let me ask you guys this, and Dan, maybe I can fold you into this conversation. When the Colts got the ball with 3 minutes to go, down by 2, who here thought the Broncos defense was about to stop them? Anybody?
Right.
Dan, did you think the Broncos defense was about to stop them there?
Hell no.
Tyler, did you?
No.
Neither did I. This was, by the way, I like how Sean used his timeouts. I thought that was the right way to do them. I totally support that. They got a first down, unfortunately, so it kind of messes it up. If they don't get a first down, you're going to get the ball back one way or the other. Either they're going to make a field goal and you're going to get the ball back and they're slightly out of it. You're going to put them in a really tough choice. You're going to make them make a choice. But, they got a first down. I couldn't believe Shane Steichen on that third down didn't run a little play action, and you got really nothing to lose, and you're sitting at a 60-yard field goal.
Oh, that was some of the most conservative coaching I've ever seen. It reminded me of Nathaniel Hackett.
Like the Broncos were telling you, we're just take a chance here.
Yeah,
but you certainly weren't going to run the ball against that front of the Broncos.
Well, I have no clue what he was doing. I mean, you feel comfortable with the 60-yarder to win the game? Good luck,
stunning.
Buddy.
Schrader, granted, he was 9 for 9. But he had never made more than a 50-yard field goal. He hadn't even made a 50-yard field goal. I think as long as it's
48.
48 yards.
Yep.
And you're Steichen and you're just like, this is fine. We're good. That shouldn't have worked out for you. And then Sean Payton and Rizzy or whoever was responsible for it. I'm going to say the buck does stop with Sean, and he's taking the blame for it. All you had to do was standard field goal block, whatever. Just do what you'd been doing the whole game. That's all. You'd have done it 4 previous times, whatever, couple of extra points. Just keep doing that. No need for heroic measures there, Tyler. It's a 60-yarder.
I mean, I don't blame a coach when the game's on the line for wanting to have his best play out there. You're also not wrong that you don't want to do something stupid with a 60-yarder. It's probably not worth the gamble. But I do understand, like, hey, game's on the line. Let's go put our best block out there.
I guess. But as Sean explained, this isn't even me. Sean explained that call would have been more appropriate for like a 35-yarder,
right,
where you've got to take a chance,
right,
that the referees might not call it. And by the way, I actually agree with that too. Like, I get that it's a penalty, but I also get, hey, they don't call that very often. Let's give it a shot, because otherwise it's a chip shot.
They call it about 3 times per year with every game combined in the entire NFL.
All right, so what's your reaction? We'll go to the text line. If you want to give us a holler, you can. If you want to get onto the app, that's great. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. Voice of the People is there, so you can just scream into the microphone on the app, and we'll monitor things. If you got something to say, we're happy to hear it. It's PhD here on 92.5. We'll get into the Shadur Sanders Ravens story, as well as CU coming up in about 15, 16 minutes or so. That's an interesting one with our guy Adam Schefter, who is on with the boys. Adam will join us on Thursday. We have football tonight, doubleheader, 5 o'clock. It's on 9:50. And then at 8 o'clock, you got the Raiders and the Chargers. So we got you. We love football right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So we got you covered on that one later tonight. And your reaction, 303-504-0925. Would you rather see the Broncos lose like they did yesterday, or not get killed, but, maybe lose by 10, 13 points, where you just got beat?
Oh, I mean, listen, sometimes it's easier mentally to accept a blowout loss, like you just get over it earlier on. This one's freaking painful because you literally won it. Like it was over. You won the dang game, and it just slipped through your fingers. But I would absolutely prefer to lose the game this way in the big picture. In the big picture, there's a lot of good stuff. There was. And I know I probably sound like I'm going both ways here because I'm not convinced the Broncos are a good team yet. But I'm also not going to dismiss what was good in the game. What was good? You came out the gates firing in your running game. What was good? Bo Nix looked far better in this game than he looked in week one. I mean, this was you got 4 touchdowns. Bo Nix did toss that interception that hurt you. I could even find some good on defense, which is hard to do because it was a bad day. But I mean, if you were going to ask me, okay, find something good on defense. Well, here's what I would tell you. Despite the fact that you were bad, despite the fact that Daniel Jones was lighting you up, despite the fact that Pat Surtain got picked on, you did have 6 red zone. Excuse me. The Colts were in the red zone 6 times.
2 for 6.
They had 6 cracks at it. 4 times you held them to a field goal.
Right.
That's pretty good. That is pretty good, right? So there were good things. There are things that you can take away from this game and be like, all right, there's stuff for us to build on.
Okay. I like that. And we'll see with the Chargers tonight, right? By the way, Joe Burrow basically done for the season.
Is it a season?
Well, it's like 3 months, something like that. So I guess technically no, but like
that must be new today because last night I thought it was just going to be like 3 or 4 weeks.
No, he is out for months.
Wow.
End of the season. Listen, he might be available in the last 2 weeks or something like that. So if they can,
it's the Jake Browning show.
It's the Jake Browning show. Did you see the Jake Browning's wife, girlfriend, whatever she is?
I did see that.
All right, Jake Browning. I don't know much about Jake Browning, but we're getting to know a little bit more. So she's
okay, Al.
She's there. I like that game better now. I mean, they got a nice win for themselves. They hung in there yesterday, but I like the Broncos over the Bengals. If I'm gonna roll them dice on Monday night, a lot better now.
Sure.
Tyrod Taylor, I think, is the backup for Justin Fields. I like the Broncos against the Jets. I like the Broncos against the Giants. I don't know. Russell Wilson had a hell of a game. That was an unbelievable game.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah?
You're all right.
Don't worry about Malik Neighbors. Don't worry about that. That's no big deal.
I'm saying don't be worried about Russell Wilson.
Okay. So maybe not worry about the Cowboys either.
He'll give you 4 to 5 games of fool's gold per year.
Yeah, that was one of them. I think the Broncos could easily.
I worry about the Cowboys.
I think the Broncos have a 3-3 stretch in the first 6 games. I think they'll come out 3-3. And then I think they could go on a bit of a run like they did last year. I see 4 or 5 games right after that they could handle.
Just real quick, way too early prediction here. Probably lose against the Chargers. Think you beat the Bengals 1-1. Lose to the Eagles 1-2. Beat the Jets 2-2.
3-3 overall.
Beat the Giants
4-3.
Okay, lose to the Cowboys.
Oh, I don't know. That's a home game, right?
It's a home game.
I don't know.
And I know we haven't lost to the Cowboys since the 90s.
I wouldn't write that off.
Whatever that stat. I mean, I'm not writing it off, but I think the Cowboys, that's a pretty good football team, man.
I'm not saying they're not, and I'm not saying the Broncos are necessarily better than anybody,
so,
frankly.
I mean, basically what I see over the next 6 or 7 games, About 500 football team.
There's zero doubt, though. Zero doubt. Late in the year. Zero doubt. We are going to painfully remember this game, whether it's to make the playoffs or, I mean, if they're lucky enough to contend for the AFC West or look for playoff positioning as a wild card. This game, Tyler, is going to sting. This is the same exact thing as that Kansas City game last year. You had it. You had it. Even more so in this one. You really had it.
So now you got to look at where you can make it up on the road, right?
Yes.
So what are the road games? Well, we've got a road game against the Chargers. You got a road game against the Raiders. You got a road game against the Texans. That's going to be a huge one. You got to steal that Texans game. You got to steal that one.
Yeah, just like they stole
I'm just going to circle that game. You want to be a playoff team, you got to steal that game against the Texans.
They stole, you could argue, last year, the Tampa Bay game last year.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then they stayed there in West Virginia, and then they won that horrible game against the Jets and Aaron Rodgers in the rain. But whatever. You just take the win where you can get them.
You got a road game against the Commanders. Oof, man. All right, so you got to steal one. All right, you got to win one on the road against the Raiders. You got to win one on the road against the Texans.
You got to pick up a win where you don't think you're going to pick up a win on the road.
We got, the road ain't pretty, is it?
No, but you got to win one of those now. Now you got to win one of those.
Yeah, circle that Texans game. That one's freaking huge.
On the text line, Jeffrey, if this team makes the playoffs, it'll be a damn miracle. Nah, I still see where they can get 11 wins here, Jeffrey. But Tyler's right. You've got to come up big. Happens, though. Every year there's games, especially on the road, that, every year you drop one you think you should have won. Every year you get one that, hey, how do we get that one? How'd it go that way? Kind of balance itself out. It usually does. If you're a good team, it will balance itself out. Not even a great team. Just if you're a good team, you'll run into one of those games. Teams get tired. There's lulls in the season. Things happen. People get hurt, blah, blah, blah.
You still see
blah.
11 or 12, huh?
Not 12. I do not see 12. But I never saw 12. I still see 11. I still see 11 because I have Dallas as a win.
Okay.
It kind of hinges. My 11 wins kind of hinges on that game right there.
Well, here's the problem, man. You've got one game for your offense that was really bad, and you got one decent game. Like, it was so close to being a great game against the Colts. Offensively, it was so freaking close to being a great, great game. But I cannot call it a great game when you did not convert on 3rd and 4 at the end of the game. I can't call it a great game when you toss an interception. I can't call it a great game in the fourth quarter when we needed you when it didn't come, right?
There's no doubt about it.
So offensively, you've had one bad game and one decent game. Defensively, you've had one good game and one bad game.
Yeah.
That doesn't really scream playoff football right now.
Oh, okay. All right, bad game defensively, but 2 for 6 in the red zone.
Yeah, but it was still a bad game. I mean, that was a bad game. Bad game. You got rolled on by Daniel Jones, dude. Rolled on.
How about the fact the Colts went 3 straight possessions to go 10 straight possessions? How about the fact in modern NFL history, this Indianapolis Colts is the only team ever to go 2 straight games without the punter punting? Who's the punter for the Colts? Does anybody? His mom and dad are just like, are you really on the team?
His paper play right now is fantastic. Boy, it would go a long ways to be in a playoff team if you could steal one against the Chargers. That would
just
go
got that text
long ways.
On the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Would a win against the Chargers this week be stealing one?
Well, you got to at least split with the Chargers if you want to be in the playoffs.
I think beating the Chargers in LA would definitely be stealing one.
Yeah.
Yes,
I agree.
I think that would count. Now,
that's a big steal.
The Chargers have a short week. But that's about it. We'll watch tonight. The game's right here on Altitude, or listen to it, whatever you're doing. And I don't know. I don't know if it helps us one way or the other to pull for the Chargers or the Raiders. It probably doesn't matter.
You should pull for the Raiders. Yeah, absolutely you should. And I know that nobody ever wants to root for the Raiders. But the more that this league, more that this division can cannibalize itself, the better that's going to be for the Broncos when it's all said and done. You want the Raiders and Chargers to split. You want the Chiefs, Chargers, so on and so forth.
This is from Christina. Great to hear from you, Christina. My husband and I literally had to Google leverage because we'd never heard that called in a game. It rarely does get called. Since 2010, it's only been called 50-something times. Like you said, it gets called 2 or 3 times a year.
Yep.
So, yeah. But one of the reasons it doesn't get called all that much is that teams don't put themselves in that position. They know what the rules are. The Broncos knew what the rules were. They did. They did not execute things the right way. And they called for an alignment of a call that they don't run all that often, that Tillman doesn't line up for hardly ever, if ever at all. And it got mixed up.
Well, I promise the call did not call for him to leverage. So the intention of the play call did not have it designed for him to stick his hands on the dude's back and jump.
The call was, and we'll just recap it for you because hearing Sean what was supposed to happen is that DJ Jones was supposed to push down number 90, who was supposed to be the left guard, but he ended up being the right guard. Tillman, who's got some great athletic ability, after DJ Jones pushes the guard down, was supposed to jump up. Instead, Tillman got he just followed the guy he was supposed to be on, but he ended up on the wrong side, and there was no pushing him down. It was kind of like a high-low sort of deal, right? Like, DJ was supposed to do one thing, and Tillman was supposed to do B. But there was nobody doing A for Tillman, so he got kind of hung out like, oh, what do I do now? I guess. This is according to Sean. It's like, what are you doing? This does remind me of the 4th and 8, Tyler. Like, I get it. You got to play. I got it. You're overthinking things. We could just punt the ball on that 4th and 8, right? We could just do nothing on this. If the guy hits a 60-yarder, I mean...
That being said, I think Sean's really fallen on the sword, and I don't put it on him.
You think he's fibbing a little bit?
Well, I don't think he's fibbing. I think he's fallen on the sword, as a lot of good leaders do. I think that's smart for him to fall on the sword. You don't want to create drama within your football team. You know that you replaced your previous special teams coordinator because you wanted to go out and get Rizzy, get your guy.
Mm-hmm.
The last 2 special teams coordinators, quite frankly, if you include Westhoff in that mix. So you went out and got your guy. But Sean's not the one designing these field goal blocks. Sean's not the one that's telling these guys where to go.
Oh, he's aware of it, though, right?
Sure.
Yeah, he's aware of what one call is compared to another call.
Yes, but I mean that's different from designing it. That's different from teaching the guys their jobs. That's different from communicating to Tillman, hey, you can't put your hands on the dude's back and jump.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's different. Like, okay, would that be on the head coach, what happened with the Steelers, or would that be on the special teams coach? I'm putting that on the special teams coach. If you've got a freaking returner that doesn't understand that's a live football, like, you've done a terrible job. And like, yes, the kid's an idiot. Caleb Johnson, like, you're an idiot. How did you not cover that up?
Unbelievable.
But as a special teams coordinator, how have you not beat that into his head a million times? You're the one that's got the communication. You're the one that's running the meetings.
Okay, so you put it more on Rizzy.
Absolutely.
It wasn't coached right in the first place. So they went to a call. Sean Payton knew what the call was, but it was never really coached the right way in the first place. Or at least not well enough for it to be executed the right way.
Well, whether it's coach, whether it was the play decision, whatever. I mean, Sean's not making the play decision there.
You don't think Sean is like signing off on whatever call it is? Or all right, hold on.
Okay,
are you saying
the head coach is always quote unquote signing off? Okay, Deion Sanders is quote unquote signing off when the Buffs only run the football 4 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
But is he actually making the play calls? No, he's not.
All right, but the coach, fine. But the coach would say during the week, if we get into a situation, we'd be doing this or that, they would be working this out together, right? Like, if we have a game-winning moment here, what are we doing on special teams? All right, we want this call, whatever.
Sure.
Or no. Well, you tell me. I'm asking.
Well, it would more go like this. Like, they're not going to make the plan together. Sean's not wasting his time trying to scheme up field goal block. He's not doing that. But what probably does happen is at some point throughout the week, all right, hey, Rizzy, what do you want in a game winner field goal block?
Okay.
Okay, cool. We didn't think that thing all the way through.
Gotcha. Your Buffs. And then the story with Shadur Sanders turning down the Ravens?
Yeah, wild.
Wild. We'll dig into that coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. ED, oh my God. Causes stress in relationships, anxiety, that man-machine ain't working like it should. Let's go, man. Let's go. Let's get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where their treatments work when the pills or herbals fail. Treatment rates successfully over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Come on now. Schedule a consult today. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment, and they have 5 locations. You got to check out what's going on in Castle Rock. Spectacular. 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Staub takes a shot downfield. That's going to be intercepted. Rook Brown has some room to run and slides down shy of the 35. A 40-yard return. The second interception by this Houston secondary. Where do they go? Do they make a change again at quarterback? I doubt it. I think they go with Staub again next week. But, Coach Prime talks about being in the now. He's got to check the pulse of this team to see who they're reacting to at that particular position.
Dude. What the hell was going on there? By the way, had kind of a fun Friday. Took the bicycle from Lone Tree up to Arvada. No big deal. My wife came and joined me. So we stayed in a hotel, and we went to see Spinal Tap.
Nice.
I'll tell you this on Spinal Tap. If you haven't seen the first Spinal Tap, I would not go to this version of it because there's just too much stuff you'll miss. However, for a follow-up comedy, and follow-up comedies usually are terrible. I could not believe how good this one was. But you got to see the first movie to sort of get it. So just a heads up on that. I couldn't believe how much I laughed out loud in a movie theater. Can't even tell you the last time. Cannot tell you the last time, Tyler, I saw a comedy in a movie theater. Couldn't tell you.
When did the original one come out?
1983 or 84, 85, something like that. 40 years ago.
I have seen it, but I can barely remember it.
Do yourself a favor if you're going to go see the second one. Just go back and watch the first one, knowing I'm going to see the second one relatively. It's only like 90 minutes, too. It's fast. And the deal was we watched the first half of the CU game, and then we went to the movie. Mm-hmm. And the first half was kind of like, all right. Or like, okay. Well,
no, it wasn't.
Well.
The first half was like, this sucks.
We go to see the movie.
What are you talking about?
We come back for the second half, and as I'm walking out of the theater, I see, oh my God, the game is still on. And it's a reminder of like these college football games, Tyler.
Dude, they're they're 4+ hours.
So I'm kind of shielding my eyes as I'm walking through because
nuts how long they take.
I want to whatever, but my wife, she doesn't care. She already knew. She totally knew what was going on. That's why she just fell asleep. It wasn't exactly the most romantic night because I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, surely, Tyler.
Oh, you paid for the hotel, you know what? And you didn't even get the you know what?
Didn't even get close.
Wow.
Did not even get close.
That was a wasted $120.
Well, I wish it was that cheap.
50, 70,
2,
80, 2.
We're going $2.
2. Wow.
Yeah, check this out. We go $2, and I'm like, well, surely I'll have a free breakfast. I just didn't pay attention to things.
No, you get the free breakfast at the cheap places. That's where you get the free breakfast.
I thought this was the cheap place. Yeah, this music is doing me no good. It didn't even happen. So we're eating the breakfast the next day, and there was a waitress who was cleaning things up and not taking your order, but working all the tables and cleaning things up. Oh, that's kind of nice. Don't see that very often. Yeah, because here you go. Thanks for eating with us. It's a bill. I was like, wait a second. This isn't free?
Wait, do you not know the difference between a continental breakfast and a sit-down restaurant?
Well, but it wasn't, how did I describe it? It wasn't, she was clearing things. She did take drink orders.
Wait a second. Wait a second. I mean, this is not nobody but you. Everybody knows what a continental breakfast is. You got the waffle maker. You pour it into a cup.
Yes.
You make the waffle.
Yes.
That's what it was?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
It was all that. Yes, and yes.
But could you order food off a menu?
No. It was just all there. It was just laid out like I've been to another million other. I know.
I don't know.
It was above average from the normal sort of bagels 4 days old and hard like a brick.
Yeah.
It was ooh, this is a good one.
Yeah.
Anyways, took the bike up to Andy's on. Andy wants to chime in? All right, I don't know. Andy Lindahl?
Hey, Andy, don't you know he was telling a bike story, Andy?
What's up, Andy?
Well, listen, I ended up spending Saturday with D.
Yeah.
We both went to Nate Bargatze, and that was hilarious.
That was great.
But here's listen, Tyler, we've all got the guy that, and I've been the guy, unfortunately, to my detriment, that the signals are there. It was open. You were good. Door was there. You didn't walk through it. So if your boy went on a dry weekend, it's because he didn't notice Saturday his wife was on him like as if they were teenagers.
Oh,
that is true.
Is that right?
That is absolutely, yeah.
And he's got the body language of let me watch the crappy Rockies, let me laugh at the funny guy. Oh, Kim, I'm not in the mood to be touched. So if you had a dry weekend, my friend, you screwed Saturday up. That's all I'll say.
Hey, Andy, you're right. You're so right about all that. Like the wifey, she loved Nate Bargatze. By the way, how about Nate Bargatze? 3 shows of 20,000 people each, Friday night, Saturday at 3, and Saturday at 7. It set a record for comedy attendance in a 24-hour period, Nate or Andy. I don't know if you realize that. That literally set a world record for comedy attendance.
I'm not shocked because you and I were chatting, waiting for him to come on. For those that didn't get to go, and if he comes through again, you got to see him. I was telling one of my friends, he's the Jerry Seinfeld of our time.
I agree.
If they were to do actual shows anymore, sitcoms, he would be the guy that has it, but obviously they don't. But for those to imagine, I mean, it's like it was a small round stage, and the seating, like concert stages are bigger. I promise you that's the most people in there for an event because of how much floor seating they could have.
Oh,
and
crazy.
And for everybody, I had a buddy go, oh, it's just his Netflix special. No, it's not.
No?
If you got a chance to see this, it was an hour of new stuff. And at the end, he read us a text chain that couldn't have been more gold. I mean, what a great night.
And by the way, Andy, I don't know if you checked it out, but he previewed what he was going to do at the Emmys the next day. So we're seeing him Saturday at 7 p.m. In less than 24 hours. He's hosting the Emmys. So he told the whole crowd, he told the 60,000 people over 24 hours that they were going to do this Boys and Girls Club donation for $100,000. And if they spoke for more than 45 seconds, it was $1,000 off. And they were under 45 seconds, it was $1,000 on top of it. By the way, this shtick was pretty hysterical. Not that many of our listeners are watching the Emmys, but it was funny, Andy, to hear him lay that out, and then the next day to actually see it. We watched the Emmys broadcast or a tape of it, you know what I'm saying, only because of him and the shtick, and it was pretty funny. We kind of fast-forwarded through everything else, but it was funny because of him.
Andor screwed it up. Didn't Andor cost him money? The Andor writers cost him money, and people were groaning, I saw.
They finished at minus 26,000, but he said we'll throw the 100,000 back on there.
There you go.
The point is, we all got. It was great. It was a great Saturday night, and my wife was all over me. You're right about that. But you know what killed us that night? Light rail home. Light rail there, I felt like a genius. Taking the light rail there, I felt like a freaking genius. Because it was quick, it was easy, whatever. You take that light rail home.
Yeah, waiting that crowd out, getting on. That's tough.
I mean, and I just don't get hammered anymore. I really don't. I kind of wish I could, Andy. I just can't get, blackout drunk anymore. So
listen, anybody that's married knows you got about an hour after whatever the last activity is to close proceedings, is all I'll say. Unless you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and then...
All right, Andy, we'll talk to you when you get in here. Thank you, brother.
See you, buddy.
Appreciate it.
Well, I'm sorry you spent all that money for nothing.
No. We had a great weekend, actually. It was, it's fine. I've had sex with my wife 31 years, 10,000 times. It's all good. But the CU thing is really where I was trying to go. Tyler, you tell me what you saw, and then I'll play you a little bit of Prime here. But let me just tell you this real quick. I love our friends from DNVR. I do. But I don't think there's anybody who's more pro-Deion and pro-Buffs than the DNVR crowd. They just say we're not journalists, we're just fans. We're wearing the clothes, we're getting special privileges, we're this. And they're great for all that stuff. For that. If you want that, they're fantastic. I had to tune them in. What are they going to say? They were ripping CU. Yeah. They were. And I was like, holy cow, we have crossed a wild bridge here when the guys that could not be I mean, the bigger receipt takers, the biggest fans, the biggest everything, when they're saying there's no identity, they got no clue. Of course, everybody hates Pat Shurmur. The only thing they wouldn't quite go is that Deion's just not a very good coach. They wouldn't quite go there, but it was everything but that.
Well, it's bad ball, man. I mean, it comes down to the most simplistic things, and it always does. You can't stop the run, and you can't run the ball. I mean, not counting the rushes from Ryan Staub, who actually rushed the ball 11 times. If you don't count the quarterback runs, you only attempted 12 runs in the entire football game. It's just pathetic. You know, they've got a bigger the offensive line, like when you look at that offensive line, you're like, dang, those are some big boys.
Mm-hmm.
Like they really beefed those suckers up. They should be able to run the football this year. They just don't even try. They don't care. The offense is so predictable. It's so boring. Nobody runs more bubble screens, wide receiver swing routes than the history of football than the University of Colorado. Ryan Staub is a third-string quarterback. I would go back to Caden Salter. I probably would. You know, I mean, I know that we don't have a future with Caden Salter. I know the future is with Juju Lewis. But look, you did bring Caden Salter in, and you did pay him $1 million to be the starting quarterback this year. Go back to the dude and design an offense that's actually going to utilize his athleticism. But you've taken all the athleticism out of Caden Salter in the 2 games that he played. Game and a half that he played. and now you're trying to make this thing work with a third stringer. Now they're probably sticking out with Ryan Staub. And
you think so?
I do. I mean, that's just what my gut tells me.
Okay.
I'd go back to Caden Salter. If you're looking for like a nugget of good news, Georgia Tech beat Clemson. So like, that's a pretty good football team. You actually look decent against Georgia Tech. Houston's that's a pretty good football team, but Colorado's bad, man. I mean, it's going to take a small miracle, maybe a large miracle to even dream of making a bowl game this year.
Would you be even a little nervous about Wyoming this weekend, or do you think, you'll get Wyoming one way or the other?
I'm nervous.
You're nervous about it?
Sure, I'm nervous.
Here's a little bit of pride afterwards.
Wasn't good. I'm lost for words. I just spoke to the team on several thoughts that came to mind. As no one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had, with the meetings that we had, for the film study and the preparation that we had. No one could have told me that it was going to turn out like this. But, oh, Lord, thank you. Thanking God for not allowing me to say what I wanted to say. Wasn't good. Wasn't good at all. I take full responsibility of the foolishness that went on out there, that we tried to name football, tried to call it football. It wasn't that. We got to do better in every phase of the game. We got to do better preparing our kids. We got to do better, period.
Yeah, do better. I agree.
All right, let me give you one more. Here's on the quarterbacks.
So I have no idea. I have no idea right now. Right now, I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking about what transpired and how can we prevent what transpired from happening again. I'm trying to self-analyze, like me first. What can I do better?
Well, yeah, Pat Shurmur's your offensive coordinator. It really goes to show you just how special Shadur Sanders was, Travis Hunter was. I mean, those two dudes, they put Colorado on the map. And we had some wide receivers last year too, and it wasn't just Travis Hunter. There are 3 other dudes that were legit. But man, we don't got that. And when you can't win in the trenches, you're going to lose, and you're going to get your brains beat in. What happened to the commitment to running the football? 12 attempts an entire game?
Do you think there's any chance Seton would actually come back to see you for another year?
Yeah, I do.
You don't think he just, hey, Brian Kelly, how's LSU these days? As he becomes a top 10 pick next year.
He could. Nothing would really surprise me.
That's what Jaden Daniels did.
He could, and nothing would really surprise me. But Deion does seem to get in with these kids, man.
Yeah, okay.
And really, for Jordan Seton, he doesn't need to do anything. He's going to be a top 5 pick no matter what.
I understand, but he might want to win, though.
Maybe.
He might want to play big-time college football.
Yeah.
Really big-time college football. I don't know, man. I don't want him to leave. I don't want Prime to leave. But if this season keeps going like this, I think Prime's just going to quit. I think he won't care about the money. He'll just be gone. He'll just go to TV and make money.
It's a lot of money. I don't think there's anything he could do to get fired. I really don't.
No, God, no.
Not very many people walk away from that type of money.
I gotcha, but like this would emotionally destroy you going through this. And he is sticking up to a degree for Pat Shurmur, but Pat Shurmur, listen, he'll be the first one to fall. Livingston, defensively, what are they doing? I mean, it's terrible,
dude. It's tough to play defense in college football, just generally speaking.
Yeah.
So it doesn't shock me when you see teams put up 30 points on you. Like that really isn't like earth-shattering news to me.
True.
But when you can't stop people in the trenches, like that's just bad recruiting.
Whew. All right. One more quick one here. We probably need to spend a little bit more time with this, and maybe we will and Let's Football Go. But let's just touch on it quickly. You know what? Let's save Adam Schefter for Let's Football Go, Dan. All right, but just really quick, Tyler, and again in about 40 minutes we'll dig into it deeper. The story comes out from Schefty, and we'll have Adam on Thursday. That Shadur and the Sanders family turned down the Ravens to be Lamar Jackson's backup because he wanted a better chance to start. Are you kidding me? You had a chance to go to the Ravens, to learn be with John Harbaugh and Lamar Jackson and be in a winning culture. And you turned that down because you were looking for a quicker path to be a starter?
I think it's an insane thought that a fifth rounder would try to dictate anything, right? So that's nuts. But I also don't blame a player for, like, if I had the luxury to choose, I'd choose a situation where I could play. I would.
Yeah, but you're not reading the room really good.
Well, I know, but I mean that's the point, and I'm not dismissing that at all. I mean, you're a fifth round draft pick. You're a backup.
You're a backup.
That's who you are. No matter what team you go to, you're a backup.
No matter where you go.
I'm just saying. I do understand the mindset of who would want to go be drafted. Be like, yes, it's a great opportunity to learn. I got you, and I'm not dismissing that. But you're buried forever. No chance of ever starting there.
All right. Do your best. Get traded. Make something happen. I mean, I understand you have to change your mindset. You go from that first round, maybe even the second round. And once you get past the second round, man, we are in backup land. And I understand that is a harsh reality based on where you were going to go. But I couldn't believe that story. I'm like, holy cow, how delusional, or who is talking and advising you about where you truly are at? Where are the truth tellers around the Sanders family about what the reality of the situation is? How can you misread things that poorly? I think to be a backup to Lamar Jackson, who, by the way, I get it, he ain't going anywhere. That's true. But listen, look what just happened to Joe Burrow. You never know what's going to happen in terms of injuries. And if you're the backup, you got a shot. Plus, it's Lamar Jackson.
Okay, but just on paper, like take the fifth round thing out of it, which I know you can't. That's a part of the story. And you need to accept that you're a backup quarterback when you get to that point. I got you. You're right. But just on paper, would you really choose to go be a backup for the next 6 years or an opportunity to go start?
It depends how realistic the opportunity to start was. And I understand.
Well, I think Cleveland's about as realistic as you could possibly get given the circumstances.
You have to be better than Joe Flacco, Kenny Pickett, and Dylan Gabriel.
Right.
But Deshaun Watson is still on the team. I mean, like, he's still there.
Sort of.
I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just blown away that you were telling any team. And once you get to the fifth round, no.
Right. I mean, that's the story.
Mind-blowing. No Dumb Questions coming up next.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, here we go. No dumb question. If the Broncos don't get the leverage call, does anybody on the Colts say, hey, should have been a leverage call there?
Maybe. I mean, in hindsight, probably not in real time. In real time, nobody's going to see that sucker. In hindsight, after they watch the film, they would see it.
Nobody claims there should have been a leverage call there. Because it happens. It doesn't happen like on every play, but it happens enough. And you could definitely make the argument that it happened to the Broncos on Lutz's doink, if you go back and watch it. However, it's also fair to say if you watch the Colts' other 4 field goal attempts, it didn't happen on any of those either. So it just doesn't get called very often. No dumb question. Should the NFL, like in hockey and basketball, I get it. I understand the rule, Tyler, but aren't there moments in the spirit of the game where you just swallow your whistle if the violation doesn't directly impact the play?
Well, they do that. I mean, and I know that it wasn't done in that situation, but I actually do think the NFL does that. Pass interference, referees don't want to call pass interference at the end of the game. I mean, if you were to really call pass interference by letter of the law, every freaking time you have a Hail Mary, there would probably be pass interference on that, right? So the game does get called differently at the end, and I think that's a good thing. You kind of, like, it goes back to more common sense rather than letter of the law at the end of the game. That's the way the fans want it, at least.
No dumb
question. You ever heard of a dirty Dr. Pepper?
A dirty Dr. Pepper? No.
Yeah, dirty Dr. Pepper. So apparently this is like a Utah thing where they at gas stations or like a Maverick or something like that, you go in, you get a Dr. Pepper.
Does it not have caffeine?
No, it's got caffeine.
Okay.
Yeah, it's got caffeine. You go in, you get the Dr. Pepper. Then they've got like a coffee bar setup, okay? So like you can pick out your syrups that you like. You can put French vanilla in there. You can put whatever you want. You put you put a bunch of pumps of extra syrup in there. Then you put half and half in it. Okay, so you're putting half and half into a Dr. Pepper, and then you're putting in like coffee syrup into it.
All right.
My daughters all of a sudden have been obsessed with dirty Dr. Peppers.
Okay.
They must have drinking 15 of these things over the weekend, including multiple stops on a 3-hour road trip out to Holyoke. Shout out to Holyoke, Colorado. Spent a little time out in the Eastern Plains this weekend.
All right.
Did I just give them straight diabetes? I mean, a
Dr.
Dr.
It doesn't
Pepper
sound very healthy.
with half and half and coffee syrup added to it. Now, I had one, and I'm not going to lie. It was pretty tasty. It was pretty tasty.
Yeah, because highly sugary things are tasty.
It looks disgusting. It looks like a bunch of milk is curled up inside a Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
But it's pretty tasty.
Donuts are tasty, too. I mean, that's all tasty. The more sugar you put on something, the tastier it gets.
Yeah.
It's probably not the greatest habit.
But apparently dirty Dr. Pepper, like, this is a thing. You can go to Sonic and order a dirty Dr. Pepper.
Shocker. That you can go to Sonic and order something that's completely, well, I don't know. I'm sure there's
I'd never heard of a dirty Dr. Pepper.
I had never heard of it either. Sounds fantastic, though.
It was kind of tasty.
No dumb questions. Is Deion now a leading candidate for the UCLA job?
What? Huh?
They blew out the UCLA coach over the weekend.
Okay. Deion Sanders is a hot candidate for any job right now?
I don't know. That's the no dumb question.
Yeah, it was a dumb question.
Like, Deion won't be a hot candidate no matter what for anywhere?
No, he's not a hot candidate right now.
Okay.
Things ain't going well, boys. I mean, I'm not trying to diss on my school. I'm certainly not trying to diss on Deion Sanders at all. But you got to be having success to be a hot candidate. There's not success right now.
You don't think UCLA would like the shine of having Deion come out there and put on the Deion show?
At this moment in time, no.
Oh, well, this was a follow-up to that. If Prime leaves as VJ, the next coach at CU. VJ might not be a hot candidate either after this weekend, frankly. I think the Broncos defense has to probably show you something a little bit more.
I think Vance Joseph is going to be head coach in the NFL again, so I'd be surprised if he wanted if you had the choice right now of coaching the NFL versus college football, who the hell would choose college football? Talk about a miserable life. Dealing with NIL, recruiting your own kids every single year, finding money for them. Like, that just sounds miserable.
How about this? Oh, hey, are you watching Arch Manning at all? Are you seeing?
Yeah,
not very impressive.
I was arguing with you the entire offseason about this. The entire offseason, as we're talking about the March for Arch and everything, I'm like, the dude has not played football. Why are we anointing him as the second coming when he's never played football?
I mean, they're playing UTEP, bro, and I was like, where's the 50 points, right? Like, let's see the barrage. He was struggling. It was not good. Like, he's a long way from being a slam dunk first rounder. I don't know, man. I guess I was surprised. I was waiting for the Arch Manning show. It's not there.
I'm a little bit surprised that it's looked as clunky as it has.
Right.
But I'm definitely not surprised that he doesn't look like a top 3 pick.
Okay. Let's see. Last one here. No dumb question. Is it time for Sean Payton to give up the play calling?
I thought the offense looked pretty good. Like, why are we down on the offense? Like, okay. It was if I could grade the offense by halves, I'd give them an A in the first half. I would give them a C+ in the second half. That would probably combine for a B grade, a relatively rock-solid game from the Denver Broncos offense.
What did people want from the offense? Bo to be better. Was he better?
Yes.
Yes. Did he make a mistake? He did.
He's got to stop that. He's got to stop it because I'm telling you, he was doing it throughout all of training camp, and it needs to stop now.
But he was better.
One interception per game is not okay.
I agree. Was there a bigger emphasis on the running game? Clearly.
Yeah.
Definitely. They led with the running game. They were determined to lead with the running game. I understand there were RPOs still, but there was significant, especially in the beginning of the game. If you could, that first drive was so good. It was so balanced. It worked so well. It was just wild. And actually, the whole first half was great. I mean, they had 1 3 and out, but I mean, Bo Nix had 3 touchdown passes, Tyler, in the first half. I mean, who's going to argue about that?
But then you got to the end of the game, and you had a 3rd and 4 to go win it. You couldn't convert to Evan Ingram. You threw an interception. You just didn't capitalize on the biggest moments of the game.
Okay, well, let's get into it as we ask the big question of the day. What now for the Broncos? It's PhD on 92.5.
Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh, my goodness.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's a huge.
Oh, my goodness.
That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrader. It's good, and the Colts have won.
They called leveraging. I think they called it on any. I want to look at the tape. I haven't seen it, so I think that's who the foul was called on.
Came down to one play. We would just do that one play and all go home. Save a lot of guys, a lot of grit and effort, and a lot of pain from playing the full game. So obviously we're glad we don't just play that one play. But it's tough. I mean, you could take away, you could talk about my interception. You could talk about a field goal. You could talk about a missed opportunity on one of the drives. We went 3 and out. It could have gone and got points. I mean, it's a whole game that comes down to a few key moments, and unfortunately we had some negative key moments tonight, but we gave ourselves every chance to win the game, and then at the end we just shot ourselves in the foot. And good teams bounce back from that, and great teams don't do that. They don't beat themselves. So we're growing and developing. We're still molding as a team. We got a long season ahead of us, and can't let this loss turn into 2. 'Cause you have.
Big question of the day. Why did the Broncos shoot themselves in the foot and blow a win? Why?
Why? Oh, God, I don't know. I mean, I guess a player in the moment not recognizing that they didn't line up the way that you expected them to line up. And as a coach, you come out with a game plan that you identified the weak link. What do you say it was number 90 that they were trying to go after?
Yes.
Right. So
where DJ Jones would press him down, which you're allowed to do.
Yeah.
Although you're rolling the dice a little bit doing that. But
no, you're not. No, you're not. You're not rolling the dice as long as you don't jump.
Gotcha. But okay. So you press him down, and then Dylan, like an acrobat, who wouldn't be my first guy to think of being that athletic, but I guess he is, jumps up. Instead, DJ Jones is over the left guard, not the right guard, because 90 on the other team switched sides, apparently.
Yeah.
Okay. So
yeah, so I mean, it's some guys not identifying it. It's a combo package, man. I mean, of a relatively risky play call when it probably was unnecessary. Sean Payton acknowledged that. Probably a better play call for a shorter field goal when you had to go all out on it.
Sure.
And at the end of the day, it just hurts because you don't have that very often. There's so many times where you think you won the game. Like, you're like, if that would have gone a different direction, we think we would have won the game.
Mm-hmm.
No, you won the game. like in this particular one, for a fact you won the freaking football game, and it hurts.
Kevin Harlan said you did. Oh, man. Sean fell on the sword today, blamed himself, not Darren Rizzi, and laid it out. And we talked about it in detail at the beginning of the show. If you watch on YouTube or Twitch, you can go back a little bit and hear that. So we've laid it all out. I'll just paraphrase for you. Sean took the blame for it, saying they did call a play. And then he looks back, like you said, if you're going to go for something, make it on a chip shot. Like if you get called for the penalty, kind of like whatever. Sort of like when it's like at the goal line and you're on defense. And if you jump a little bit early, it's what? You move it ahead 4 inches and you go for it again, that sort of thing. Like there's times that it makes sense to take chances on where flags. A 60-yarder, as our great friend Vic Lombardi said, you should just take your helmet off and smoke a cigarette. And Moser, of course, put it in a Moser way, said just, inhale a dart while they try to make a 60-yarder. And I laughed at that, but it's not far from the truth. I mean, it's
these guys are kind of making 60-yarders though nowadays.
I got you, but you know what? If they do it, they do it. And the dude that banged home, that guy's a sick kicker from the Cowboys. I'm sorry, his name's escaping me. It shouldn't. The guy might be the best kicker in the NFL right now. Aubrey, thank you, Dan. Sick game with the Giants and the Cowboys. But seriously, dude, if you're gonna hit that, if Dame Lillard is gonna hit the 40-footer to win the game,
what are you gonna do?
So be it. But nobody in their right mind would go and challenge Dame Lillard's 40-footer or even Steph Curry or the Joker. You wouldn't do it. You would just let him take the shot, and if it goes in, okay.
But also keep in mind, like, by design, the design of the play was not intentionally to take an unnecessary risk, right? Like, by design, you were supposed to have another player pull this dude down.
Correct.
And you're supposed to jump over it. So they didn't design a play that they're like, hey, we're going to risk having a penalty called here.
Right.
No, that's not the way it was designed.
Ugh.
It got executed that way because they misidentified where number 90 was, right?
Yeah.
So, like, we almost talk about this as if the Broncos were intentionally taking a risk. They weren't intentionally trying to have a risky penalty situation.
Well, that begs the question on the professional, the highest level, where this is all that you do. How'd you mess that up? How did you not?
Happens all the time. I mean, in any given game offensively, you're going to have 10 to 12 missed assignments, right? Now, ideally, the same person doesn't have more than one missed assignment, but you're going to have 10 to 12 missed assignments. You're going to misidentify. Is it cover 2? Is it cover 3? You know, are they in a 4 down? Is that a 3 down under? Or is that just a true odd look, right? Like, there are so many different things that are going to get misidentified throughout a game. This one is not overly complex, and it's frustrating. Like, where's number 90? We're going to number 90. That's our dude.
All right.
Like, and you do that, by the way, on field goal block. You identify the weak link. You study it throughout the week.
Right.
You're like, who's the weak link? That's the dude we're going after. Are we doing a right block, left block, middle block? You identify the weak link and you go after him.
And that's what the Chiefs did to Forsythe, by the way.
Yeah.
And then the Broncos flipped him and Pert the next week, and okay. So frustrating. All right. Now what? I guess is the big question. Now what for the Broncos?
Well, now the tough part is you got to steal one on the road now. So, look, I think there's some positives you can take out of this, and I don't think it's got to be an entirely negative day. The offense was significantly improved, which was great. The defense really, really struggled, which sucked. Pat Surtain, for maybe the first time in his career, kind of got exposed out there. Exposed is probably a bad word, but he definitely did not have a good game.
Had a bad day.
Yeah. Right? But even defensively, I could give you a positive, and the positive would be that the Colts had 6 red zone opportunities, and they walked away with a field goal on 4 of those.
Right.
So, you know, there are some good things, but what sucks about it is if you want to be a playoff team, you win at home, you split on the road. This is a very, very winnable road game, and now you got to make one up. Now you got to make one up against the Chargers on the road. You got to make one up against the Texans on the road. Or the Commanders on the road. Pick a road game that you did not think felt very winnable, and now you got to make it up.
Is the Chiefs game on the road a little bit more winnable than we thought at the beginning of the year?
Well, it's more winnable than it's ever been. We'll see. Let's see. What's the date of that?
It's not for quite a while, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern. Who are the Chiefs going to be by the end of the year?
Yeah, we'll see. First 2 weeks are always a little goofy in the NFL. They are. It's just, oh, man, a 2-0 start just feels so much better and cleaner. But then again, the Broncos started 0-2 last year, Tyler, and they were 2-2 because they won a couple of games on the road that on paper didn't look great. At the beginning of the season with the rookie quarterback, going against Aaron Rodgers in New York, it did not look great at the beginning of the year. They won that game. It certainly didn't look great for them to be playing Tampa in September, where the Broncos have been miserable in general, and they won that game against Baker and the Bucs, who were a good team. So it's the way it goes. You know, and frankly, let's just keep it real here, folks. If Jonathan Taylor doesn't drop that ball before the goal line last year here in Denver, and I understand the Broncos kind of ran away with the game, but seriously, if he scores that touchdown there, are we talking about a win over the Colts last year?
I don't know.
It's up in the air for sure. So it's a season, man. There's ups and downs. What's painful is when the downs, Tyler, are seemingly controllable.
Yeah. And you got to win games that you feel like you can. So now what we got to do, and maybe we should do this right now, you got to find yourself 4 games you're going to win on the road. If you don't find at least 4 games you're going to win on the road, you're going to have problems. Okay, Jets is a road game, technically speaking, even though it's in London.
Win. That's one.
That's a winnable road game, right?
That's one, yep.
I'm kind of circling this Texans game. That might be a make or break game. You know, that might be the difference between making the playoffs or not.
Yeah, the Texans playing tonight. We'll see. I think they're a little. I actually think Indy's pretty damn good. But yeah, I'll go with you on that. So
okay.
There you go.
Okay, so that'll be 2. You got to beat the Raiders on the road.
Agreed.
That'll be 3. And then what do we got left? You got the Commanders on the road. That's going to be tough. You got the Chargers right now.
Really tough.
Really, really tough. Where's the 4th coming, right? You got to find a 4th in there somewhere.
What are the other road games? What are my other choices?
Okay, road games. You've got Chiefs. You've got
tough
Raiders. You've got Commanders.
Tough.
You've got Texans, Jets, and Chargers.
Whew.
Oh, and Eagles.
You can't count on that.
No.
So I would have to say your best shot would be the Jets in London.
Jets, Raiders. Texans,
and
it might be the Chargers this week, man.
It might be the Chiefs.
It's either the Chargers. You got to win either the Chargers or the Chiefs.
Yeah.
One of those 2 games you got to win on the road.
Well, listen, a little drama, lot of drama, and the feeling in the locker room, by the way, with Sean, and it was down. It was depressed. It was bummed out. And McGlinchey said it. So did Benito. We made way too many mistakes. And you're right, you did. And let's give Indy some props, right? Like they've gotten 2 straight games without punting the ball. I mean, that did include 2 4th-down turnovers in midfield, and they were lined up to punt against Miami, and they got a flag on roughing the kicker. But still, they're setting modern football history records by not having a punter.
2 games.
It's crazy. His mom and dad are very bummed out.
The Indianapolis Colts of all teams.
The Indianapolis Colts. And Tyler Warren looks great, as we suspected he would. And Jonathan Taylor, top 5 running back.
Dude's an animal.
As we thought. And what was scary, and we did talk about it quite a bit, and I know our guy Brett Kane is kind of taking a loss on this one. Daniel Jones looks reinvigorated with Shane Steichen as his coach. Looks like a different guy. And we told you that he was looking pretty good. Oh, it's just Miami's just bad, whatever. Hey, DJ was all right. More than all right. They don't have much of a pass rush. Bo Nix didn't get sacked, but it's good enough.
The offensive line played really well in the first 2 games. Mike McGlinchey had a couple moments in the first game, and Ben Powers has had a couple moments. As a whole, as an entirety for 2 games, I thought the offensive line's done a really, really good job.
The Broncos did give away basically in the second half 6 points. Maybe more, but at least 6. Because even if it's incomplete, that's a relative chip shot field goal on Bo Nix's interception. And for Lutz, a 42-yard doink. Dude hits that 9 out of 10 times. 99 out of 100 times. Lutz has been really consistent. And the ball just took this crazy, I don't even know what happened there. It looked okay at the very beginning and just, sheesh.
Well, did you come over the top in your golf swing or not?
Yeah, I guess so. It's all about the swing. So you had, not only did you do some bad things to put yourself at a disadvantage, J.K. Dobbins, who played really well, but spiking the ball for delay a game. Come on, man. You got to be better than that. And like you said, in that first half, the Colts had 7 penalties on themselves. They were killing themselves in the first half.
We had one drive that we were down the lower red zone for about 15 plays and got 3 pass interferences.
They were killing themselves. So karma came kind of back around. And then, of course, it's good. The Broncos win. Oh, wait. Here's a call that never gets called. That was a good call by the letter of the rule, but not in the spirit of the sport. But nobody likes throwing flags like NFL referees, Tyler. God, they love it.
Don't be the story.
All right. That being said, we have some other drama in the NFL. We have breaking news about other quarterbacks not playing. Details coming up. Let's football go with Dan Tanner next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I want to tell you about low testosterone. If you're just not feeling like yourself, I get it. Happens. The workouts suck. The love life is like, not great. Could just be low T. A lot of guys just don't get checked out. They wait a year, maybe longer. You don't need to be that guy. If you're just not feeling like yourself, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take their low T quiz. It's just a couple of minutes, 10 questions, yes or no. If the answer is, well, low T is in your future or part of your life, go in, especially that location in Castle Rock. Wow, beautiful. Check it out. 5 locations, Castle Rock. Chef's kiss. Cost of the appointment's $99. They'll draw your blood and have your results within 30 minutes, and you go from there. Again, low T does not have to be part of your life. Get going. Get that energy back up. Call 720-440-7900. Visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. No, man, it's a love life death sentence you get on that light rail going that E-line to
nobody's going to be happy with that.
Hey.
Hit that Uber on the way home, buddy.
Dude, that might be the answer. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad and the fellas over at mountainhighappliance.com are the absolute best. Let's football go, Dan Buds Quinstanner.
All right, let's make everybody feel a little bit better here on a Monday where after the Broncos lose to the Colts 29-28 on a heartbreaker, there were some positives to take away from this game, fellas, including Broncos second-year wide receiver Troy Franklin, who caught 8 passes, 89 yards, and a touchdown. He also had 1 rush for 11 yards. Here's Bo Nix on Troy Franklin's big day.
Well, he played well. He was everywhere. Played, with great effort, and I think it's goes to show him, just from his practice, man. He practices really hard. He shows up every day. He gets his timing down. He runs and he shows up and he just practices really hard. So it's good to see him have a day like that. I mean, we've seen that. I've seen that from him for as long as I've known him, and then he's starting to. Do really well for this organization, and he's starting to look like his college self again, and happy for him. And it all goes to his work. Man, he's working really hard. He's practicing really hard, and it showed up in the game today.
What'd you make of Troy's performance, and do you guys think he has solidified himself as the number 2 wide receiver for the Broncos?
Oh, I don't even know if that's a question in terms of being number 2. I think there's going to be games like this one where he's going to be the number 1 guy. I'm not saying he's number 1 over Cortland Sutton, but I mean, if you came here from outer space and were looking at this game, you certainly look like the number 1 guy.
Could he lead the team in receiving yards
easily
by the end of this season, do you guys think?
Sure, because his yak is certainly the potential of his yak being better than Cortland is through the roof. But Cortland's still Cortland. Cortland's a special player, so I'm not going to discount that. And don't forget, they may be slanting things towards Cortland. So whatever, but he did great, and it's great to see that he's, going to be that guy, and I think he should be the number 2 guy. Mims is a slot guy, returner guy. I mean, that makes more sense for who these guys are. So to me, I thought it was great, and Mims had a touchdown. Mims looked all right for what he was trying to do.
Troy was great, man. He was fantastic. It's fun to get guys like that are so shifty. He had 8 catches for 89, and a handful of those were bubble screen type of looks. And I don't know if the Broncos went into the game intending to run all those plays, or if they just felt like, hey, Troy's the hot hand, so let's get him the ball as quickly as we possibly can. Mm-hmm. Marvin Mims for me continues to be frustrated on offense. Yeah, it was a cool touchdown, and I'm not taking that away by any means. I mean, that was a big play in the game. First drive of the game. And you walk away with a 23-yard throw, I think, to Marvin Mims, right? Wasn't that like a 23-yarder?
It was 23 yards.
Yep, but only ends up with 2 receptions for 24 yards total. So I would love to see Marvin Mims make the next evolution of his game. Broncos tried to figure out who's going to be the number 3 guy, but the number 2 guy is figured out. We need Evan Ingram to be in that mix with Troy Franklin.
10 different targets for Bo Nix throwing the ball. 10. They're spreading things out, ain't no doubt about it. And 10 guys, Troy Franklin has 8 of the 22 throws, or receptions rather, 30 targets. So he had 9 targets out of 30. So in a game where they spread the wealth, Troy Franklin was the number 1 target by a mile.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. I mean, it'll all sort of even out as time goes on.
Which was good, and it's cool that you had 10 guys that were catching the ball, I guess. I'd rather see Cortland Sutton get 7 to 8 catches,
sure.
Troy Franklin get 7 to 8, Marvin Mims get 4 to 5, and Evan Ingram get 4 to 5. And that's about all I need. I mean, you could circulate the wealth between your best playmakers. I don't need Tyler Bidet getting 2 catches. I don't need, I'm okay with Pat Bryan getting a couple catches here and there, right? That's fine. I don't need Adam Troutman getting 3 catches. I don't need that.
Yeah.
I don't need even Trent Sherfield getting a catch.
You need Evan Ingram getting more, don't you?
Sometimes spreading the wealth is actually counterproductive.
All right, next story, Dan.
All right, fellas. Bo Nix in the first half, 14 for 18, 119 yards, 3 passing touchdowns, 133.8 passer rating.
Right.
But in the second half, he was 8 for 12, 88 yards, no touchdowns, 1 interception, and a 53.5% passer rating. So what went wrong in the second half for Bo Nix? Here's Sean.
Well, I mean, let's just go to the obvious. We're not unable to hit the field goal. It comes down to the red zone drive where we shot ourselves in the foot. We had a delay game penalty, a 15-yard face mask penalty, and then we also have an interception. So that's easy to look at and say, all right, here's what happened relative to the drives that we didn't score on.
So what'd you guys make of what Bo Nix wasn't able to do in the second half that he was able to do in the first half?
I think Sean's hitting the nail on the head. Nix drove them close enough for a relatively easy field goal. I mean, that's all Daniel Jones was doing all day. So, yeah, that hurts you. And the interception. It's really pretty simple. If you don't throw a dumb interception, which it was, and your field goal kicker, who's usually nails in that situation, does what he normally does. First of all, Tyler, we're having a different conversation because you just won the game. You literally have won the game if those two things don't happen. The field goal is not a doink, and there's no interception, even if it's an incomplete pass, because likely that's at least a field goal, right? So we're talking about 6 points in a game you lost by 1.
Yeah.
You win. Simple as that.
I agree. Those are two of the most critical. I would throw one more play in there that was a really critical play of the game, and that was that failed third down conversion late in the third quarter. You targeted Evan Ingram. You didn't walk away with it. It was only 3rd and 4. You had an opportunity to continue the drive and keep your foot on the gas pedal. So between the lack of conversion on that, the interception, the missed field goal, those are what it comes down to.
Yeah, you were 4 for 9 on third down, so golly, man. I mean, I know you said you'd rather lose a game like this, but there's part of me that just is like, I'd rather just you lose by 13. It just wasn't your day. We're going to brush it off because we never had a shot. This one stings.
Yeah, but at least you got some good stuff to walk away from.
Next up, Dan.
All right, fellas, we talked a little bit about it earlier, but Shadur Sanders, there was a report that Adam Schefter put out there yesterday that the Baltimore Ravens were planning on drafting Shadur in the 5th round, and Shadur's camp said, no thanks, we want to go somewhere where he has the best chance to start. Here's Schefter on the morning show explaining that.
He basically didn't want to go to a place that had an elite quarterback who's been an NFL MVP, who's a star in the National Football League. He didn't want to go to a situation like that. And he opted, when he did that, to take the unknown behind door number 2 rather than the known quantity in Baltimore behind door number 1. So no, I don't want to be in Baltimore with Lamar. Like, Lamar is entrenched. He's a superstar. Mm-hmm. That's not what I'm looking for right now. I don't know where I'm going to wind up, but I will bet that I'll have more of an opportunity to play wherever I'm drafted than in Baltimore. I think that's basically what went into that.
Just to add to that real quick. So heading into week 3, Jaden Daniels is most likely going to be out for week 3 with a knee sprain.
Saw that.
Justin Fields is in concussion protocol. Mm-hmm. Brock Purdy's still out dealing with a toe injury.
Right.
Joe Burrow's going to miss 3 months with turf toe. He's going to have surgery. And J.J. McCarthy is going to miss next week's start with an ankle injury. Damn. So, whew. Man, these quarterback injuries are piling up. It's only week 2, and they're piling up. So the point is, Shadur, you just never know when you're going to get your shot, whatever team you go to.
Listen, anything can happen. It's football, right? But Flacco's a really smart quarterback, and he is not going to put himself at a lot of unnecessary risks. So not only does Shadur have to hope that a guy who's pretty savvy and smart as a football player gets hurt, I guess, he's going to have to hope that either Dylan Gabriel gets hurt or is a disaster. I can't believe, Tyler, he turned down an opportunity to be a backup to Lamar Jackson, especially when you just sort of have a bigger view on things and look at, like, what did Jordan Love do for 3 years? And look where Jordan Love is now. I think there should have been somebody in the Sanders camp that was just like, hey, I get it. It's not what we wanted, but you got to give this a shot because you're going to be with a great quarterback, a coach, a winning team, a winning culture, and you kind of never know.
I'm not afraid to call Shadur out for stuff. I'm really not, and I've done it many times. This one I actually could go either way on. Like, okay, by the time you get to the 5th round, everybody is correct. You should just be thanking the good Lord above that somebody's calling your name.
That's for
okay,
sure, yes.
like, thank you, Baltimore Ravens, for being willing to draft me. That's awesome, cool. I'm fired up that my name finally got called. I also do not blame a guy for not wanting to go be the backup to Lamar Jackson. I don't blame that at all. I think it's crazy that a 5th rounder is still dictating terms. I think that's an insane thought that a 5th rounder is still at a point where they're doing that. And so I think that's reasonable to call him out for it. But the thought process behind it, I don't blame him. I mean, all things considered, he really did land in a hell of a situation for an opportunity to play football and having to beat out Dylan Gabriel and Joe Flacco. That is a whole lot more attainable than beating out Lamar Jackson.
All right, next one, Dan.
All right, lastly, guys, the Dolphins lose to the New England Patriots 33-27. They start the season 0-2. Here's their head coach, Mike McDaniel, asked, why'd you lose the game, coach?
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10. And then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. That was critical.
Dan, can you just play that first part, just the first part again?
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Tyler, to win the game, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Yeah. Trent Dilfer said something similar once. You can't lose games and still win. So that's good. Sean Payton actually said the same thing. He was what Mike McDaniel was trying to say right there. Sean Payton said the same thing after the game. We gotta stop. We gotta learn how to not lose football games, right?
Uh-huh. It just didn't sound as ridiculous as that.
Correct.
I like Mike. Smoky Hill forever. It's not good for him there.
It's taking time, Bob.
They played better. I mean, Tyreek Hill caught, a couple of passes that were over 30 yards, that sort of thing. But he also is throwing hissy fits. They got to trade him. They seriously got to move on.
Nobody
from
wants
him. I get it. And I don't know how much money you owe him and the whole thing, but you got to be done with that guy. What he's doing out there is not helping Tua, that's for sure. It's not helping McDaniel. It's not helping the team. And he's a great player and all, but there is or Mike's just going to he's just going to be fired, man. He's just going to be fired.
He's probably going to get fired.
He's probably just going to get fired. That's probably the way it's going to go. I thought they were a juggernaut, man.
I honestly don't think you could trade Tyreek Hill, though. I mean, nobody wants those antics. Nobody wants to trade for a player with stuff that's going on off the field that you're worried about suspension down the road. They're stuck with him.
You don't think the Chiefs would want him back?
I don't know.
0-2 Chiefs?
I don't know. I mean,
hey, it worked out here before. Come on home.
Players get a lot of chances. Antonio Brown got chance after chance after chance, even after he blew it up with the Raiders. He still found another great opportunity in Tampa Bay. So I'm not acting like there's not another destination, but it's going to take the perfect team and the perfect situation to be willing to trade for him.
We'll go through more of the games probably in depth tomorrow, but welcome back to the NFL, Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Okay. So much for Ben Johnson showing what's what. Rams are rolling a little bit right now. Doing all right. The Niners, I don't know, man. That is a weird 2-0 start, isn't it? But they're 2-0.
Dude, the fact that they're 2-0 with the injuries that they've got, hey, good for them.
Aaron Rodgers.
At least the Browns talked a big game against the Ravens.
Yeah. Yeah, the Ravens are really good. And the Bills look great, too. Even though it was a little scary when Josh Allen got banged up a little bit.
Chiefs are 0-2, man.
Chiefs are 0-2.
Although they put up a fight.
Russell Wilson. Dude. Okay. I mean, if we're going to be critical, we got to give him praise. 30 of 41 for 450, Tyler. A pick, but 3 touchdowns. Sacked 3 times. Okay, but throwing bombs to Malik Neighbors when all hope looked lost. It's not his fault that your defense gave up the cookies and the Dallas kicker, Aubrey, kicks a 64-yarder. You did what it took to win that game.
Dude, it doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, we know that Russ is good for 4 or 5 games per year. He's good enough for that.
All right. Got a little Cam Scattaboo,
Did he do anything?
He's kind of that hard. He was 11 carries for 45 yards with the touchdown. But that's okay. That's okay. But it's kind of like it's everything I was telling you guys about the Arizona State stuff. There's just something else about the guy. There's just another football thing about this dude.
Yeah, he's a football guy.
He's a football guy. And it's hard to just look at numbers when you just see a football guy. And the Broncos' first-round draft pick played less in game 2, 16 snaps. That's it, compared to what he did in game 1. Less. Jahdae Barron played less, Tyler, in game 2 than game 1, when the quarterback on the other team was throwing more.
Well, there's a handful of running backs to keep your eye on in that conversation. I mean, you got Omarion Hampton, you got Travion Henderson, you got Cam Scattaboo, who was drafted way later. But there's a handful of running backs that you should be looking at in comparison to Jahdae Barron.
Judkins played yesterday, too.
Yeah, how'd he do? I know he played, but I didn't follow how he did. He obviously has a little bit of an interesting past, but he's back, I know. Yeah, I mean, I don't mean to be a jerk here, but RJ Harvey, 5 rushes for 8 yards. Cam Scattaboo, 11 for 45, and is the heart and soul of a team.
Judkins had 10 carries for 61 yards.
Well, pretty
good.
Pretty good.
I mean, not to be a total jerk here, but would you rather right now have RJ Harvey or Cam Scattaboo?
I'd probably still rather have RJ.
Why?
I do think the upside is there with RJ Harvey.
All right.
Cam's a grinder, man. Excuse me. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, sorry. Cam's a grinder. And I like him. Don't get me wrong. He doesn't have huge playmaking ability. RJ's got playmaking ability.
True. RJ Harvey had a 50-yarder against the Titans. Scattaboo, the likelihood of him doing that is not great.
No.
But Scattaboo can catch the ball, too. And he's going to put his nose into everything. And he's just going to be one of them dudes. And I'm not saying Harvey is not a tough guy.
Cam Scattaboo's got about a 3-year shelf life also. Let's keep that in mind.
But what running back has longer than a 3-year shelf life these days?
Well,
Seriously.
I'd like to think they got at least 2 contracts in them.
Ooh. I mean, not many. There aren't a lot.
Almost
I'm just
all of
saying,
them.
at least Pat Bryant did what? What did Pat Bryant do?
2 catches.
Oh, boy.
What do you mean?
He did something.
He had 2 catches, right?
So your first pick played less. Your second pick had 5 carries, and your third pick had 2 catches.
Let's not do this yet. We've played 2 games. Let's not do this with the draft picks yet.
All right.
It's a little bit early to be playing that game.
Okie dokie. Savion didn't dress. I could keep going. How was Q Robinson in that game? Hey, you know who the best draft pick is right now? Do you know who the best draft pick is right now for the Broncos after 2 games?
Butter.
Crawshaw. The guy is killing it. He's really, really, really punting well.
Yeah.
Good for him. So much for training camp. All right, it's PHC on 92.5. You realize I'm just me personally, one win away from avoiding the march towards history, right?
I'm happy for you.
Yeah. You know, when I made that bet a long time ago and they were projected the Rockies to win 36 games, it was like, I was like, this is dumb. Yeah. They somehow, I don't even know how they did it, because they're more or less getting clown hammered left and right, but they did win a game against the Padres on the road trip, which is like, I can't believe you actually did it. So they're at 41, and they have the Marlins in town for a 3-game set. So
we're gonna get one.
I don't know how they don't. They're stumbling into wins against really good teams, and trust me, it's stumbling.
Is this like a scheduled loss thing, like in the NBA? Like you're not planning on losing to the Rockies, but you don't really care about putting the best out there?
It feels weird because, like, you know what I think it is? I think it's when you're in your division, you're just not as intimidated by teams, even though they're really good. Like, you're just not intimidated by the Padres and Dodgers because you just play them so damn much. So you just stumble into wins. So they got to win one more. But there's no coming unless Warren Schaefer can seriously. They only have 12 games left, Tyler. That's it, 12. They'd have to win. It seems so ridiculous. 9 out of the 12 to win 50 games, which is still terrible. But unless they can do that, forget it. So anyways, that's it. That's all I want to say.
All right. You know what? Then I'm not going to say anything else.
Don't say anything else.
If that's all you want to say, I'm not going to say anything else.
That's it.
Hi, Andy.
That's it with the music, the whole thing. Andy was noticing how friendly my wife was to me Saturday night.
Yeah.
Nate Bargatze, really good. Really, really good. How about Denver? Was that the most people you've ever seen at Ball Arena, by the way?
I wasn't there.
Well, I'm talking to Andy. Andy's got to get his lights. He's got to get his 10,000 pounds of water ready.
I don't like lights.
I gotcha.
A lot of water.
Wasn't it weird to see that many people at something at Ball Arena? Got to be the most people I've ever seen at Ball Arena.
Yeah, like we said.
There's no way there could be more.
The way they formed the stage, I mean, Tyler, to give you an idea, I bet you the stage was as big as this studio.
Yeah.
I mean, they don't need a lot of room.
That's not much.
So more floor seating than I bet any other event they'd have. It'd be interesting to get someone from Ball Arena on to maybe confirm some of this. Because I don't think we're just talking out our backside.
And how about the fact that it was 3 nights or 3 shows? Because there was a 3 p.m. show, a 7 p.m. show, and a 7 p.m. show. 60,000 people for comedy.
He's funny too, man. He's
so natural. It really feels like somebody's just talking to you.
Well, so you know his famous George Washington one? Because I've been a huge fan of the guy for a while. I got his audiobook. He said, because I'd heard this about the famous cowbell bit.
Yeah.
The cowbell bit wasn't working in rehearsal.
Yeah.
And so Will Ferrell went and put on the smallest sweater he could find so his belly would pop out.
Right.
And that's why Fallon couldn't keep it together.
Right.
I guess the George Washington bit was the same way, where they thought about cutting it.
It was dying during the read.
And he said, I will react. I need an audience.
Yeah.
Just let's do it. I promise you it'll be okay.
Yeah.
But I just react better with an audience in front of me. And now it's one of the most famous ones they've had.
Yeah, because he has a deadpan style that is stunningly entertaining conversationally when you don't even feel like he's telling any jokes. He was really good.
He just drops. Dude, he was talking about the difference between the boy and the girl sleepover, which have you dealt with that yet?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Because he says, the boys, when they go quiet, you've got a problem.
No. No, the girl, the other way.
You want the boys to go quiet. And he goes, if the girls are going quiet, then they're ruining each other's lives.
Oh, yeah.
And all the women in our box started laughing.
Oh, my God.
I was like, all right, there's something true to this.
Yeah.
I don't know what he's talking about necessarily, but it must be true
It
because
was
all
pretty
the
funny.
girls thought it was funny.
I immediately know when my daughter's getting a text fight with somebody because they're having a great time, and all of a sudden they stop talking. And I'm like, okay, who made who mad over text?
That's what he said. He said when the boys go quiet, you're thrilled, like they finally run out of gas. But when the girls go quiet, somebody's like is having the worst night of their life.
You ought to deal with modern video games. My son, there's a meme that's perfect. You know when there's like the Ron Burgundy outtake or whatever, he's making all those noises. That's my kid. Every time I'm like, is something wrong? No, he's playing Fortnite with his buddies, and you only get one half of the conversation. Although one night They play on the same block, which is still weird to me. Just get in the same damn room and play the game.
They don't even want to do sleepovers because they want to have their own console.
I know.
They want to stay up till 2 in the morning, but playing on their own console.
And my guys and I were having a drink out on our deck, and I could hear the boys around the neighborhood yelling. For the once, I finally heard the whole conversation because they were all so loud, it was ringing through the neighborhood. So anyway.
Well, that's his humor, man. It's just like that. And people loved it. People
He's
loved
fantastic.
it. Yeah, it was great. And then it was fun to see him host the Emmys less than 24 hours after we're watching him at Ball Arena.
And he told us, he said, yeah, they're not real thrilled I'm doing this, but I was thinking, I wouldn't be canceling this payday either. His first guy was really funny, too, Julian McCullough.
Yeah, the host.
Oh, my God. He's making fun of everybody. Some dude, get this. You and I were just having our own little conversation. So he was making fun of all the rich people showing up late.
Yeah.
Like people were coming in. He goes, oh, sure. 7. You would have really loved it and you'd have looked at me. I don't know. Show's at 7:30. Show up whenever you want. Yeah, we've already delayed this. Sure, come on in. So as they were walking in, he goes, oh, guy had a white blazer. And he goes, you look rich. You look really rich. You don't go white blazer unless you're rich. We walked by white blazer guy in the VIP line as I went to the employee lot. My wife and I looked at each other. It's like, that's got to be the dude he was making fun of. There ain't no way there's 2 white blazers at once.
What do you say?
Is that a thing?
You've had a busy day of laying people off?
Yeah, he goes. It was.
Well, the other guy he was making fun of, he goes like, oh, you're a rich guy. What do you do? I'm retired. Oh, what did you retire from? The Army. It's like, oh, well, all right.
Yeah, he walked around.
You win that one. Anyways, good show, fun time, and then we watched the Broncos. Andy was just back.
That was not a good time.
CU. No. Well, you were.
It was better
trying
time
to
than
figure out
CU.
which was the worst time.
Well, you tell him. Well, you're on the sideline for CU.
Bus was hopeless. Yeah, I mean that's a different type of feeling.
What'd you see from the sideline?
Here's what I'll tell you, because here's what's interesting, and you know what? I've seen the tweet going around about Jordan Seaton. I can't
what's that?
What's that?
Thing. What's that?
One of the Buff fans called him walking to the bench, and he looked like he was hacked off. Well, he went into the tent not too soon after that. He was fighting something.
Okay.
Trainers took a look at him.
Really? Okay.
I will tell you this. Here's what I was. There wasn't a lot to be impressed with. I'm not just pumping the hometown tires because I was wondering. I mean, Mark had me. It was like my assignment. You watch every huddle. I want to know who's warming up. I want to know if they're going to switch QBs. Mm-hmm. We all kept waiting for it, right?
Yeah.
I was like, you got to go to Seaton at some point, or
Salter
at some point.
I'd go back to him.
Well, it never happened, but dude, everybody kept encouraging Staub. Everybody kept giving him hugs. There was no fighting. There was no frustration. Dude, Salter sat down with him a couple of times. It felt like, I'm just assuming Shermer got too frustrated to keep talking with him in the headset because at one point, back half of the fourth quarter, he quit putting the headset on. So Salter sat down with him at the iPad. Mm-hmm. They were trying to figure out whatever coverages or whatever they were trying to figure out. There was there wasn't this breaking off of the team like you kind of wonder when you go through these quarterback things. We've all seen plenty of it. They seemed to know that this was how it was going to go.
Well, it's one thing to lose your job to the backup, but when you lose your job to the third stringer, it's like it's hard to be mad at the dude. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like there's probably a lot of love for the guy.
Yeah, well, and he is a very popular player.
Yeah.
I give Salter credit for doing that. I'll tell you this too. This is going to sound silly. I was pretty impressed with Prime just strictly from the mechanics of the sideline, okay? The Prime that I've seen, and this is my first road trip in the Prime era,
okay,
the way it worked out. But most of the time with Prime, he's out there, he's talking. I guess I did do CSU. I don't count that as a road trip, but I was there. But he's walking the sidelines. I haven't seen a ton of interaction. We would see it with Shadur. Man, Prime 2 or 3. One time he went up to stop by himself. Gave him a big hug, walked with him the same way he would do with Shadur.
Mm-hmm.
That drive didn't go well, so then you got the whole offense together, and they were imagining the huddle. He was in the middle of the huddle like the quarterback would be, clapping his hands and trying to fire everybody up, being encouraging. He never got visibly frustrated, which he had every right to in my mind as far as the way that thing was going. So that part of it was positive, but then, you get to the fourth quarter, and you're just like, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? And it's funny because I had someone tell me, I had one of my guys tell me, you know what I don't like about this team? They don't tackle well. And
well, you can't
that's
run the
part
ball.
of the
You can't
problem
run the ball,
on
and you
defense.
can't stop the run. Right?
Yeah, why?
And in college football, you're really not supposed to be able to run the ball up the middle.
Right.
And good Lord, can we not stop the ball right up the middle?
Why is the physicality not where it needs to be?
I don't know, because I agree with what Tyler said. When you get around those guys, at one point,
they're big.
I was
They're
so
impressive.
blown away by it. Because, again, what I loved about the road game, I can actually do my job. You cannot walk the sidelines at
CU,
CU.
yeah.
It's impossible.
Right.
Right? So I got to the edge that we're allowed to be, which is the edge of the bench. And I was looking at every dude getting ready to go in. I'm like, all these dudes have at least half a foot on me.
I know.
And every one of them's wide body. Like, they look like NFL players. They don't look like college kids.
For sure.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
So it's like, why can't you just road grade it?
Well, we only attempted, if you don't count the runs for Brian Staub, you only attempted 12 runs in the entire game.
I know. Well, someone had a problem with that here.
Okay, so how much
Yes.
is
All right, I got a question for you. Will you do the top of the hour thing, and then I'll transition to the question?
KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
Thank you, because every time you leave, you left the other day. I was like, oh my God, what is it? What is it? What is it?
KK Boulder.
Hey,
the Denver.
Were you here the other day? there was one last week where I did ours.
How'd it go?
Really screwed it up.
It's KKSE FMHD1.
Yeah, well, I didn't do that. And
Broomfield Denver.
They
Boulder.
looked at me like, "Are you stupid?
All right,
Did you
what's
just
your
have a
question?
stroke?"
What's your question?
What's a question, Sean? All right, man. Why at you get the turnover on downs? Why can he not just commit to big boy the personnel, put Dobbins behind Bo, and just run the ball?
Wait,
hold on.
Help me out. What situation are we talking about here?
Fourth quarter. J.K. Dobbins was getting about 5 yards a pop.
Yeah.
When you got in run formation.
When you put a fullback.
You and I have talked about this before. C.J. Anderson, I will never forget. He was very honest with me one time. He said, I absolutely hate it when I stand next to the quarterback in shotgun and I do that little sweep handoff. Because you know I'm going opposite way, first off. And secondly, I don't get my momentum. C.J. said, I love when you do the under center handoff so I can get my momentum towards the line when I take the handoff. When you do that with Dobbins, they've been effective. Why? Why does he go away from it? I don't get it. Sean, I thought this is all the secret crap. You did some wide zones. It was working.
It was.
Why does he go to the pass? I don't understand. If you were to let Bo Nix call the play, I bet she'd go, this guy's doing pretty good. Why don't we stick with it and run some clock? Seriously. I don't understand. I've never been around. I guess I've been around Pat Shurmur. He's the head coach. I'm telling you, the reason, and I'm terribly I'm really disappointed in the defense, but we'll get into that too. But nonetheless, if you're going to win the way, if this is ever going to look like 2015, you're going to have to call the plays the way Gary Kubiak did. You were on that roster. Yeah. I'm sure there were times where Gary's like, you know how bad I want to call this pass play, but we don't have it today, so run the dang ball, and let's just get out of here with our win. That's all he had to do.
Well, that was the encouraging part of the game. Like it wasn't all bad. You ran the ball very well. You came out the gates, the offensive line. I broke down the entire offense today. I thought the offensive line played great. A lot of running holes. You came out in 22 personnel, which was a little bit different. So you got 2 tight ends, you got 2 running backs on the field. When you've got a fullback on the field, that means that they can't get you out of the run. So I know exactly what you're saying. It is frustrating, but I walk away from that game thinking, okay, if you just there were 3 huge moments on offense that killed you, right? For me, one of them was that 3rd and 4 to Evan Ingram at the end of the third quarter that you couldn't convert. That killed you. It's the interception, and obviously it was the missed field goal. If any one of those 3 go a different direction, you probably win the football game. But you do have positives to take away. Like the offense, if you could grade it in a half, I would give the offense an A, right? I'd say, hey, you did great. Second half, you just couldn't get it done when it mattered. Probably comes out to B minus, something like that on the game. But I do think that offensively, it was a significant improvement.
Well, I'll give you this. Had you told me they're going to play a game like that where the defense can't, like again, who was it? I've heard a lot of football people say it, but you earn the right to pass rush on 3rd down. They couldn't earn the right to pass rush all damn day long. No. They're in 3rd and 5 constantly. And then your corners aren't going to look well, and they didn't look good on all the crossers. They showed the perfect one. Wasn't it Ty Warren where Surtain had to run through a guy and then duck underneath? That gave Warren the extra. Like, again, you can't let him get to 3rd and 5.
Yeah.
But the fact that the defense didn't have anything close to what I expected out of them, and the offense was able to go back and forth, I think that's a significant step forward for the team.
Inside linebackers got exposed in this game. That was a problem.
How about that one where Warren got them both on one play?
I know. Well, you had one that you were in man coverage, and Alex Singleton just couldn't bump all the way out. He got caught up by he hit a couple people in traffic, and Tyler Warren ends up wide freaking open.
That was the Taylor catch, right?
Yeah.
Singleton ran into his own guy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He just got caught in the wash. There was a lot of that. Alex Singleton, he was. We saw his back a lot in this game, chasing guys when he wasn't in the right spot.
Which is, you're like, okay, well, how much different is it with Dre Greenlaw in the game? I don't know. Alex Singleton's a starter. So I don't know.
But isn't he the coverage guy? Weren't you saying that, Coach?
Dre Greenlaw?
Greenlaw's the better cover guy.
Really good cover guy.
Greenlaw is the most well-rounded linebacker when healthy.
If that ever
maybe
happens.
in the National Football League.
He's the best at everything.
Yeah, he is the no leaky yards, stops people right when. I mean, he is the guy you needed against Jonathan Taylor. You didn't have him last year either.
I know.
And Jonathan Taylor ran roughshod.
Jonathan Taylor is good, by the way.
Good.
Yeah.
Hey, Danny Dimes ain't so bad either.
No.
I mean, he's got something going in that offense.
I had a chance. I had a crack as a young first-time head football coach at Western Kentucky to go take the old Hilltoppers up to Madtown and try to defend Jonathan Taylor.
How'd that go for you?
Not great. I mean, doing radio with you boys.
He was pretty good in college, too. No, yesterday, and he didn't pull a bone and drop the ball before he went into the end zone, so good on him. But no, that dude just... It was if it was blocked for 3, he got you 5. That was the game that he had all day long, and they just kept calling it. In fact, and this is the thing that I'm most angry at Sean Payton for today,
Which is what Andy's complaining about, by the way. Like they had something that was working, so they stuck with it.
Yeah,
punch the bruise.
Well, they did, but then they stuck with it so intensely that they got rewarded in the end, despite some Nathaniel Hackett-ass coaching out of Shane Steichen
I don't know, man.
at the end of that
game
to set up a 60-yard field goal.
I agree with that part of it.
That's bad coaching.
The 60-yard field goal piece. Yes.
Not even just that. He settled for a 60-yard field goal. Just throw the ball on third down.
Have you heard all the new analytics that are going around about this new NFL kickoff and the punitive measures for a touchback? You just need one. If you leave 18 seconds left on the clock.
60-yarder.
I agree with that piece of the puzzle.
For a dude that has never even attempted a 50-yarder in the league. He made a 54-yarder when he was at Notre Dame. The guy was in his 6th NFL game, and you played
with his, third team or fourth team?
Third team.
Yeah,
a 60-yard field goal. That is some Nathaniel Hackett BS right there.
You won't believe it, but before he kicks, I got 2 guys that'll prove it. I got up and I go, he ain't making this. He ain't making it. First off, our guy Harlan couldn't shut up about him not missing, so that was a bad sign.
Well, it was a 60-yarder.
And secondly, I was thinking back to the Tennessee. Did you guys see the end of Tennessee, Georgia?
Yeah.
Where, he didn't go close. He's like, I'm just going to go ahead and send this to the left side of the field.
Did that young man from the Vols not look like he had already missed the kick before?
Oh, you could tell in the warm-ups. I'm like, you better not kick this field goal. That dude has got poop in his diaper
He's got poop in his diaper.
Do not.
His eyes were bugging out.
Oh, you could tell. Yeah. His coach, you could see the last warm-up shot they got him. They're like, all right, just one more kick. All right, you got it.
Somebody probably should have handed him a little snifter of cannabis to be able to get his eyes to reduce in size.
But that was not a great idea. I don't know. I just knew the guy was going to miss it, and then...
Well, of course he was. It was a 60-yarder.
Right. I had a feeling. But I don't feel that way. I go, he's not going to make this. I was convinced.
I know we live in the day and age where 50-yarders are makeable. 60 is still magical, okay? If you make 60, you're special. And that dude, again, in his 6th NFL game, by the way, Taylor lost yards on that third down run, which is what Steichen deserved on that play. And then, for whatever reason, Sean Payton threw himself under the bus today. We don't know if it actually was him or not, but he took responsibility for it.
They should decline the penalty on 4th down. That wasn't his call. That was Rizzy. Did you not see him over there?
100%.
When they had the holding.
Yeah.
They caught him going, do you want me to decline the penalty or not? Screaming at everybody on the sideline.
Ugh.
So don't tell me you called the block.
Ugh.
Rizzy did.
What are you
Do you remember a year ago against the Kansas City Chiefs that a field goal play ended up costing this team a massively important road victory?
Feels a little similar.
We were promised that we were going to get better special teams, were we not?
Special teams have been I tell you what, Crawshaw, good. He's good. He's been fine.
That's it.
It's been good.
That's the only good part of the special teams.
How about Crawshaw? Turns out, some guys are a gamer. He
Gamer.
just is. He's
Total
not a
gamer.
camper. He's a regular seasoner.
Just
give me the regular season. That's all I need.
Yeah, the muffin week 1, and you gave up the 71-yard
That
return.
led directly to points.
Yeah, so you had both of those in
Changed
week
the
1.
math too, did it not?
Exactly. And then in week 2, that the penalty is just it's murder. You can't do it.
Not to mention that the Riz King himself, during training camp when Crawshaw was having his struggles, he just said, "Yeah, we all step up to the tee box and shank one from time to time." Well, we're not trained professionals. We are not Brooks Koepka stepping up.
A Lutz doinker was unexpected, but again, like I have to look at what happened. First off, J.K. Dobbins said after the game he didn't know that you can't spike the ball. He said, I do that all the time. I didn't know you couldn't do that. So, okay, then somebody has to look at his film and go, hey, don't do that.
No, I'm with you.
Don't do that. So that's 5 yards, and then Trotman gets 15 for the face mask, and boom, suddenly you push that thing back. Now, again, Lutz makes that kick almost all the time. He is one of the more dependable kickers in the NFL, but still,
big butts.
Those are dumb penalties.
There's no doubt about it. But again, that I will say the ref crew is interesting to me today. And again, I said it yesterday on the show when we did our altitude post game. I'm going to stay here. It's not about one penalty. It was not about one play. It rarely ever is. Now, it hurts because you should have snuck out of there with the win, but you can't give them a chance to throw a flag. That crew was weird. They were letting them play. Then Steichen lost his mind, and they threw the flag.
Right.
And then somehow they got mad at everybody. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't see Sean lighting you up. What are we getting called for?
It was all over the place. It was all over the place.
There was not a PI. There was a PI. And look, I don't know. Like the one on Moss in the end zone. Now the one down the sideline should have been PI, but there was one on Moss in the end zone where he had the tug, but then the ball was short. He turned around,
played the ball.
He knocked the ball down.
That's how you sell it to not get the penalty.
I don't know, man. That was.
Yeah, but here's the thing. If anybody is sitting there saying you can't let that game be decided by that penalty, you clearly do not understand the culture of the game of football. You're coming from a background of hockey or NBA basketball where refs notoriously.
I didn't play in either of those leagues, by the way.
Refs notoriously swallow the whistle.
Mm-hmm.
No. Look, it was a penalty. Sean said it was a penalty.
They call
today.
penalties in the moment, and they did it on both
Well,
sides.
it's in the moment if they see it.
If they see
That's true.
If they
That's
see
true.
it.
To the best of their ability.
To the best of their
But
abilities.
there's no
And
this is a 60-yard field goal, therefore I can't call
No, you're
this
right.
a penalty.
If
They're not
you're-
going to do that in
Which is
football.
why you don't call the block.
If you're DeAndre Tillman, you can't do that on a 60-yarder, and they saw it, and they called it. That's it.
Simple.
Yeah. And look, you can point to, there's other opportunities in the game, there's other kicks, and there's kicks that Lutz was having, and look what Indianapolis is doing. Sure, you can do that all day long. Guess what? They didn't see it. If they see it, they throw the flag. That's usually how it goes.
Look, at the end of the day, here's the big problem that I'm still kind of talking about, though. You scored, because remember, I pulled up the play-by-play because Vic was so fired up about the defense. And yes, it's frustrating the defense gave up so many points, but at the end of the day, they did not give up a lot of touchdowns. They forced 5 field goals despite them being in the red. Now, that's not the defense we thought we were getting. Right. Look, I'm guilty. Thought they'd be better than that.
But seriously, in the NFL right now, and we have 2 weeks of watching this version of the league, if you don't get a field goal on a drive, you suck. You start at the 35, at the 40-yard line. You're 3 decent plays away from getting into chip shot field goal territory.
You're looking at two first downs away.
I appreciate that we're getting more kickoffs, but it's also leading to the game being and the field being so tilted that defensively, like a field goal is a win. That's a win for you defensively if you can hold them to 3.
And we're starting to see the ramifications of the field getting shrunk defensively on end-of-game decision-makings, which is what Shane Steichen did. And I don't fully subscribe to all of it, although if you do give the Denver Broncos the ball back,
they had no timeouts.
35-yard line, you're 2 chunk plays away from what would have been roughly incompletion on 3rd down. What would it have been if the Indianapolis Colts had opted not to run the football?
They would have had a closer kick because Taylor lost yardage on the 3rd and 7.
What was the time going into that?
I believe it was 17 seconds were called because Steichen called the timeout ahead of the 3rd and 7 with 17 seconds left. So again, you can tick off, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds off.
4 second guarantee
for an
probably.
incompletion. Then you kick the ball. You're leaving Denver like 8 seconds.
Yeah. Guys, the bottom line is this. You can't score on the first drive of the second half and then no more offense. And that's what happened. Remember, it was 21-20 at the half. They scored on the touchdown drive to begin the half, made it 28-20. And frankly, it's not like India had any great shakes either. They scored 9, you scored 7. You've got to score more points later in the game. And I know you would have had some, but you didn't. You know, Will Lutz with the weirdest kick I've ever seen. Have you ever seen a kick as weird as Lutz's one?
Dude, it looked like it was like
looked like it was a
conspiracy
remote
theories.
control.
It was insane.
Looked like a drone football designed to hit the dang upright. I've never seen one hook like that. It was weird.
There was a wind tunnel.
It was
that
like
was
there was a
created.
giant magnet
What are they-
someone had.
what are
It
the
was
people that
Bugs
are,
Bunny magnets to pull it
It
towards
was the guy
pole.
on the grassy knoll filmed
That's
it
right.
moving
That's
in midair.
right.
Is that
Or
what happened?
what's the new thing with weather? People think that there's government conspiracies.
Seeding. Someone had seeded the ball.
Yes, it was seeded.
Wait, what?
There's like these
Cloud
conspiracy.
seeding.
There's like some type
Because of the intense storms in the south.
Have you not heard this?
I'm so glad I spend so much less time on the internet than you guys that I don't know about this.
Unfortunately, it's just the people that we run in circles with. That's more for me. I would never know about any of this if I had never worked for Brian Larson and Boise State University.
Nate had told me years ago, you got to quit. You got to go to my following feed and not the For You. And every day I'm like, he's right. Why? I don't know these people. What is this? Anyway.
No joke. That's actually how I know about these conspiracy theories around
the funny
weather.
thing about For You is none of it's for me.
Yeah,
I promise
that's
you
true.
that.
All I'm saying is you got to have more offense than they got. But again, the offense did its job better than the defense yesterday.
Of course, Brian Harsin. My God.
Big cloud conspiracy theory guy. His wife's even more into it.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. That is the least surprising thing I've heard today. We're with you here on a Monday afternoon. We have so much to do, but we'll take a break. When we come back, we point the finger. They didn't win.
You get to point the finger and blame. Coach, you ain't done this yet.
Point the finger after a Broncos 1-point loss. As Spencer Schrader, the hero from 45. Plenty of other heroes in there for the Colts as well. We're doing it all on a Monday. Mike Sanford is in with us. Kreckman, Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio. Mark Springer producing it. Keep it here. So the best part of that call for Kevin Harlan was that it was officially a 68-yard run. In the moment, though, spotter points to the 6'9". You got to yell it. You have to.
69 yards.
Does anybody make full speed mistakes better than Kevin Harlan?
No, it's you go dead ahead.
That's
that's
all
the
I'm ever
job.
asking. That's when I'm a coach. All I'm ever asking, if you make a mistake, just make it as full send as you possibly can.
Kevin Harlan full sends all of it. And he's the best in the biz. Kreckman and Lindahl on a Monday edition of the show, a Rally House Football Monday, as we're talking about this.
Sing the song, you coward.
I don't remember
Rally House.
Keep going.
Anyway, something like that.
In your band era, were you ever background vocals?
I had to do it one time. It was incredibly uncomfortable. I cannot play and sing at the same time.
I definitely couldn't do that either. No chance.
Oh, I mean, I can crush it. Let me tell you. When the Alan Thicke said they're one gig, I was all over it.
What did you play in that?
I was the drummer.
You need to reunite for one night.
We
in
do.
Denver. We'll get Fatty's Big Chance and the Alan Thicks together, and no one will be sure if they want to show up to the show or not, just based off the name. We got to get on a marquee now, too.
Yeah. Put us out there.
What's the on-air and producing talents musical power ranking at the station here at Altitude 92.5? Steve Nelson, pretty fantastic.
Oh, no,
apparently.
Steve and
Nelly's a real musician.
Rich homie Josh are like top of the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. No, Steve Nelson's legit.
He seems like it.
Yeah.
I've got equipment. I walk, you know what I am? I'm the guy first off the bus that's got no desire to play the game. I walk in with all this sweet gear, and I'm giving you 4 chords and distortion, and that's it. There's no variety. You won't get.
Will you get a good lather going, though, with those 4 chords?
No, see, that's the thing. DMac used to smell like bad eggs because he had to be.
Is DMac good? Is he decent as a drummer?
Oh, look, he was able to get it done. But yeah, we played some of the fastest punk songs ever, and I'm just like,
Can you keep time?
How about you, Nate?
That's all I need.
What are your musical
One
chops all
time
about?
we played Blink-182, damn it, we played it in 4 different speeds. I think every verse got slower and slower. It almost became a jazz. What was that postmodern jukebox? That's what it turned into by the end.
That's all right.
Because DMac was dead, I think, banging one stick on one
Cracker,
drum.
you got some musical chops?
The bass drum was gone.
No, I know like 4 beats, but I can kick the hell out
But
of
you know what he does? He's
I got him with energy.
He's Mumford & Sons. He's got his little bass drum there as he sings.
Totally.
That's cool.
Yeah. I Meg White it sometimes and just play with one hand because it's easier. Yeah. Second hand.
I heard Moser. He's got a little melting face.
But I don't know. I've never heard him play, so I can't comment on his skills.
Moser kind of strikes me as the guy that just knows just enough to play in front of a lady back in his days.
Oh, yeah.
Just to be like, oh, man, you're
the guy
so
at the
good.
Campfire.
Boy, you really can shred the gnar. You're melting faces right here.
Dude, one of my buddies sent me there was a figure guy that ruins Campfire with guitar. Is that what you're describing?
Oh, yeah.
He's going to bring it out. Hey, I thought we'd do a sing-along. Hey, none of us agreed to this.
Somebody just needs to go full Belushi and take away his acoustic guitar and smash it against the wall.
Throw it in the fire.
Sorry about that. Mm-hmm.
All of this is more fun than talking about that game yesterday.
Point the finger. Okay, Andy, let's go around the room. Let's start with you. Point the finger. Broncos lose on a Rally House Football Monday. Who are you going to point the finger at
Honestly,
today?
and I'm not trying to cop out. I'm dead serious about this. I'm pointing at everybody. I'm going down the line. You know what? I'm getting on that team plane and literally.
Oh yeah, paint the scene here, man. I want to see this.
I'm laying off Smythe. I'm laying off Megan Boyle, but the rest of you, dude,
Troy Franklin.
Give away a game like that.
Give a little love to Troy Franklin.
No, you're part of the team. You.
What did
you
Troy
have
do?
One you could have popped one.
Troy was pretty good.
Troy was pretty good.
Maybe it's because Troy. When he
block
plays
every
well,
play?
you lose, and when he plays terrible and drops an open touchdown pass,
you know what? I'll
you
go
win.
back. Let's go back and look tonight. Now, did he block on every play? Did we get a run stop that could have been bigger because you didn't block?
We need a blocking grade on Troy Franklin.
How about my guy Mims completely pitching a shutout on one?
Ooh,
he's not afraid to turn it down now. He turned it down on that deep crack corner out in the first game that got intercepted.
That tutty was good.
It was a great tutty.
Yeah,
Tutty was sweet.
Got off the press.
It was a really
nice
good throw by Bo too.
Yeah,
dead in stride.
I think our guy Marvin Mims Jr. has a little selective, tough guy, selective play hard, try hard guy.
Selective hustle.
Selective
I've noticed
guy.
it. Mm-hmm.
And that's not a great thing.
Yep, I've seen it.
Is that why we can't figure out what he is?
Yeah, that's. I hadn't seen that last year or the year before, and I've seen some signs this year on a bubble screen, just turning it down on a block that gets your guy just
you can't
obliterated.
Oh, that was Evan Engram
blocking.
Ole.
I saw one with Franklin.
Yeah. Oh, it was the one where Franklin got blown up, but Mims went outside. Engram was the one that whiffed on the block.
Ole, ole.
What was crazy about it was that was the drive. That was the 4 catch for 58 yards in the tutty drive by Troy Franklin. But the very first play of that drive, he got his knocked in. I mean, badly. That was one of those where it was like, we'll all accept if you need to go to the sideline for a minute. We'll all be fine
go
with
take
it.
a breather.
You stay down the field. He had a hell of a drive right there. Evan Engram right now, is he injured or bad?
Lowest number of snaps he's had in quite a while.
Right. His snap counts are well below Adam Troutman right now.
But see, again, when I ask people that should know, they give me the I don't know if it's him or if it's the Sean Payton play calling. Did Sean need the Joker as bad as he thought? I don't know.
Can you be a part-time Joker?
Part-time.
Can you be putting together the bank heist and just be like, yep, sorry, clock, lunch?
Yeah.
Is that how it works? Because he's a part-time Joker right now.
He's a limited hours.
Yes.
Hourly employee Joker.
Oh, yeah.
Like
he's
capped.
benefits, so only 25 plays.
That's what he feels like.
Got to
to me.
stop you at 25 plays.
He was hurt last
Can't give you
week.
30.
Is that what it is?
But he didn't get hurt till late in the game.
He didn't do jack squat last week.
This is another theme from camp where we said, well, I haven't seen a lot of him. They must be keeping it under wraps. Are we going to unwrap it at any point? When are we going to get to it? I was psyched. Thought we needed it.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe not. And look, he might be hurt. Maybe it's more, maybe he's just trying to gut through and try to be the decoy on some plays and all that. We don't know. But I'm just telling you this. I really thought I picked him up. Matter of fact, the old station fantasy team, I'm going to just set it ablaze right now. Joe Burrow done for 3 months. That's sweet. I'm excited about that.
You need Brock Bowers to score about 5 touchdowns for you tonight.
I was listening to ESPN midday, and apparently all his personal props are just going in the toilet because nobody believes he's healthy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's good. This is a fun fantasy season already.
You handed me a dub this week.
Did I even try? Did I forget to sub someone out? That could have happened.
I think your team's just bad.
I've already quit. It's week 2, and I've already left. I'm already square in on that first pick next year because 14 sucked so bad.
Evan Engram, 38% of offensive snaps through 2 games this year. Troutman is at 60. Lucas Kroll is at 23.
Okay, is this because they're having to go big personnel they can trust to block to try to get this run game going?
That's their only bona fide inline blocker.
They would have to run
Adam
the ball
Troutman.
for that to be a thing. Really, like, look up at the end of the game and look at the run-pass ratios. Like, again, they suck. Like, he ran the ball 3 times to open the game, did Sean Payton, and it was going effectively, and then he went right away from it. Now, the drive ended in a touchdown, so nobody's mad about it. But, all of a sudden, boom, you are away from the run game as quickly as you possibly can. I thought J.K. Dobbins had a good game.
Over 5 yards per carry.
Yeah.
I don't know how he didn't get more action. He should have been the grind it down fourth quarter back. You should have been running clock, shortening the game, taking your ugly win and gotten out of there. And it would have been, had you kept running J.K. Dobbins, frankly, would have been an ugly game offensively.
Could you have
a really good one.
Could you have run him on 3rd down and 3?
I wouldn't have minded.
Instead of throwing an interception and spitting at 3 points that you would have had in your back pocket, thus making it a touchdown game, which your defense, which really bent, but it didn't break. 6 trips inside the red zone, only 2 touchdowns.
All right, what happened yesterday that it bent more than we expected? Because frankly, I'm pointing it at all the defense, man. All the defense.
Well, here's
you
what
didn't get him to punt once? Come on, dude. Really?
That's what I'm saying. Rigoberto Sanchez. I'm pointing the finger at you.
He has not punted yet this year.
You know why? Because he just did not comply with the plan, which is to punt often.
Sure.
For the Indianapolis Colts, and that's because of this Denver Broncos defense. I got to tip the cap to Daniel Jones, because if you look at the pressure numbers analytically were there. He just made throws while he was under duress. He got rid of the football effectively. And you know what he did and that Shane Steichen did? They said, we don't care about who you've got in your secondary. We don't care if Pat Surtain is deep boy. The read's the read, and we believe in our guys. And they believed in Downs, and they believed in Pierce and
really
Adonai
believe in Ty
Mitchell,
Warren.
and of course Tyler Warren.
That's a tough cover, man.
Man, it's 2 drafts in a row, Andy. Both you and I were absolutely head over heels in love with the tight end, and that player came to bite you in the butt in this year's draft, and that's Tyler Warren.
I tweeted yesterday, the Bears took Colston Loveland 4 picks ahead of Indy taking Tyler Warren. What were they doing?
They apparently
they don't even throw him the ball.
The analysis I heard that night was that he was the better of the receivers, and they liked that.
He had no targets yesterday for the Bears against the Lions.
That's
Daniel Jones.
They're 0-2.
Was pressured on 45% of his dropbacks. That was the 3rd highest rate in week 2. He was pressured 17 times in the game. That was the 5th highest in the league, but he was only sacked the 1 time. Daniel Jones, I got to give him a lot of credit, man. That dude gets the ball out.
Are you pointing the finger at Daniel Jones as a reason why the Broncos lost?
He was terrific yesterday.
He was. Listen,
he was really good.
Through 2 weeks, we all wanted to say it was, yeah, but it's just
but it's
they
Miami.
Play against the Dolphins.
Yeah.
It was almost identical. Just a few less touchdown drives, more field goal drives.
I got a question. How did he not go to the tent and get looked at, though, on the goal line play where Singleton just went old school and you could hear the helmets crack as he dove over the pile and just drilled him? That doesn't buy you at least a little glimpse in the tent? Should have. Seriously, how can you not point it at the whole team? This was not one person breaking down. This was everything. And despite the offense having a fantastic first half, the play calling, the execution when you needed it, somebody tweeted it out. The Broncos are a good team, but they don't get the play when they need it. And frankly, both sides of the ball didn't give you the play other than the 4th down.
Are you talking about
stop.
this year or last year?
This year.
They were
right
1-6 in 1-score games last year, and now we're right back in that boat. You know, that's kind of just been
Are you 1-1 and once is an 8-point game technically a 1-score game?
I typically go 7 or fewer
It should be.
on that. That's typically what I do, but I guess technically sure. So 1-1. By the way, you know who's 0-2 in 1-score games so far this year?
I think it'd be the Kansas City Chiefs.
That'd be the last place Chiefs. 10-0 a season ago.
How about them?
It's almost as though they're regressing to the mean.
How about them tasting their own medicine with that false start on the tush push? Both guards fired before the ball snapped. You don't like the refs all of a sudden, huh?
Yeah,
that's interesting.
You know what that team is, though, and this is why I was so confident in my projection of what they are. They're the same team they were last year. They're the same friggin' team. Just last year, they won all those games. They had them all go their way. So far this year, they're not. You know what they were last year? They were an 11-win team that won 15. Now they're an 11-win team that might win 9 this year because guess what? The NFL is going to bite you in the butt if you're not a good enough football team, and the Chiefs are not that good of a team.
All right, 303-504-0925, because I am curious to take this temperature. Everyone's upset about this because we all know this could be, you already pointed it out, this could be the game in late December that you're going, man, I wish we had that one because look at those standings and that AFC loss is costing us. And it could be to these Colts. Listen, if the Colts win it last year, they may have stolen your playoff spot last year.
Yep. Jonathan Taylor holds the ball.
But can we not accept, again, this is why some of us were giving pushback to Sean Payton being the one to bang the Super Bowl drum. I think you had a good road game. Look, at the end of the day, it was a great September game. Everything's not decided in September. I mean, again, in some ways, I think you can. It feels a little loserish because nobody wants to celebrate losses. But you went in there and you punched in your weight class because I think Indy's in your weight class, whether you like it or not.
Guys, Indy's a good football team.
They are in your weight class.
They're
and
a
you
good
went into their
football team.
house and you hung with them. And frankly, you should have won the game, but you didn't. Not all is lost. This doesn't have to be a black hole. And again, how many times I was thinking about this again. Remember last year when we were like, hey, how about the Saints in September? How long that last?
Sure.
Okay? A lot of things can change. And look, unfortunately, the Broncos could be the one we're speaking negatively about, but nothing's for certain. Again, your defense got after it and buckled down the second half. Your offense traded punches with the hottest offense in the NFL. I don't think it all has to be depressing today. This is weird because last week I was angry after we won, and now I'm trying to show you that not all is lost after a loss.
The Ravens have scored 40 in both games.
Oh, that's true.
But to your point, though, the Colts offense is playing very well.
I did not see the Colts not punting in 2 games. I'm sorry.
That's a good point.
Have the Ravens punted?
If you had told me Bo Nix was going to go 22 with 30, throw 3 tutties.
And they were going to score 28.
I would have been like, they won.
They won the game.
They won 28-17.
Yeah.
Maybe 28-14.
They won. And they didn't because Daniel Jones was just fantastic yesterday. And Jonathan Taylor, and I know with a 68-yard run, it's a little beefed up, but 25 carries, $165.
Don't forget about what he did through the air, too.
And don't forget what he was as a pass catcher in that game. If you started Jonathan Taylor in fantasy yesterday, congratulations to you. Good on you, my friend.
My 2 running backs were the 2 starting running backs in that contest yesterday, and I did well.
You really did.
J.K. Dobbins had himself a pretty good fantasy day.
He
as well.
sure did.
As
He
your
scored a
RB2,
tutty.
that's a good RB2.
No, that's
How
not
many TDs
bad.
did he have? He ended up with 2?
He had 1.
He had 1, but
Yeah.
still, he had a decent reception.
All right, who
as well.
all had the touchdowns? I can't even remember.
For the Broncos?
Blacked out after white rage last night. Now I'm trying to come back down to earth.
Dobbins had the rushing touchdown. Mims had the first. Franklin had the second. Troutman had the third.
That's right.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Troutman was by himself.
Yeah.
How about Bo fitting that one in, huh?
Nobody covered him.
It's great play action.
You know he wasn't covered from the beginning.
From the
Indy
beginning.
was lost.
From the
And
beginning.
I wonder if, Bo, I'd love to find out from Bo, were you just like, you know what, just snap the ball.
Just give me this.
We got a problem over there. Give me the damn ball.
The Colts defense had some weird moments yesterday, by the way. It
was a weird game.
But
Let's
it was
just be honest, it was a weird game.
It was a bit of a fragmented unit as well with the injuries they've had. No
Yeah.
Latu. Secondary was missing two starters.
Xavier Howard.
He's bad at this stage of his career.
That's not a good football player.
He is a bad football player. Very unconfident.
I tweeted yesterday at one point, I'm like, does he know the rules? It appears as though he
He's
doesn't.
32 years old.
Yeah. Oof. Rough day out there for him. And yet the Broncos could not take advantage. They lose 29-28. We're pointing the finger here on a Monday edition of the show. Sandman's got a culprit that you need to hear about. He's pointing the finger o' shame. Listen to that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
but that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got wrong, and the call was correct. You can, as a defensive line, you can push down on the back of the center and offensive lineman. You can push down on the back, specifically if you're going to go internally on the guards. You can push down. You can't push the jump.
Don't push the jump. Dondre Tillman, that's where it all went wrong. He lined up over the right guard. He pushed. He jumped. And that's not allowed. Move a 60-yarder to a 45-yarder. A nice mulligan for Spencer Schrader. Broncos lose 29-28. Harlan was on the call last year, was he not? For the end of the Chiefs game?
Think so.
Yeah, I think that was a Kevin Harlan, wasn't it?
So that's who we need to.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
We need to get the finger of shame directed right at Kevin Harlan.
Pointed directly at Kevin Harlan and his wonderful hair. This is his fault. It's him and Trent Green. They're the ones to blame for a Broncos defeat. Sandman, who do you got to point the finger of shame at after the Broncos lose this game? Let the craggly coach finger go and go ahead and undress somebody.
Well, I've been around too many environments where what was said publicly by the head coach, Sean Payton, today, wasn't exactly how things were behind the scenes.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost a running joke that we love when the head coach just goes in front and just said, it's completely on me, and it's out there for everybody in the world to hear. And then behind the scenes, you are just getting destroyed by the head coach, shamed, told that you're worthless excrement. Well, I'm just going to do it for Sean Payton, and I'm going to point the finger, that craggly coach finger, directly at what was promised to be an upgrade, special teams-wise, over the tandem of Mike Westhoff and Ben Kotwika, and it's going directly at Darren Rizzi.
Ooh, the Riz man.
The Riz Master has had a miserable 2 weeks so far as the special teams coordinator for the Denver Broncos. In fact, right now we're watching the studio. Pardon the interruption. PTI saying, what was the worst gaffe of the weekend? The Broncos end of game leverage penalty, or that wild Steelers penalty against the Seahawks, where they just flat out refused to cover the kick?
The Seahawks said, thank you. We'll take 6. Right?
That was wild.
Yeah.
Either way, both completely unacceptable. And I would say that week 1 wasn't much better for Darren Rizzi.
Well,
Sean Payton's got his back right now.
Here's why
Is he going to
I would
have his
say,
back if it happens again?
This is why I would say the Broncos' mistake was worse, okay? Caleb Johnson, the rookie running back out of Iowa for the Pittsburgh Steelers, he didn't know, okay? He didn't know. Now, that's a
coaching, though,
That's
isn't
a
it?
failure on many fronts.
Special teams meeting. You know how much time these guys spend in special teams unit meetings?
And how much they clearly don't pay attention while they're in there. But yeah,
well, that's also on the deliver of the information. It's not captivating enough.
With the new kickoff rule, any ball that lands in the landing zone between the goal line and the 20 and goes into the end zone, that is a live ball, must either be returned or downed by the receiving team. Otherwise, live ball, and boom, Seattle covers that thing up. But here's why I would say the Broncos' decision to go for a field goal block on a 60-yarder for a dude that had never attempted a 50-yarder, why that's worse, because you did know. You did know what you were doing right there, and in the moment, you chose to do something really, really dumb. In the very least, I guess I'm defending Caleb Johnson because he unwittingly pulled that bone. I'm looking directly at Darren Rizzi and Sean Payton and saying, what are we doing here, guys? It's a 60-yarder. What are we doing?
This isn't exactly prime Harrison Butker or Justin Tuck lining up to kick.
By the way, Harrison Butker missed a kick yesterday again.
He did.
He's having a rough start to this season.
On my fantasy team.
Again, I'm looking at the Chiefs and I'm going, hey, everything that was going right for you guys in the past, suddenly not so good. Giants going to get him next week in the Meadowlands, Sunday Night Football?
Russell Wilson.
Russ going to go light him up?
He was a joy to watch yesterday.
450.
God, he looked good.
Threw for 450.
Man, just putting that thing up in the air. Yeah, how about Collinsworth killing J.J. McCarthy, saying you got to throw that more like Russell Wilson?
Wow.
On the deep ball.
Didn't think that would come back.
Didn't have that one on your preseason bingo card, did
Act
you? Krecker?
more like Russell Wilson, will ya? That Sunday night game was was bad.
Those two quarterbacks, I was really excited to watch them play. Neither of them played particularly well.
Yeah, a guy in his 5th career start, a guy in his 2nd career start. It didn't go great. But yeah, the Chiefs 0-2 for the first time in the Mahomes era. So
okay, but we've done this with the Patriots in the past.
Look out, 0-3.
We'll see.
Well, the Patriots were good. The Chiefs aren't actually good.
We'll see.
All right.
A lot of football left to be played.
Okay. Last place Chiefs. They continue to struggle.
Still sounds good. Say it all you want. I'm psyched to hear that.
Yeah.
Say it again.
Travis Kelce, by the way. Just again, like a world where Travis Kelce can't catch the football in the red zone and then somebody else catches it. It ends up in an interception for the Philadelphia Eagles. Those were the plays the Chiefs always made on the way to 15-2 a year ago. Again, it catches up with you when you're not actually a good football team. Now, the Bills, the Ravens, those are good football teams. They don't make mistakes like that, but the Chiefs do. Last place Chiefs.
Who's your big point the finger at?
Alex Singleton was really bad yesterday. He had a rough one. And it was consistently watching him like he had a rough one on the big Tyler Warren catch in the first half, in which neither him nor Sternad bothered to cover Tyler Warren. Again, he's lined up in the backfield. Like you've seen on film. They've put it on film in week 1. Like he will run routes out of the backfield. Like you have seen it. Okay? You should be able to make that play. The Jonathan Taylor, the 43-yard catch and run, and look, that's a tough play for a linebacker. You got caught in the wash. I realize it. You run into Brandon Jones, and you essentially set a pick on yourself. But again, you're an inside linebacker in the NFL. Like you need to know how to operate in space better than that. And Taylor bit you on that play. I thought Alex Singleton had a really, really rough game out there yesterday for the Broncos. That's if I'm looking at an individual effort that I did not care for, that is one that I would circle from yesterday's game.
Look, guys, the linebackers, and remember Singleton was hurt, but was Cody Barton really that much of a drop-off from Singleton? He's a younger guy. In some ways, he probably ran just as good, if not better.
Yeah.
They got to get Dre Greenlaw back to really make this defense look the way that we thought it would, because the nastiness and the athleticism that they had signed to play in the middle of the defense is not there right now.
Can I piggyback off your Alex Singleton finger point?
Piggyback away, my friend.
Point it.
Alex Singleton wears what on his upper jersey?
The captain?
Yeah, I want to point the finger at the C for this performance. Every one of them. Particularly Pat Surtain II, DJ Jones, who was also potentially involved in that leverage play. He might have been called for one himself.
Also, by the way, man, that Jonathan Taylor, the 68-yard run, if DJ makes that tackle in the backfield, it's a different football game.
Alex Singleton wears the C. Cortland Sutton, milk carton, wears the C. Will Lutz wears the C. It's a bad day for guys that wear the C.
Yeah,
the guys that performed admirably, you could say Bo Nix, Talanoa Hufanga, and then it's hard to say on Quinn Miners. I think he performed admirably.
Once we knew Shavarius Ward wasn't playing, like every fantasy bozo on the internet was like, Cortland Sutton.
Is that right? 4 targets?
I catch for 6 yards on 4 targets yesterday.
They bracketed him all day.
Troy Franklin had a great game.
He was awesome.
If Troy Franklin can continue that sort of production, will that get the brackets off of Cortland Sutton?
Sure helps,
just never going to happen.
I don't know that you could watch the contest yesterday and say, if that's all your bit of information that you had, and say that Cortland Sutton is a clear and obvious wide receiver 1. Troy Franklin played He played like a wide receiver 1 yesterday. That's a good thing.
Well, and Evan Engram isn't taking any stress off of anybody, mostly because he's not really on the field. 2 targets or 1? 2 targets, I catch. Had a 12-yard catch yesterday.
Not saying it wasn't very much.
Sutton did draw a PI, so that was helpful. He was able to do that. Okay, thank you very much, Colts. But yeah, it was not a stellar effort out of Cortland Sutton, and Troy Franklin was there to be able to pick up the slack. Which really, a year ago, Denver didn't have another receiver to be. If Cortland wasn't great, they didn't have anybody else.
Well, it kind of did that last week.
Yeah, it's a good sign that Franklin. And I thought Franklin was good in week 1. He was outstanding yesterday. That's a really good football player. I had him circled during camp of like, look out for what this guy is going to be, and he showed it yesterday.
A little positive juju also. Pat Bryant looked good.
Yeah, he had a catch.
He had 2. Did he not?
I don't remember the second one. I remember the
had
first
2.
one. He may have 2.
2 catches for 18 yards.
Both on slants.
Yes.
But
that's the Pat Bryant thing.
It's all
we
good.
talked about it.
Physical.
Good route.
Gets a little bit of separation.
Got your first downs.
I like Pat Bryant.
Yeah.
And I did not like Pat Bryant when he was drafted until I had a chance to watch him in person. I'd like to see more and more of Pat Bryant.
That throw by Nix to Franklin was sweet. Rolling to his left and letting that thing fly, that was great. And again, that was the play. That was the one, and Andy got sick of me talking about it, of like, Bo Nix needs to learn how to make plays on the scramble. That was not a designed roll. That was a peel out to his left. And yet, did you see what Troy Franklin did on that play?
Yeah.
It was
you're leaving.
Oh, look at this. Cool. I'm just going to take off up the sideline, and boom, they got a huge play that then led to the touchdown a few plays later.
He saw a flat-footed corner and took off.
Okay, cool. That was really good. Again, if this offense scores 28 points every week,
yeah, you should be winning.
Then the Broncos are gonna do the 11-win thing, and they're gonna maybe win the division, and they are that good of a football team. If this is what they are offensively week in and week out.
Will 28 be enough at Los Angeles against the Chargers? It's a great question.
We'll see tonight. Hopefully there's a little win on Monday, lose on Sunday going for them. Huh? You've heard that, haven't you? Yeah. That's right, guy.
It's Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Took me a minute to find it. Rally House, shop every team in town. Kreckman and Lindahl, Jeff Legwold is next. Yeah, you heard Big Voice Guy right there. Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold time on a Monday afternoon. Jeff Legwold joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you require Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff Legwold, we'll start here. Leverage. How about that leverage, Jeff? What did you make of Sean Payton's explanation today? Besides just explaining the penalty and how it was correct to call it, what was Sean going for right there?
Well, I mean, the Broncos made a mistake in their alignment. You know, they moved guys around when they shouldn't have up front, and then I think what most of us wondered after the game is why are you being so aggressive to try to block a 60-yarder? It's probably going to come out low anyway, and there's really no point in using one of your schemed up, block sequences for that kick. And you're dealing with a kicker, I don't think, who had made a kick longer than 48 yards in his career. And, the kick itself was proof that and I think that part bugged him the most, maybe beyond the penalty itself, is just that why are they trying to block it there anyway? So, but just quite the fourth quarter yesterday from a Bronco perspective, a full menu of sort of meltdown items with that penalty on the kick just being one of them.
What led to the tough day for the defense, just as far as being able to earn that right to rush the passer we always talk about?
Yeah. Well, it's not that they didn't try. And I think the one thing, I think the first two, I think the Miami Dolphins and the Denver Broncos have given people pause who are going to have to deal with Daniel Jones, because Miami blitzed 8.5% of the time, and the Broncos were up around 59% of the time. They sent 5-man or more pressures, and that's two teams being very, very aggressive with Daniel Jones and not really putting a glove on him. But, the Broncos heated him up a little more than the Dolphins did for sure, but they still didn't get home that often. And I think the Colts were really effective thrown in behind that pressure, because obviously when you send extra players at the quarterback, you're banking on the idea the quarterback won't find the hole, because there's always one you leave behind. You're just gambling that your pressure will hide it. And the Colts were really effective at finding the open space left behind the blitzes. And the Broncos kept coming after them too. They didn't really turn it down at all during the game. So I think Daniel Jones probably played better than the Broncos thought he would. And at some point, they're going to have to defend a wheel route. That's probably once or twice a game. They, even at their best, they've gotten dinged by a wheel route or two. So definitely some things to give pause there.
Yeah, Leggy, along those lines, Jones was pressured 45% of his dropbacks, third highest rate in week 2 of the NFL. So it's not as though the Broncos front seven wasn't doing their job. It's just Jones was very good. He was 8 of 15 for a $108 against pressure. He was only sacked once yesterday in that game. So let's give him credit, number one. Then Jonathan Taylor runs for 165 yards. He was terrific as well. Leggy, when we looked at the schedule early on in the season, we kind of circled this game of okay, you're going to have Chargers, Bengals, Eagles coming up after this. This game is critical. This is going to be so important for the Broncos to get off to a 2-0 start. It's a 2-game sample size. I know an NFL season is long, but Jeff, are the Indianapolis Colts better than we gave them credit for?
Well, they're either better or the Broncos and the Dolphins are worse than maybe we thought. But I thought the Broncos sort of, that 10,000-foot view, the logic of the plan was pretty good.
Yeah.
And like you say, they were able to heat him up a lot more than the Dolphins were, but he was up to the challenge. And sometimes that's going to happen in the NFL. Now, the concerning thing for me, if I'm the Broncos, is they repeatedly found room for Warren to get the ball, and he's an excellent rookie and all of those things. But the tight end in the middle of their defense and some of those wheel routes continue to be a problem. And it makes sense. Those are the pressure release valves for offenses. And if you're going to blitz as much as the Broncos have, those are going to be things you're going to have to tie up on, behind it. So, red flag for the defense. I'm not sure yet, but they were hoping to avoid some of those big play bobbles they had last year, even as good as they were. And after week 2, this was one of those games. Would they have 3 plays of at least 40 yards in the game? You really can't live like that, moving forward.
All right, I'm curious. So we finally got Greenlaw practicing last week because, again, it just, this defense, one of the things where I think where some of us were labeling it special, it was in part because we thought Dre Greenlaw hopefully would be in there for more games than not. I don't think you ever can totally expect a guy to make it through a whole season uninjured, but so far, 2 weeks, no Greenlaw, the side work on the field. I did see on Friday's practice report, I don't know how much to put into it because I know they don't go through a normal practice, but they said he would have been limited. Do you feel like it's a ramp-up week? Is there a chance you think that maybe he's going to get out there against the Chargers, or what do you think is going on there right now?
Well, Andy, it is probably a ramp-up week because Friday he did participate for the first time, in the normal practice schedule more than he had since training camp. So progress there. I mean, if he doesn't play this week, you're really starting in that zone of, why didn't you just put him on IR for 4 weeks and get him right and then bring him back? But, again, they made a call here. They thought he would be back before the 4-week window, and I think they're still hoping. But, they need him sooner rather than later. I mean, the Colts went after the linebackers plenty, in the passing game especially. So it is something they're going to have to deal with, and he's better when they're in there, or they're better when he's in there. So they need him right now or as soon as possible. And I think if he practices tomorrow, either limited or more, then I think he has a real shot of playing Sunday.
Jeff Legwold with us. He does it every single Monday here on the show. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. IBEW, Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff, I know you had travel and everything else like that, so I don't know where you're at in the charting process right now. But you watched that game. What do you think about Nix's performance?
His footwork still bothers me in some spots. I think he's feeling stress at times that isn't there. And frankly, I don't think they're giving him, I just watched Dobbins doing his thing in the game. And there's part of me that thinks just settle in and give him some play action and give him some drives where he's throwing on second and short instead of throw first down, throw second down, try to make something happen, third down. I think they're just off schedule right now, and it's showing in his play. Now, completion percentage is really good. He had 3 touchdowns yesterday. So you like that, but he's tied for last in interceptions, after 2 weeks, and you can't live with turnovers. And he's tied with several others with 3 picks right now, but that's not the company you want to keep. And they still look fuzzy to me on how much they want to run the ball and how committed they are to it and where it fits in the overall plan. I also don't, I just looked at this, but they're in 3 wide yesterday, 48 of 61 snaps. So that includes penalty snaps because I chart those because they're intentional. You lined up in what you were lined up in, but that's an awful lot for me. a lot of 5-man protections or chips and brush bys and all of those things. And, I don't think they look very fluid in it at times. I mean, they come out yesterday, they're in the 2 tight end, they're in the little heavy look. Dobbins has a big run to open the game.
3 straight.
And then they're in 3 wide for the rest of the possession. So, but again, that's the way the league is right now. I just think they could be better with a little more mix and match.
Yeah, they had 10 carries by the backs in the opening half, but again, after the first 3 plays, it's 7 for the rest of the half for the Broncos. Like, again, they're so eager to get away from it. Let's flip over to the other side of the ball. Next Gen Stats had Surtain at 7 catches allowed for 63 yards, and it was clear like they targeted him more after the ankle injury. What do we know about Surtain's status?
Well, I mean, I asked him after the game, what he thought. And now players are always going to give you the sunniest of looks. And his basic answer was, I don't think it's a huge deal. I'm going to get treatment. I just twisted it, planted wrong, he said, was how he phrased it. But experience has told me today was probably not fun for Surtain. I would guess there was plenty of swelling, and during the game it's pretty easy to calm it down sometimes. They tape it up, you got adrenaline pumping, and then when you get on the plane, then it sinks in, and then when you wake up, even it's even worse. So it will not stun me at all if he is limited in some fashion this week, and probably a question mark until we see otherwise, because he was clearly impacted.
Yeah.
And it's still, again, I know people think I tout him too much, but
no, you don't. You tout him the correct amount, Jeff. He's the best corner in the game.
And that's a game a lot of guys could live with, and he was clearly compromised, and he still hung in there and was willing to match up with guys when they asked him to. So, but yeah, will not shock me at all if he's limited this week. And I think, I think it would be wise to say it's a question mark until he practices fully.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN.com. That is where you get his coverage. His latest is up right now on Sean Payton and the decision to go for the field goal block on a 60-yarder in the waning, dying moments of the game. Oh, that fateful call by the Broncos. 1-1 on the year and getting ready for the Chargers. Jeff Legwold, everybody, well done as always, man.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
Jeff Legwold joining us on a Rally House Football Monday right there, Andy. Yeah, those Surtain numbers, again, like 7 catches for 63 yards, that's not bad. But also, it's not the usual superhuman effort you see out of Patrick Surtain. What was wild was Daniel Jones was not shy about throwing at him, really, after the ankle injury occurred, because like right away in that game, he had a great pass breakup, and it was like, oh, yeah, he's Surtain, and he's going to be just fine. He was compromised the rest of the way. That's an injury that bears watching this week, because Leggy's right about that. You get on the plane, and those things blow up on you.
Yeah, and then it hurts and all that good stuff, and then they ran the crossers, and they kept running the crossers, and then he's got to maneuver traffic and this, that, the other. Look, Ty Warren's supposed to be a pretty good player.
No, he is a good player.
So,
holy crap.
And Marvin Harrison, or not Marvin Harrison, what junior do they have?
Michael Pittman, son of former Bronco Michael Pittman.
That's right. He's a pretty good receiver too. So, but look, they didn't handle business on the early downs. They didn't shut down the run game the way that you would like, and you didn't get to rush the passer full-fledged the way that you wanted to.
That was a redemption game for Jonathan Taylor yesterday.
Well, it was. And even on the long run, remember that long run highlight that we had? Did they end up scoring on that? Or I think he went out of bounds. And then they held him to a field goal.
Resulted in a field goal.
Yeah. So, look, the Broncos defense.
They bent.
But look, the offense, that was the kind of game from the offense. They had a couple drives there. Matter of fact, their first drive, I was thinking, I just wanted one of those during preseason. Come out, handle business, boom, 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 touchdown, we're off the field. So, I think there's some positives to take from what the offense did.
I thought Bo Nix played really well yesterday.
Yeah.
The interception was bad.
It was. But so was the doinked field goal.
Right.
And that's why I said I'm blaming the whole team.
Yeah.
PIs at the wrong time. Spiking the ball when you shouldn't have. Going away from the run in the play calling when you shouldn't have.
Offensive line played well yesterday.
They did.
They really did. Bo had the lowest pressure rate of any quarterback that played yesterday. He generally was held clean in that game. The holes were good in the run game. I did not find much to complain about the offensive line's effort yesterday. I thought Troy Franklin was terrific. I thought Bo Nix played well. Again, like that's what's so weird about it is if you would have told me, okay, this is what the offensive performance is going to look like, and they're going to put 28 points on the board, I would have said, oh, the Broncos are going on the road and they're winning at Indianapolis. This is, and truly, like I can point the finger at the defense, and there were guys that played on the defense that I thought had down games yesterday, but also Daniel Jones was good. He was good.
Well, that's why I said sometimes you got to just tip your cap. They're in the same class as you are, whether you like it or not.
They're all on scholarship, Andy.
Oh, but the Broncos are not.
You're right.
I want to talk more about this after the break. Does this reset the assessment? The preseason hype, it doesn't mean jack right now.
Okay.
Do we have to maybe think about how we look at this?
So we'll reassess the assessment.
That's right.
Yes.
You're going to come on in here.
Uh-huh.
You're going to sit down. We're going to talk about this.
Reassess the assessment by a couple of dumb asses. That's next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We're on a Monday, and you know what? Kind of a little bit of a bummer football weekend, but you know what can help you take your mind off a bad couple of days of football? A good love life. And if you're not experiencing that right now because you're fighting erectile dysfunction, don't go through that any longer. There's a place that can help you, and that place is the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Be up for those. It's fall now, so we don't quite have the same long days that you had over the summer, but still plenty of warm nights to go and take advantage of. Get out there. You want to go and do a little leaf peeping? Put you in the mood? Well, if you're going to avoid that because of ED, then that's why you got to go and talk to the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, because they have treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That first visit, $99, includes the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised to test dose, and if the test dose isn't got you ready for leaf peeping in the office, guess what? Free visit right there. And if you're like a lot of men, you can feel like your old self and be back to being interested in all those nighttime activities the very next day after your appointment. They have 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, 1 in Fort Collins, 1 in the Springs. We want to tell you about the one in Castle Rock. It's under new management. They're ready to serve you. It's a great location. Get on down there and visit the good folks there. Also, locations in North and Central Denver. The number, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Still can't believe we're here talking about a loss. They scored 28. Andy, they were in control of that game, too. And it's the classic. They didn't put it away. They never gave themselves a 2-score lead. They didn't bury Indianapolis, which is, it's hard to do on the road. And you did put a drive together, and you did get a 42-yard kick from a kicker that is almost always just money, and he doinked one. And apparently it was because of something that was in the clouds. I don't know. Did they have the roof?
I don't know.
What was the roof doing at Lucas Oil
yesterday?
yesterday?
I just had never seen a kick hook so weird like that, Nate.
It was quite the hooker.
I mean, it really, yeah.
Yeah.
That thing.
That was an English call girl right there. It was strange.
That was Julia Roberts.
Her too.
Yeah.
A splendid Serbian hooker shot.
Oh, is it Nuggets season yet? Kreckman and Lindahl on a Rally House Football Monday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House, shop every team in town.
By the way, they got that one Bulls Crossing we were at. Get on out there.
That's right.
Huge store. I mean, huge.
They've got it all.
Literally everything.
Go get a Troy Franklin jersey while they're still available.
Yeah. If you didn't know you could have a sports logo on something, well, they've got it. Go find out.
It's on everything. Andy, you want to talk about a Bronco in the groove? Presented by Groove Toyota.
Groove me.
Start here, go anywhere. Groove Toyota on South Broadway and GrooveToyota.com. Troy Franklin, 8 catches on 9 targets yesterday with a touchdown. Best game of his career? I don't think it's an outlier to say that it was for Troy Franklin yesterday. He also had an 11-yard carry in that game on a jet sweep, so 100 total yards out of Troy Franklin, along with a touchdown. Had the 42-yard catch on the Bo Nix scramble drill, which was awesome to see. Troy Franklin, who I was more and more enamored with him every single day in camp, and yesterday, and I thought he was good in week 1. He had 4 catches on 6 targets for 44 yards in week 1. Very different kind of football game, and Bo didn't play as well in week 1. Yesterday, Bo was great, and Troy Franklin played like an absolute stud. That's good to see. That the guy that was lost last year in training camp is long gone. He belongs. That's a good starting NFL wide receiver.
Yeah, he's getting off the line better from some that I've talked to, and so that's one of the big reasons. So that's always a key. You get a lot of college receivers that aren't used to dudes being up in their face, especially a guy like Troy Franklin, who's faster than most he faces in college, so they give him a healthy cushion to work with, and he gets to get his speed up, but apparently he's fixed some of that. He's getting out there. He and Bo are finding their rhythm, as you said. That's what's good. In the groove for me, and this is going to sound weird, spike penalty aside, J.K. Dobbins was in the groove yesterday, and in the groove with his offensive line. And it's why I go back to why didn't we get in more of a groove of calling more runs down the stretch and run the clock? I just don't get it, Nate.
14 carries for 76 yards yesterday.
And Dobbins was seeing it. He saw the cutback lanes. He saw when there wasn't a cutback lane. He was running physically. He was dropping the shoulder. He was a lot of fun to watch. I just don't understand why you got to go away from it. I really don't. And really on the spike, look, he can't do it. It is a delay of game. That's another one of those penalties that doesn't always get called.
Sure.
Sometimes you do it and a ref doesn't care. Sometimes you do it and you have what happened yesterday.
Yep.
And they decided to call it.
So you 23-yard run, you back it up 5 yards, and then a couple of plays later, it's the Trotman penalty, and boom.
And then you miss a field goal.
Then you miss and then you doink a field goal, which was really frustrating. But yeah, you went from a 1st down and 10 to a 3rd down and 23.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Not when you're trying to salt the game away.
No.
Because you could feel Indy starting to get a little, they were just getting close. Had you gotten a score there, they're going to have to open it up a little more. Maybe not balance it so much. Maybe you could have got those rush the passer looks we talked about.
Would have been a 31-26 game right then in Indianapolis. Getting the ball back with 3 minutes to go would have needed a touchdown. And instead, they drove it into not even field goal range. That's the funny thing. You know, on TV, they always put the graphic up of the field goal range. They didn't even get there.
They didn't get to the line.
Right.
He was short.
Like, Trent Green kept pointing it out. There's 9 defenders in the box right now.
Go ahead and throw it.
And Shane Steichen kept giving the ball to Jonathan Taylor with nowhere to run whatsoever, and then thinks that he's going to win the game with Spencer Schrader from 60 yards, but a personal foul on Tillman for the leverage, and boom, you give him a 45-yarder and you win that game. That was legitimately that was how Nathaniel Hackett tried to win that game in Seattle in his first game.
Yep.
Play for a 64-yarder. What are you doing?
Yeah.
And Steichen was doing the same thing with a guy that had never even attempted a field goal from 50-plus in the NFL in his 6th NFL game. I know the guy had a good game. Yeah, he's got a good short game, and the Colts kept giving him very good, makeable kicks. But now you're just like, let me go ahead and try and make this one from 60 yards. You know what it was? It was fouling a 3-point shooter as he's jacking one up from 38 feet.
That's exactly it.
What are you doing?
Yeah, give him Russell Westbrook.
Give him space. He's probably not going to make it. Yeah, Dondre Tillman is our Russell Westbrook today.
And you cost Big Honey the 60. Got his 60, and you get the win.
You cost Troy Franklin his career game.
That's right. It was the Troy Franklin game.
You cost Bo Nix his 3 tutties to get the dub. All of it bad.
You know what else I saw yesterday? You better get out the checkbook one more time for our guy Davis Webb. I don't think I want Troy and Sean having too many one-on-ones. You got to give it to Bo, dude. Sean called him a couple of times. Yep. I heard about another one that also hit that they'd had a couple conversations. Sean asks a question and Bo gives him an answer.
He does.
I mean, there's some guys. He's definitely not doing the Russell Wilson staring blankly at you as you just yell everything and get it all off your chest.
I don't need to have this conversation right now.
And then Bo let him know, I'm playing the game. I'm giving you your answer. I'm going to go get some water.
Loved it. Loved it from Bo Nix right there.
So,
yeah, it's his show, man.
It is his show.
His command of what is going on with this football team is really, really impressive. Yes, the interception was a bad mistake. It was a bad decision. It was a bad throw. Like, eat the ball, take the sack, whatever you have to do. Okay, fine. But that mistake be damned, he still played well enough yesterday to help you win that game. You know what else he did on that game yesterday? And I appreciated it tremendously, was the flop. I loved the flop out of Bo yesterday to get the 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, and I love our guy Kevin Harlan. I really do. Got great admiration for the man. He's the one that knew about Big Honey before anybody else.
Yeah.
But he and Trent insisting that should not have been a roughing the passer. Now, look, is it roughing the passer from the 80s? Certainly not. But I felt like they kept describing that the defender's allowed to shove a quarterback. Yeah, if he's pulling the Mahomes and trying to go forward and stay in bounds with the ball and you're not sure he's going out. Bo had released the ball. The defender watched him release the ball and then shoved him.
Right.
You don't need to shove him. He's not a runner.
Now, he's still in bounds on that play, but this is where...
But he doesn't have the ball.
This is where Bo was smart. He sold it.
You're darn right he did.
Goes down on his booty and boom, 15 yards. That's a winning play. That's good quarterback play right there. On the flip side of it, I hated the roughing the passer on Benito. I hated that call.
Yeah.
Again, like it's bang bang. He let up. He hit him in the chest. He stopped, but like Jones' helmet flopped. That was how he got that call right there. The way Bo flopped on the sideline and took himself down. On this play, Daniel Jones, like the chin strap went up and the helmet moved, and that's why it was a penalty. And that's a penalty on Nick Benito. And that's the classic. And I know we have this argument every Monday when you talk about any NFL game, but like, what is he supposed to do? What is he supposed to do? He's screaming at the quarterback. He held up. He didn't hit him. He didn't hit him in the head. He made contact, because how could he not? And he still took a flag. I hate that penalty.
Yeah, listen, I hate half the penalties that go on right now. I mean, that's what bothered me about yesterday. And I do want to get to the point, we may save it, but I want to get to the point about reassessing the team. But I do want to say this, because, we had somebody else that say, and someone wrote in, and we appreciate your text, 303-504-0925, Shot Mazda text line, hit us up. But someone had said it. Did the ref that threw the flag on the spike, was he the same ref with a couple other iffy calls? I'm gonna let you know, guys. I've asked a couple. Seriously, I've asked a couple of different people about this reffing crew. They've been around a long time. Mm-hmm. They are known for. There are a couple crews out there, and who else did we see? I think the morning game had the Dallas game had the guys.
This is the Craig Rolstad crew.
Yeah. they're known for liking to get on TV. How about I just put it to you that way? They don't mind throwing a lot of flags, and the head guy likes his TV time. And so as players, I think, you know what, Tyler would tell you, he knew there were a couple crews. As a matter of fact, I think the guy, if I'm remembering right, that the ump from the morning game, from the Dallas Giants game, he's known for lots of holding calls. Loves to throw the holding call in the O-line.
Mm-hmm.
You got to know who's reffing the game.
Yeah.
That's part of being a smart team. And if I'm not, you know what, maybe it's not totally on every player to know who they are, but then that's another coaching point. Guys, we got a crew, especially Sean, who's been in this league forever. Every time I deal with the crew, this is the calls they like to call. Let's watch it. Let's not be on the line because they're going to get us. And that crew yesterday is known for throwing a ton of flags. And they did.
Sloppy game out of the Broncos when a cleaner game gets you a victory.
Yeah, it sucks that you lost.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
But there's so many things to point to. But I would also say this. Again, Indy looks like they might be a good team.
Right.
Period.
And hey, silver lining, Jake Browning in 2 weeks.
Well,
not
I was
Joe
about
Burrow.
to say, you know what? Everybody had this one, and not everybody had them necessarily beating the Bengals, so maybe that's where you get even.
There you go. See?
Don't jump off the ship.
You're
It's
good
fine.
to go.
It's only September. I ask everybody, Nate, how many times have you and I done shows in September thinking a team is one thing and they aren't that at the end? Now, listen, this team may be the 2019 Denver Broncos, which is Vic's last year, or what? What was his last year, 2020?
Yeah.
The team with Teddy Bridgewater that started out and we go, this probably won't last, but we're going to enjoy it. Right? Remember, they got out to the 3-0 start and Teddy led them through. That may be what the Colts end up being. But right now, remember, the Colts, we said it before, if Taylor doesn't toss the ball aside, who knows what the Colts are last year? They got a pretty good team. It's not like we all just underestimated Danny Dimes.
First Colts quarterback to start 2-0 since Peyton Manning back
How
in
about that?
2009. First Colts quarterback with 5 or more tutties and no giveaways since Manning in 2010. His 588 passing yards through 2 games. Only Peyton Manning and Johnny Unitas have had more in weeks 1 and 2 in Indianapolis history. So take that for what it's worth. Daniel Jones, already better than Andrew Luck.
Boom.
Boom.
Hot take. What do you do
And-
with Anthony Richardson?
And assorted other guys. Well, the Anthony Richards thing, that
That's
was
done.
that was a given. We kind of knew about that one. Kreckman and Lindahl. Broncos fall. Let's reassess what it all means the way we were supposed to do this segment next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. You need to check roller.bid pretty much every Monday morning. You need to see what auctions are coming up. For example, right now, tanning beds, fitness equipment, hydro massage, and more auction available for you to be able to bid. This is open until Thursday, so get to roller.bid right now and check out this auction. I'm looking at the prices on some treadmills that they have here, lightly used treadmills. My God, this is well below the manufacturer's suggested retail price. I can promise you that. Go to roller.bid right now. You can get yourself a Techno Gym Run 700 treadmill. It's available to bid right now for fewer than $150. Go to roller.bid and get on it. And by the way, go to roller.bid/altitude. That's where you sign up to bid because you can win tickets. Our next giveaway, we're giving away Avalanche tickets from those of us here at Altitude. So go to roller.bid, sign up to bid right now, and check out this tanning bed and exercise equipment auction. It's available for you to be able to bid until Thursday right now at roller.bid.
Well, I mean, let's just go to the obvious. We're not unable to hit the field goal. It comes down to the red zone drive where we shot ourselves in the foot. We had a delay game penalty, a 15-yard face mask penalty, and then we also have an interception. So that's easy to look at and say, all right, here's what happened relative to the drives that we didn't score on.
Relative to, I didn't have a giant issue with the offense. I know it was uneven. It wasn't as good in the second half. I thought generally everybody on that side of the ball played pretty well yesterday. And the mistakes that they made, they generally made up for. One of the more dependable kickers in the entire league missed a 42-yarder. Doinked it off the upright. It was weird. It was a weird play. And then a defense that normally doesn't get gashed the way that they did yesterday. Well, they did. Gave up 4 plays of 40 or more yards in the first half. You just don't see that very often out of this group, but they bowed up. They generally did, and they did not give up touchdowns. Schrader kicked 5 field goals yesterday for the Colts. Andy, I'm still getting used to the current field position NFL that has happened now with the new kickoff. Average starting field positions yesterday. Broncos had 7 drives. Average starting field position was their own 35. Colts had 5 drives. Average starting field position was their own 29. It happens so you're in field goal range so quickly. 2 first downs and you're ready to score points. And I know the league has been trending this way in the last couple of years. And I'm glad to see more kick returns. Like we really are. We're getting more kick returns. I'm enjoying that part of it. God, did you see, by the way, yesterday? Speaking of some of the wild stuff that happened, we had a circumstance yesterday in the Patriots-Dolphins game where that game got real drunk in the fourth quarter. So Malik Washington had a 74-yard punt return touchdown for the Dolphins and had some cool spin moves, and that was cool. Gave the Dolphins a lead. Next kickoff, New England took it to the house, 90 yards. Listen to this. First time a kickoff return touchdown followed a punt return touchdown in an NFL game since 1992. All right? Here you go, Andy. Desmond Howard, punt return touchdown for Washington. Ensuing kickoff to the Atlanta Falcons. And who should take it to the house? 99 yards. But Deion Primetime Sanders.
There you go.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Yeah. So not quite as cool, Malik Washington and Antonio Gibson. Not a Heisman Trophy winner and a Hall of Famer, but still pretty good. Still pretty good that happened. Like I'm enjoying having it, but it means the field is just so damn shrunken. And so I think we're gonna have to really recalibrate. Like I don't think allowing field goals is a bad thing in this NFL right now. I thought the Broncos defense did what they had to do yesterday in that regard.
Yeah, it's just tough to swallow because I just didn't see the Colts as an elite. I thought it would be a tough game. You and I kept warning about this last week.
Thought it was going to be a close game, and close games become coin flips, and that's what that game was.
Yeah. But man, it's tough to swallow how that game went down yesterday. And because again, I really thought the defense, I'm raising my hand. I was telling you how good I thought this defense was going to be because that's how good they looked in camp. And for them to just continue to just feels like just giving up 5-yard chunks, no problem all the time. And we've talked about how bad the linebackers were and all that other stuff, the middle linebackers in particular. It was a rough day. Like Sternad had some moments. Alex Singleton to me is a guy that needs to be in there and run first downs, and you got to get him out of there. Teams are hunting the coverage on him. They hunted the coverage on him yesterday.
Yeah.
And look, he's a tough guy. I think he's good for the locker room. I think there's plenty of positives to Alex Singleton's game, but I'm not sure all of them show up on the field all the time anymore.
473 total yards for the Colts yesterday. Won the time of possession 33-28. 32-28. 60 minutes in an NFL game, idiot. Yeah. 473 total yards for the Colts. 167 on the ground, 306 through the air. Daniel Jones was quite good yesterday, averaged 8.7 yards per attempt. That's quite a bit. that one's going to hurt.
All right. So I was kind of curious about this. I wanted to go back and look. Here's the reason I want to bring up a reassessment, because first off, I felt like the Super Bowl talk got way out of control.
Well, we get 2 games of sample size now.
Well, and again,
we know what opponents. We kind of know what opponents are.
Watching what that Colts team looked like, I think that's your league, that's your class. Okay, I really do, because I think they're a pretty good football team too.
Andy, I think the AFC is the Ravens and Bills and everybody else.
Yeah, that seems fair right now. That really does, especially with Joe Burrow. For those that missed it, Joe Burrow needs to have turf toe surgery. He's out 3 months. By the way, if you missed it, Washington Commanders quarterback Jaden Daniels has a knee injury, so they've got to do some assessment with him. I don't know if this is convenient or not, but a high ankle sprain for J.J. McCarthy, so he's going to, it sounds like, at least miss a couple of weeks, and it could go beyond that. So a lot of quarterbacks got dinged yesterday.
Yeah, the Colts are, they're in it. That's a nice win over Denver. I'll call them a legit 2-0. The Bengals are a goofy 2-0. Right now because of the quarterback injury. But hey, credit to Jake Browning. And by the way, 2023, I believe they went 4-3 with Browning as their starter.
You could do worse as a backup quarterback than Jake Browning. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I think a lot of teams wouldn't mind having that right now. So I pulled up the Broncos because I don't want to overdo it. Okay, look, if this defense can gel together and that offense can do what they did yesterday, then yeah, you're probably a Super Bowl contending team. So I went back, I pulled up the scores, trying to remember, when did we know this team was special? For me, it was the Cleveland game. But here were some of the early season scores of that 2015 team that I think is the Bronco team would probably model something like that, where your defense is the better of the two units and maybe makes the critical plays more than your offense. And why do I say that? Again, the Evan Ingram thing, haven't seen it yet. You've got a lot of guys on this offense that are still getting used to each other. So the Broncos opened the season, win 19-13 over the Ravens. Held the Ravens 13 points, pretty good. They then went, and I remember this. Remember, it was a quick turnaround on Thursday night. Had to have a comeback to beat the Chiefs 31-24. That was the strip, scoop, and score to end that game. They beat the Lions 24-12. Vikings got 20 on them, 23-20. Beat the Raiders 16-10 in a game. If I'm not mistaken, they had a pick six by, I believe, either Chris Harris or Aqib Talib.
I think that was Talib in that game, and
they got him there.
And they did not score an offensive touchdown.
The offense could not score an offensive touchdown. Then the Cleveland game, I told you, came in October. October 18th, when the defense pushed them out of field goal range in overtime to get that win, that's when I thought, this is a defense you can't win. You can't waste. They won 26-23.
For me, it was the Green Bay game when they embarrassed Aaron Rodgers.
You know, it's funny, that was just a week later because they had the bye, 29-10.
Yeah.
Lost to the Colts 27-24.
Had 73 passing yards that day.
They beat the Bears 17-15. There was the fateful Chiefs game, 29-13 Chiefs win when that started the long streak and Manning got hurt. But gave up 24 to the Patriots that year, held the Chargers to 3, gave up 34 to the Steelers. I'm reading these point totals because this defense has time to get it together.
They do.
And gel and still be what we thought they were going to be. But Nate, I'm telling you, if Dre Greenlaw, what do they got left? 15 games. They need Greenlaw to make 12 or 13 of these games at minimum.
Yeah, it would help.
Because he is the factor in the middle that I think changes their run defense. And he can provide some coverage. How does it look yesterday if he's there to maybe help with either Warren or Taylor?
Yeah.
Because Singleton couldn't get it done. And I'm not surprised. He couldn't have gotten it done last year. He was a year younger.
I also think a banged up Patrick Surtain is
not a good news.
Not great. That's really not great for the Broncos.
Where do you still have him at, though? See, to me, I still see this team more as the wild card team.
I'm not moving on them.
You still think they get the division?
11 wins and get the division. And again, the Chargers look great in week 1, okay?
Yeah, that could change tonight.
There's a lot of time for them to charger.
Well, the Chargers got off to a pretty good start last year, and then Jim Harbaugh's physical way of doing things seems to wear his team out towards the end of the year.
We'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of time for that team still to charger. They looked impressive in week 1. Like my read on it is, and because of the way that they beat Kansas City, it's like, okay, right now, if I'm power ranking the AFC, I would probably put the Chargers at number 3. Okay, that's where I'm looking at it right now. But I don't know what they're going to do tonight. It's game 2. It's
No,
game
they
2.
could lose somebody too. Again, a lot of injuries.
These things happen.
A lot of teams have injuries.
These things are known to happen from time to time. Yeah, so there's a whole lot of we'll see. The Colts are probably better. I think the Colts and the Texans are going to be slugging it out to win the AFC or win the AFC South, and that's just how it's going to go. The Texans, by the way, going to be in action against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers over on AM 950 coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll have the Raiders and the Chargers tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with kickoff at 8 o'clock right here this evening. Again, Raiders, Chargers. That game from Westwood One is right here on 92.5. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Sean Payton reacting to the leverage penalty on DeAndre Tillman. Plus, then we got to dive into all of the assorted news going on around the NFL. There's a lot of it, including some key quarterback injuries that we are paying close attention to. That's all coming up next. 68 on the official box score, Andy. 6-8. But you know what? When that spotter, when he points that finger,
what are you going to do? You can't question it.
You don't. You trust that guy.
Hey, man, you're doing math. I hired you for math.
That's what you're there to do.
For those that don't know, a spotter is the person that watches and then decides how long the gain is, because the play-by-play man, in this case Kevin Harlan, is actually describing the action. So he looks down at a chart with all the numbers, just a bunch of numbers on them, and it's pointing to the numbers so you know how long the gain is.
Plus, it's always it's anytime the play goes past the 50, you're just like, math.
Yeah.
And then it gets really hard.
It does.
That's why spotters come in handy. They know the equation.
And a good one is worth gold.
They really
at
are.
the NFL level.
Yeah.
You know who does it in this building?
Who's that?
Your guy Kevin. The guy to your left.
Oh, yeah? He's the pro?
He told me.
Okay.
He told me how much he charges.
Really?
Almost as much as I make for a sideline.
He's that good?
Look at him. I bet he is.
That's a good point. Let's get into the 5
He's
stories
got that math feel to him
of the day from
so
around
do you,
the NFL.
You don't have as much math feel as he does.
I got some math feel, but not too much math feel. Got a case of the math feels. Go ahead, Spring.
All right, let's do that high five. Let's hear from Sean Payton talking to the media today following the Broncos losing to the Colts via leverage.
Let's talk leverage.
They lost via leverage. Spencer Schrader, Colts kicker, had a 60-yard field goal attempt. Then there was leverage, and it became a 45-yard field goal attempt. He made that. Colts win. Sean Payton commented on it today.
But that's on me in that situation. And look, it's not on Darren. It's not on Tillman. With a 60-yard field goal attempt, it's different. The alignment got wrong, and the call was correct. You can, as a defensive line, you can push down on the back of the center and offensive lineman. You can push down on the back, specifically if you're going to go internally on the guards. You can push down. You can't push the jump.
Okay, and a lot of what he was talking about right there was that Tillman was supposed to be lined up and going over the left guard. He's the leaper on the field goal block. For whatever reason, and I'm not totally clear on this part yet, he ended up lined up over the right guard. Thus, he did not have anybody to push down on him, and he went and tried to basically do it for himself and then leap, and that's a no-no. You're not supposed to do that, and thus that's a 15-yard penalty, and that gave Schrader a 45-yarder, and we all watched the game. We know what happened. Andy, I want to talk about the bigger picture here of this is now 2 straight games where Sean Payton, I will get my group text going of every one of my media pals, and I will tell them what a contender that we are, and after 2 weeks of the Broncos, ironically, not playing well and winning in week 1, and then playing pretty well, but then losing in week 2 on the road. And in both circumstances, Sean Payton is laying down for everybody else, and I don't think the field goal block was his call. I think it was Darren Rizzi's call.
Yeah, I think it's on his guy. They probably shouldn't have called that. They shouldn't have executed it the way that they did. I just want to know, is DeAndre Tillman one of the 7 lords of leaping? Is that what that makes him?
He's a good
Part
leaper.
of that song?
Yeah. He's a very good leaper.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'd be curious to figure out what the actual meetings sound like, but these are his guys. Remember, these are his guys.
Right.
Lutz is his guy. Rizzi is his guy. Troutman is his guy. A lot of his guys, unfortunately, popped up at the wrong time.
Bo
yesterday.
Nix is his guy.
Bo Nix is his guy, but Bo Nix had a good game until he
but
threw the pick.
Sean called himself out in week 1 when Bo did not play
Fair
well.
enough, yeah.
And that's, you know what, that's admirable. That's what a coach is supposed to do. You're supposed to have your players back, and you're supposed to have your staffs back. Is that what it sounds like behind closed doors? I highly doubt it. I bet it's a completely different story inside the building, but Sean Payton taking the blame for calling for a field goal block on a 60-yarder. Whomever is to blame on this one, Andy, I can't tell you this. It was dumb. It's real dumb to try and block a 60-yarder against somebody that has never attempted a field goal longer than 50. Spencer Schrader did make a 54-yarder at Notre Dame Andy. He transferred to Notre Dame, and then he made a 54-yarder there 2 years ago. Never made from 50-plus in the NFL, never even attempted from 50-plus. It was his 6th career NFL game. That, to me, is one where if the guy makes a 60-yarder that his coach, for whatever reason, seemed to want him to kick, with Jonathan Taylor continuing to run the ball against 9 in the box, if he makes that kick, that's one where you tip the cap.
Listen, you may have to tip your cap the whole game. They didn't punt. And like when we talked about Jeff Legwell, Daniel Jones was up to the task. We didn't think he would be.
He was very good.
He made every throw he needed to. He was accurate to his receivers. He didn't make a lot of dumb decisions. And you couldn't force him to punt.
Outside of like the one throwaway where he almost threw the pick to Cooper at the end of the game, and that would have been a winning play for Denver if Cooper would have been able to make it, and he got a hand on it, just couldn't bring it down. But outside of that, I can't identify many mistakes Jones made at all.
Had to be one of the better games of his career, if not the best.
He was terrific.
I mean, he seriously.
Yeah.
Listen, he had that year a few years ago for the Giants. It got him paid.
Yep.
The guy's had some good years in the league. I didn't expect what we saw. I thought I was in the majority. I think a lot of us were. We thought the first week was bad Miami defense, blah, blah, blah. And it turns out, I don't know, they're an all right team.
Here's the other side of this, and this is how crazy the NFL is and the business of professional football is. When you watch that game yesterday, or at least the 2 games that Jones has played, you know what Anthony Richardson is, and yet you have to engage in a quarterback competition, and then they give the job to Jones and Steichen and the Colts and Ballard. They get killed for it. Of what are you doing? Why aren't you playing Richardson? This is just and then it turns out, well, actually Jones he's got command over this entire thing, and he's got a ton of poise back there. And oh, by the way, his skill position guys are pretty damn good. You had a Tyler Warren to Pittman, who was good, to Pierce, who was good. Josh Downs was good in that game yesterday for Indianapolis, and Jonathan Taylor's one of the best backs in the entire sport. It is one of those things where you step back for a second and you go, what if you guys would have just made this Daniel Jones gig all along? Like, how much better would you even look then? Because that team looks like they can win their division.
Well, and frankly, you got to credit Steichen. And Coach warned us this may happen last week. Steichen's got Jones getting rid of the ball fast and giving him throws that he can make, just like what Sean Payton did with Bo Nix.
Played well under pressure. He was terrific. He really was good in that game yesterday, and he gave the Broncos defense fits. So don't try to block 60-yard field goals. Don't, okay? Like, yeah, get a hand up in the air.
Maybe not with that crew.
But that's enough.
Yeah.
That's enough. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Broncos will go off to LA to play the Chargers. Then they will host the Bengals Week 4 Monday Night Football. The Bengals did come back to beat the Jaguars 31-27, but they did it without Joe Burrow, who suffered turf toe. In fact, I believe it is of the grade 3 variety. And Joe Burrow is set to miss at least the next 3 months after surgery to repair torn ligaments in his toe. Jake Browning, he of the spandex-clad girlfriend, came in relief, threw 3 picks, but also threw 2 touchdowns, 241 yards, and Jake Browning led the Bengals to that victory. They do have Brett
Ripien
on their practice squad. So they got Brett Ripien available to them, but Adam Schefter is reporting that the Bengals have reached out to free agent quarterbacks, possibly including Desmond Ridder, Mike White, Taylor Heineke, Kyle Trask, and Nate Sudfeld. Also, names like Jameis Winston and Case Keenum on the trade market have been thrown out there.
To me, make all the calls. Like, go get a backup quarterback. I'd play Browning.
Yeah, Browning knows your system pretty good.
Very much. 21-32, 241, 2 tutties. Did have the 3 picks yesterday. Jamar Chase still had huge numbers. T. Higgins had a touchdown yesterday. And you got the victory. You were 4-3 with Browning starting a couple of years ago. Like, just roll this thing. I mean, the Bengals are probably toast. They're probably toast. But if Browning can come out there and just keep you afloat, and you can tread water until maybe Burrow can return in December or whatever, then maybe you got something.
If you can stay around 500 till he returns, because there's always going to be a glut of teams that are around the 500 mark trying to battle for the last wild card spot or 2.
Yeah.
Then they can try to get back in there. But that's if this is minimum 3-month injury.
By the way, Bengals-Jags, another game decided on a late flag that was a DPI on Travis Hunter.
And Travis's looked a lot like the one they did not call against Riley Moss.
Right.
Where Travis did get a tug on the jersey, but turned around, batted the ball away, but they decided the early tug was a problem, whereas in the Colts-Broncos game, they decided Riley did not affect it enough with the shorter pass, and they let it go.
Let's talk a little bit about the other team that was playing the Bengals yesterday. That is those Jacksonville Jaguars. They got their own problems, Spring.
High five. Yeah, weird day for Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen, down in our favorite county.
Duval.
Trevor Lawrence didn't have a bad game, but there was one play where he was well beyond the line of scrimmage and still threw the ball downfield. It's very odd. Late in the game, Trevor Lawrence threw an incomplete pass to wide receiver Brian Thomas. Brian Thomas had a ton of drops in this game, but this one was wide. This was wide of the target, and Liam Cohen, you could see him gesturing on the sideline. He's pointing to his chest.
Hit him in the numbers.
Trevor Lawrence hit him in the chest. Trevor Lawrence just kind of scoffs at it. He throws a hand at him like, get out of here, coach. Liam Cohen talking to the media today. Here's what he said about that.
It gets made to be a thing, obviously. In this rat poison world we live in, but it's it's emotional. It's an emotional game. It's a competitive game. We're all competitive. We're all emotional. I can control mine better, and he was just telling me to chill, like move on. He wasn't telling me to go screw.
Yeah, none of us really took that from the gesture.
Well, you guys weren't really in close proximity, so he could have been telling you to go screw.
You weren't sure. You walked off.
Go screw your way around this rat poison world. How about that? The 4th and 5. Jags go for it from the 8 instead of kicking a field goal with 3:42 left. Like they led 27-24, could have made it a 6-point game. Now, again, like the Bengals went down and scored a touchdown, so it ultimately ended up being a moot point. But you could have made it a 6-point game. It was 4th and 5. It wasn't like it was 4th and 1.
You weren't in tush-push territory.
Right, and that was when Brian Thomas dropped it. Now, again, if he makes that catch cleanly, I don't even know if he gets there anyway. It was bad all around. Andy, you know me. I'm as go for it on 4th down drunk as anybody that's watching football on a Sunday. But even I was just like, I wouldn't be doing that one, guys.
Yeah, you're Jacksonville.
Take the points.
You haven't proved anything yet?
Yeah, take the points and make Jake Browning beat you. Ultimately, Jake Browning did beat them. Spring.
High five. Hey, since we're talking about coaches saying some interesting things, let's do this one next. Dolphins fall to 0-2. The Patriots go into Miami and get him thanks to a late kick return for a touchdown from Antonio Gibson. Mike McDaniel talking after the game. Just take it away, Coach.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20.
Got that, Andy?
Got it.
To win the game, you must win the game.
Yeah.
Do not lose the game.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Yeah. Basically saying don't beat yourself by getting a penalty and all that, but he didn't fill all that part in.
Nah, he really didn't.
He didn't, because I'm sure that was holding that probably pushed them from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 20, or to whatever, 2nd and 20. They lose.
Yeah.
They get a sack. Did you also hear the weird explanation of Tua trying to explain the Tyreek deal, and Tyreek at one point just giving up on a deep ball that he was like, just like, do you even see me? Where are you throwing that thing? That whole thing.
Them vibes are bad.
The open that Spring created, where we have Kevin Harlan screaming about 69 points.
Yeah.
That was the high point of the Mike McDaniel era, it turns out. Everything else has just not been good since.
By the way, they thought they had a tutty at the end of that game, and it turns out Devin A-Chain stepped out of bounds. Tua gets sacked, and Patriots win and Dolphins lose. Drake May threw a couple of tutties that day for the New England Patriots. They are 1-1, and they win at Miami, which appears to be the biggest dumpster fire in the NFL. Here's the question. Can you even trade Tyreek Hill?
No.
Does anybody want him right now?
No, he's got other stuff going on off the field again with his quick divorce of his really quick marriage.
Like even Kansas City?
No.
Without Worthy and without Rice right now, I don't see them going there.
Yeah, no.
If anybody does, it would be them.
I don't think so. They've already got their money spent. They don't have money for that.
That's a bad show, though.
He is not. Well, Spring's talking about all the quarterbacks hurt. including
Yeah.
the one in Minnesota. J.J. McCarthy's got
Right.
the high ankle sprain. I feel like it's a little bit convenient for them because they don't have to bench their rookie.
Well, the other part of it, too, is do you remember what happened when the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill? They just couldn't stop winning Super Bowls.
Yeah, they were like, we don't need you. But no, I was going to ask, you and I talked about this. Where's Kirk Cousins going to end up? Well, now we've got some big quarterback injuries.
Yeah.
The Bengals ain't going to take on that money?
Yeah, Kirk Cousins could be on the move. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy has a high ankle sprain.
Ow.
He is not going to play as the Vikings host the Bengals this week, so that'll be an interesting matchup. It looks like Carson Wentz is going to start. So it looks like it's going to be Carson Wentz versus Jake Browning. Also for the Vikings, running back Aaron Jones unlikely to play against the Bengals with a hamstring injury.
It amazes me. We go all summer. Nobody plays. Don't touch my guys. And now here we are, week 2, and it's just a trauma unit everywhere.
Vikings yesterday, Andy, last night on one of the more boring Sunday night games you're ever going to see in your life. 198 total yards and 4 turnovers.
Ugh.
The last time the Vikings had fewer than 200 yards and at least 4 turnovers was 0-2. The last time they did it at home, 1976.
That's a minute.
That's...
You know who really appreciates those numbers? All the Justin Jefferson fantasy owners.
Oof.
You know who looks even worse, too, coming out of all that? The Bears.
They really do.
Yeah.
They
How did
really
you let that kid go?
You know what
Turns
I'm
out
saying?
he's got a quarter in him right now.
You probably shouldn't have lost that game. At one point yesterday, Jared Goff completed 17 straight throws. Just clicking all over the place. Congratulations if Amon-Ra St. Brown is on your fantasy team. Yet another rough one for Caleb Williams. 207, 2 tutties, odd pick. He was sacked 4 times. It's not going well. The funniest part of that game was at the in the post game when Ben Johnson defended Dan Campbell for still going for it on 4th down and trying to score on him. Which
that had a little Josh McDaniels Belichick feel to it, didn't
it? It did.
Oh, you left me. I'm really going to crush you.
Yeah.
And how about didn't Ben Johnson not say Goff's name? Just said the player has a lot of class. That player has a lot of class. You could say Goff, bro. He helped you get the job.
You know his name.
Yeah.
We know you know his name. Relax, my guy. Rams are good. The Rams look legit, man. That's a good football team right now. Cam Ward is he's showing it off a little bit, but that guy's still learning. Very much so. Rams are good. I'm fully buying that team right now. The Niners, I don't know what they are.
What are the Steelers?
Not good.
How about the Seahawks? Because I don't know what the Seahawks are. I'm not sure I feel about the Seahawks.
How about the Steelers not knowing the kickoff rules? You probably need to learn that stuff. Yeah, I'll stay with what I said earlier in the show. The AFC is the Bills and the Ravens and everybody else. Ravens, by the way, they've scored 40 in 2 consecutive games. That's
pretty good.
That's pretty legit right there. Also, the hopes of Justin Fields being able to reemerge as a decent NFL player, the Bills killed that yesterday. He's already injured. So we got to wait to see what his injury status is going to be going forward for them. Meanwhile, Tyrod Taylor is ready to be their quarterback going forward. Bills ran it for 224 yesterday in that game. So that team is also quite legit. Broncos Colts. It was not all bad. It was actually a lot very, very good. We'll relive that game when we return on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Every Monday, we go back and relive the Bronco game. In this case, spoiler alert, they lost. 29-28 yesterday at Indianapolis. But man, there was a lot of good, Andy. There was much good to be had, and let's celebrate some of it. For example, after opening up the game and giving up a field goal drive to the Colts. By the way, I don't know if you heard this or not, but the Colts opened the season with scoring on 10 consecutive possessions.
Yeah, I felt like that was mentioned a time or two on the broadcast.
You caught
yesterday.
that? I noticed it as well. I felt like you had to really pay attention to it. It's like the ghost in 3 Men and a Baby.
Snuck it by you.
You had to be looking for it, but if you wanted it bad enough, it was there. Mm-hmm.
All for it to just be a kid in the background. Reflection. Anyway. It's a bummer. That was a great urban legend for a good decade
really
or so.
Really was.
And then we got people that went back and said, that's not a ghost.
Wasn't it like a cardboard cut out of Ted Danson
yeah,
or
that's
something
right.
like that?
That's true. It was some reflection. It was completely explainable.
Right.
Which is too bad. Because there's more fun the other way.
But either way. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Also,
but I digress.
Right, exactly. Also, one of the Oompa Loompas didn't hang themselves in Wizard of Oz. That actually didn't happen.
Not happen.
No.
By the way, though, but see, that's to your point that brought this up.
Yes.
They kept talking about it because even the national folks didn't expect Danny Dimes to reappear in our life again.
Pretty good. Broncos down 3-0, but they would take over at their own 36-yard line and author a good drive to open the game, starting with a J.K. Dobbins 18-yard run. What a concept. Sean went to the throw, and Bo Nix and Marvin Mims connected.
Bryant was in the backfield. First and 10. Caught for the touchdown. Marvin Mims. Acrobatic move. Got it. And he was working on Xavier Howard. Touchdown, Broncos on top.
Nothing special on that play, Andy. Just Mims easily got off the jam. He burned Howard. Good, accurate throw by Nix. High and outside. That was good. That's what it's supposed to look like with a speed guy on the outside and one-on-one coverage.
Totally. Really beautiful pass by Bo.
Really good throw.
Just nailed him right in stride.
Yep. Good to see. 7-3 Denver at that point. Indianapolis would add another field goal drive to make it a 7-6 game. Broncos would punt it away, and Indianapolis would start moving down the field. Daniel Jones and our old friend Jonathan Taylor hooking up.
It's 3rd down and 2 out of the backfield. Taylor on the move. He's chased by Surtain and Singleton and Hufanga. Out of bounds. Galloping downfield, takes it outside the 10.
Really good play design by Steichen on that one. Taylor is on Jones' left hip, and then he motioned right. Singleton was the coverage man, but Singleton got caught in the wash. He runs into Brandon Jones. Essentially, the Broncos picked themselves on that play, opened up the entire sideline to Taylor, and boom, he was gone. But you would like to see... And I know these things happen in split seconds, but just some better communication out of Alex Singleton and Brandon Jones on that play to not just run into each other and then open things up for Jonathan Taylor.
But wasn't that the weird one where like I almost felt like they should have adjusted PS2 to the outside, which I guess doesn't make sense. You don't want the corner sitting on the running back, right? But
that's the Taylor
like,
touchdown.
Okay.
Don't get too ahead of yourself there.
I can't remember because there were just 2 or 3 times I was like, what is our coverage doing?
Plenty of plays where they could not cover Jonathan Taylor out of the backfield. But yeah, this one was on Singleton. All right, so we go to the second quarter. Denver down 13-7, taking things over at their own 33-yard line. And this was the Troy Franklin drive.
It's 2nd down and 13 for Nix. 4-5 through the air. McClinchy trying to block. Here comes the rush from Lewis. Downfield, he's got him! Caught! What a grab! Franklin, outstretched, hauls it in. Downfield. 2nd down goal. That's a touchdown. Franklin, why not? He offered that drive. He finishes that drive with a touchdown reception of 3. And the Broncos have tied the game again.
On that drive, Troy Franklin, Andy, again, like best drive that he has authored in the NFL. He had 4 catches for 58 yards and a tutty, including his first catch on that drive, which was actually a loss of 3. That was the bubble screen, and Evan Engram pulled a full-on Olay block, and Franklin got blown the hell up by Kenny Moore. and then had a 42-yard catch on the very next play. That's honestly one where, like, if Troy Franklin would have been like, I need a minute, I think everybody would have understood. But
yeah, he got mad.
Yeah, he did. And he put together a great drive. He had a 15-yard catch on a slant on that drive as well. Excellent work right there. Great work out of the scramble. You know, Bo pulling out the old peel out, going left. Good read by Franklin to take off. The touchdown, what I loved about that one, that was just, again, it was good play design. Franklin sold the block on the fake, and then nobody covered him in the flat, and he just trotted into the end zone all by himself. He is now a guy, Troy Franklin. He's going to get circled by the Chargers and the Bengals and everybody else the rest of the way now. He's that good of a player.
Good.
It's good to see.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Excellent
because
drive.
Maybe it takes some bracket coverage off of number 14, whose number you did not hear really yesterday.
No, you did not hear his number all that much yesterday. Okay, Colts, by the way, they would have a turnover on downs. Broncos would take it back over in a 14-13 game. Drive it down inside the 5. Alex Palczewski reports as eligible. Let's do this thing.
Prentice will be the fullback. Next to the air, block McGlinchey, end zone, caught, touchdown! They've done it again! Troutman, third touchdown pass!
Late motion, no coverage.
No coverage. They were so screwed up on that.
Cameron McGrone had the initial coverage. I pulled McGrone, but then he just stared at Bo on the roll, and Zaire Franklin didn't bother to cover Troutman either, and he was open in the back of the end zone, and boom, that's a touchdown. Again, this is a good red zone offense, man. Sean Payton is, for his many faults, is one of the great red zone play designers in the NFL.
Oh, there's no doubt about it, and yet what I loved about that, you see the linebackers were fighting with each other at the end of that one. There was a lot of frustration. That's where I thought maybe they're going to put the foot on the gas and get going here. But, you're right. And what's crazy about it is you're talking how good the red zone offense is, and we haven't really seen Ingram be a part of it yet.
Nope, not really. Next drive, this was the one where Surtain suffered the injury, and then Jones hit the deep ball to Alec Pierce for 44, plus it would have been a DPI on Riley Moss anyway. But the drive ended like this, first down and goal, and this was a play that's going to look really, really bad on the film for the Bronco defense.
One timeout, Indy. Had to take it there because the injury timeout inside 2 minutes. It's Taylor who walks in. Touchdown!
Okay, so this was a play where Jahdae Barron bit on the inside route by Alec Pierce. Riley Moss had Pierce. So either it was a wrong coverage read or it was just bad communication. It was a pass-off that didn't happen. Either way, nobody, neither Jahdae Barron or Riley Moss, covered Jonathan Taylor or apparently talked to each other, and it's an easy touchdown for the Colts.
It might be cool if you did that.
That was a bad play. And, Trent Green kind of made a little bit of a joke of, just blame the rookie. It probably was the rookie's fault. Yeah. So
that's what happens. Again, being a corner, it's tough to be a star right away being a corner in this league, especially with the pass rules now.
Opening drive of the third quarter, Broncos had a halftime lead of 21-20. Key play on this drive, by the way, was a Bo Nix 18-yard scramble. Good to see on a 3rd down and 4. Got it down inside the 10, and a good J.K. Dobbins run to get across the goal line and score 6.
2nd down, 1. Here's a Dobbins run. Vaults into the end zone. Touchdown, Denver. A rushing touchdown by J.K. Dobbins.
28-20. Andy, on the road. I'd like you to win that game.
Yeah, it's feeling good. Again, you kind of feel like you've got your momentum going.
Yep. It would be 28-23 by the time they got out of the third quarter. We go to the fourth. Broncos are knocking on the doorstep of the Indianapolis red zone. And then this is where Bo Nix made his worst play of the game.
Bidet, the back, 28 of the Colts. 3rd down, 3. Nix to the air. The time, the throw, wobbly, and picked off. Intercepted by Bynum.
Second week in a row, by the way, Cam Bynum had an elite interception or turnover celebration. Last week it was the elbow dance on his back. This week he did the belly thing with the fat mascot.
Yeah,
pretty good.
The old Key and Peele bit.
Yep, got the
football underneath the jersey, tried to mimic the belly thrust.
Mm-hmm.
We'll say the belly thrust.
Cam Bynum's a good showman. I'll give him that one. Yeah, so Grover Stewart bull rushed Bo Nix and pushed Quinn Miners into the backfield and gets an arm up, and Bo goes sidearm, and that ball just floated.
Yeah, I thought Trent Green did a good job of breaking it down. He can get the follow through all the way. But look, Bo's got to be mindful of his hand.
Yeah.
You don't want that. That's not one where you want the hand caught. You screw up a ligament or you hit the helmet and screw up the finger or whatever.
Yeah, it was a weird play, too, because I was like, did Sutton cut off his route too early? I think the ball just sailed.
Yeah, Bo didn't follow. I'll tell you what. That's exactly what Gary Barnett has basically described with Caden Salter. You want to know why Caden Salter's struggling, why he lost his starting job? Throws like that where you're not following through and then the ball takes off on you.
28-23, Colts take over, and let's just hear from Jonathan Taylor and let Kevin Harlan yell about it for a minute. By the way, this run was an incredible individual effort by Jonathan Taylor.
Daniel Jones, they got by one. Taylor gets by another. Always off to the races. A foot races to 10. Here comes Hufanga. There goes Taylor. Out of bounds at the 9. Oh, what a run. 69 yards.
How many people, when they heard that, knew that we would play that?
They tweeted us. Plenty.
69 yards.
Over and over again on this show.
69 yards.
That run was fantastic.
It was.
69 yards.
DJ Jones could have dropped him for a loss, and Taylor jump cut out of that. He head faked. Singleton and Surtain both bid on the head fake. Maybe a fully healthy Patrick Surtain is able to recover and is at least able to get in Taylor's way, but he was gone. Hufanga had another touchdown-saving tackle. It's 2 weeks in a row that he's made one of those plays. Good hustle play by Hufanga, and Indy would have to kick a field goal.
Yeah,
on that
despite
drive.
all that,
yeah,
still didn't punch it in.
Yeah, 28-26. Broncos take over. Author a pretty damn good drive. Unfortunately, J.K. Dobbins, after a 23-yard run, he gets a penalty for spiking the football. And then a couple of plays after that, Adam Troutman gets called for the face mask penalty. That kicks it back to a 3rd down and 24. Knicks would hit Franklin for a gain of 15 to really set up a very makeable field goal. Very makeable field goal for Will Lutz. He's going to make it, right, Spring?
Play a 42-yarder. He had a great pregame warm-up, and to this end was hitting 60, 63, 61. This is 42. The upright. No good. Colts have held. They get the ball.
Maybe he would have been better off from 63, 61, 62. Andy, I don't know. Although the way that thing was hooking, it wouldn't have made it to the end zone.
I don't. That thing might have cooked back around and boomeranged. Woo! That was still one of the weirdest kicks I'd ever seen.
Slicer-Rooney.
I mean, it really.
That was weird. Would
have been a great putt.
Will Lutz is so reliable.
Till he wasn't.
And then he doinked that one. Also, disappointment in CBS. Get a better microphone on that upright. I didn't hear a doink at all.
You wanted to hear the rat. You could hear it in your head.
I need the sound.
You wanted the
exactly. Yeah.
Where you can hear bolts rattling out of the thing.
I need to hear that. They didn't give that to me. Colts take over.
There it is. That's what you're talking about.
That's what I was looking for. Colts take over. Jonathan, really the big play on the next drive was the 3rd down and 6 when Jones hit Alec Pierce for 7 yards and forced the Broncos to burn all of their timeouts. And then this again continues to be what I hated the most about this game. Then Shane Steichen stopped trying to win, and he gift wrapped the game for you. And he gave it to you.
Nathaniel Hackett did that sucker.
He did. He played for a 60-yard field goal. What are you doing, you dumb? And the Broncos bailed him out. The Broncos really bailed him out for it. Here we go. Spencer Schrader lining up to kick a 60-yard field goal. Then what happened?
Rhodes will snap. Sanchez will hold. And the kick is no good. Denver's going to win. Denver's going to win.
Oh, is there a penalty down in the middle of the field? Right by the center.
Oh, my goodness.
They must have touched the center because the center, let's see. Rhodes is saying that he was hit. At least that's what he's signaling to the sideline.
Personal foul. Leverage. Defense number 96.
That's
a 15-yard penalty.
That's a huge. Oh my goodness. That is a huge
Automatic
penalty.
first down.
Now it is a 45-yard field goal with no time left. This for the win. Spencer Schrager. It's good, and the Colts have won.
We went from Denver's going to win to the Colts have won.
Yeah. Yep.
Gonna win, have won.
Yep.
DeAndre Tillman. Leverage, Andy.
We all know what that is now.
They lost on leverage. Don't launch yourself off the guard. Please. Also, don't call field goal block on a 60-yarder.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
For a guy that's never had to even attempt a winner from that distance, but
Never even attempted an NFL kick from 50 or beyond. His career long had been 48. Why are you trying to block? Why are you rushing a 60-yard field goal?
just go up for the rebound.
It's going to be low trajectory anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
If DeAndre Tillman can jump as high as you say he can, first off, then why is he going for the leverage? But number two, then let him just boot and block the thing. He didn't block it because it was so off target, because it was a 60-yarder. Broncos lose. Broncos lose.
But it is a Rally House Monday.
It is a Rally House Football Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Rally House. Shop every team in town. Tell you what, let's cleanse the palate after talking about the ending of the Broncos-Colts game with Andy talking about his trip to Houston to cover the Buffs and the Cougs. We'll find out how that all went next. Broncos lost. Also, not a good college football weekend, Andy. Buffs lost in Houston on Friday night. Air Force. Defense couldn't stop anything on the road at Utah State on Saturday night. And, well, good news is CSU didn't lose. They also didn't win. They didn't play. So that was what was going on in college football on the Front Range here this weekend. But let's start with the Buffs down in Houston. Andy, you were there to cover that game. We talked to you on Friday, and I want to start actually after the game because Deion Sanders did something that kind of stopped me in my tracks a little bit. Deion Sanders went full Vance Joseph. Never, ever, ever go full VJ. Spring?
Wasn't good. I'm lost for words. I just spoke to the team on several thoughts that came to mind. As no one could have told me that this game is going to turn out like this with the week of preparation that we had, with the meetings that we had, with the film study and the preparation that we had. No one could have told me that it was going to turn out like this.
We had a great week of preparation. We had a great week of work. We had our best Wednesday of the year. It's puzzling because, we're having great weeks of work.
He went full VJ, Andy.
He did, and I assume that's why he never switched the quarterbacks back out, because that's what shocked me the most about that game.
That Staub finished it.
I mean, Mark Johnson basically put me on quarterback bench duty and check out if they're going to, because the way that game started, the way the whole first quarter went, frankly, into the second quarter, I thought we were going to see more of what we saw the week before, where we're going to try someone else to get this thing going. They could not get anything going.
I heard your report to open the second quarter. They came back, and it was right away. It was, Salter and Julian Lewis are both throwing the football right now. Neither of them saw the field.
Both at one point, they were both throwing helmets on, and I had a feeling Staub was coming back out because he was on the bench with the headset on, I assuming talking to Pat Shurmur or the QB coach or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, they warmed up a couple of times, and by mid-third quarter, they both quit warming up. Now, I give Caden Salter some credit because towards the end of the game, and I made this point at the start of the show in crosstalk with DMac and Tyler, but Caden Salter went over there with Staub a couple of times. The game was going the way the game was going.
Yeah.
And he quit putting the headset on because I'm assuming nobody up there in the coach's booth had anything else to say, or who knows.
It was the one that surprised me. It was after the missed field goal. It was like the 50-yarder
right
that Houston missed, and I was like, this is your chance now to put Salter out there, force Houston's defense to get a different look, go run heavy right now. And they sent Staub back out there and like 3 and out, and I think it was 3 incompletions. It was terrible.
Good. He was just not throwing it to the mark. He was behind. He was ahead. He was short. He was wide. It was tough.
Yeah.
But you know what? Salter sat with him, looked at the iPad a bunch of different times. I mean, he proved to be a good teammate. Teammates kept encouraging him. Frankly, I saw Coach Prime pull the team together more than I ever had. He tried to encourage him a bunch. At one point, he went off and just put his arm around Salter or Staub the way that he was doing with his own son last year, trying to get him encouraged.
Yeah.
Just nothing was working. And the defense, the problem with the defense is the crossers continue to be an issue. And we saw that a couple years ago. But the other problem is they just don't tackle well. This team does not tackle well, period. Miss way too many tackles. And they've been kind of out physical at the point of attack. It's not good right now. Not good right now. So I don't know what to expect. I know I talked to Romy after the game because we do some things, and I can't go in and hear the presser. And Romy asked him, what are you going to do with the quarterbacks? And Coach just flat out told her, I don't know yet. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know how you don't at least go back to Salter.
They got a get-right opportunity this week at home against Wyoming. It's a plucky Wyoming squad, but CU
But that one should go the way Delaware did.
Yeah,
let's be honest.
CU's going to out-athlete them big time. We absolutely know that. It's a well-coached Wyoming team, but they just had a rough go against Utah. Utah's good. And then you got another Big 12 matchup against BYU in a couple of weeks, and BYU looks impressive.
BYU put it on you with your 2 good players we all wish you still had.
In the bowl
and now
game.
you don't have them.
Yeah,
and that's an 8:30 start. Can't wait for that one. Technically, it's 8:15.
6 wins are right now.
6 wins? I got a lot of people saying they're struggling for 4.
Yeah, right now 6 wins are